44989. A Specter is Haunting Texas by Fritz Leiber. Copyright 1968 by Galaxy Publishing Corporation. Read by Phil Regensdorf.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. A witty parody of the politics of President Lyndon Johnson. In the 22nd century, Scully returns to Earth to reclaim his family's mine. Texas, after a post-nuclear holocaust, now rules the United States. But there is a revolution among the peasants, and the Russians are busy in the north. Some violence, some strong language, and some descriptions of sex. 1968. From the book jacket. The world belonged to Texas. Well, about half of it did. Crockett, Scully, LaCruz found out all about Greater Texas when he dropped in from his home that circled the moon. He'd come to claim his family's mine in Yellowknife, Northwest Territory, Canada, but the spaceship Tsiolkovsky left him in Dallas instead of Yellowknife. 250 years from now, after the nuclear wars and the triumph of Texas over the rest of the USA, the land of Lyndon I was a nightmarish wonderland of politics by assassination, cyborg slavery, and fascism in action, where hormone-enhanced lords ruled over dwarfish peons. Scully, an 8-foot-tall, black-and-silver-garbed exoskeletal lunatic actor, wasn't ready to become the living, terror-inspiring symbol of the new Mexican Revolution. Nor was he prepared to fend off a mad scientist who wanted to take him and his exoskeleton apart. And he hadn't expected to find two beautiful revolutionary women fighting for the right to ravage his zero-G thin body. That, though, he could get used to. About the author. Fritz Leiber is one of the most versatile and highly lauded science fiction and fantasy writers of all time. Winner of Hugo and Nebula Awards, he is known equally well for his Hugo Award-winning novels The Big Time and The Wanderer, his wryly humorous sword and sorcery adventures, the Fafford and the Grey Mouser stories, and his extraordinary dark fantasies, Conjure, Wife, and Our Lady of Darkness. Named a Grand Master of Science Fiction by the Science Fiction Writers of America, Leiber has been entertaining readers for over 50 years with short fiction and novels in a variety of genres, including high-tech thrillers, fantasy, light and dark, space adventures. All his work, from the post-Holocaust SF witch hunt drama of Gather Darkness to the near-future cyberpunk romp, The Green Millennium, is touched by Leiber's special brand of storytelling magic. Leiber has worked as a magazine editor and, like his father, pursued a career as an actor. His writing puts him in the highest rank of authors in the field of speculative fiction. Leiber lives in San Francisco, California. Table of Contents. 1. Terrible Terra, Side 1. 2. Dallas, Texas, Texas, Side 1. 3. Governor's Ranch, Side 1. 4. Vachel, Side 2. 5. President's Manse, Side 2. 6. In Church, Side 3. 7. In the Cemetery, Side 3. 8. The Invisible Prison, Side 4. 9. In the Pool, Side 4. 10. Riding the Whirlwind, Side 4. 11. In the Coal Mine, Side 5. 12. Slum-storming, Side 5. 13. The Gusher, Side 5. 14. Zhawlty Nawsh, Side 6. 15. Death with Spiders, Side 6. 16. Fixing, Side 6. 17. 100 Years Later, Side 7. 1. Terrible Terra. Fruitful plains, waving with amber grain, cattle nurturing thornless cactus, the pseudopods of nutritious amoebas, and Lone Star flags. Ever since Lyndon ousted Jack in the early atomic age, the term of a president of Texas has been from inauguration to assassination. Murder is merely the continuation of politics by other means. Power ennobles, but petroleum power ennobles absolutely. The end of life is liberty. Texans are empowered to enjoy, exploit, and handle liberty, while Mexes, Injuns, and Negras, all those having dark faces or a dark hole in their pocketbooks, have the privilege of serving liberty and keeping their hands off it. Ego was made to be used. It rises from the dark unconscious, energizes awareness, and transforms society. It is the oil fields of the human personality. Long hairs have less brains than long horns, and less ability to stand on their own hind legs. Most long hairs perished in the atomic war, or were exiled to that sick cow corral, Circum Luna, and her unspeakable udder, the sack. Praise the Lord and puff the marijuana. The battles of the Alamo, San Jacinto, El Salvador, Sioux City, Schenectady, and Saskatchewan. Random excerpt from How to Stand and Understand Texans, Their Fantasies, Foibles, Folkways, and Fixed Ideas, as seen in their own writings. Nitty Gritty Press, Los Angeles, A Civic Pay, Ac Blay, A Public Cray. Son, you look like a Texan what got the hormone, but been starved since birth. Like your ma, Lyndon bless her, lifted a leg and dropped you into a big black bag, and after you nothing but a crust and a mini carton of milk once a month. True enough, noble sir. I was raised in the sack, and I am a thin, I answered the portly giant in a voice like distant thunder, which almost made me wet my tights, because up until this moment of my life I had been a high baritone. My senses told me I was whirling at a punishing 6 lunagravs in a large cubical centrifuge. In fact, I could see the spinning and feel it in my inner ears until my senses gradually adjusted. On the same surface as I were 2 giants and a giantess in cowboy costumes, and also 3 barefoot, hunchbacked, swarthy dwarfs in dirty shirts and pants. They were all poised expertly on their feet, riding the centrifuge with elan, while under my black hood and cloak I was doubled up like a large bone and titanium lazy tongs, trying to make the left knee motor of my exoskeleton behave. It either hunted wildly or wouldn't respond at all to the myoelectric impulses from the ghost muscles of my left leg. I realized that the portly giant must have seen me without my cloak, which now might be hiding an erect short fat as readily as a folded tall thin. I was hazy about how I'd debarked from the Tchaikovsky. When the long hairs dope you to take accelerations of 24 lunagravs, they don't use aspirin, even when you're sandwiched between water mattresses. But I knew that outside the centrifuge lay the spaceport and city of Yellowknife, Canada, Terra. The centrifuge's 2 ends and 2 adjoining sides, but which, were covered with a child's simple mural of huge chalk-white cowboys on horses like elephants, chasing tiny lipstick-red Indians on ponies like Chihuahua dogs across a cactus-studded landscape. This battle of cockroaches and behemoths was signed with a huge Grandma Aaron. The figures and scenes seemed as inappropriate for frosty Yellowknife as my companions' costumes, which should have been parkas and snowshoes. But who is a greenhorn, who has lived all his life in free fall a few thousand miles from Mother Luna, to pronounce on the customs of terrible Terra? The opposite surface was crowded with dazzling sunbursts like a star cluster going nova. In one of the adjoining surfaces were two rectangular openings side by side. Each was 3 feet wide, but one was more than 10 feet long, the other less than 5. I peered into them in vain to see stars or sections of Terra whipping past, but the rectangles were only hatches leading into another part of the centrifuge. Why there were two, and so different in shape and size, where one would have done, I couldn't imagine. As I tried to coax my knee motor properly alive, and felt the 6 centrifugal lunagravs cruelly press the support bands of my exoskeleton into my skin and bones at armpits, thighs, crotch, etc., I asked myself, if this is what they use to toughen you up for Terra, what will Terra's naked surface be like? Meanwhile, I spoke aloud in the same almost inaudibly deep voice from grave, which indeed fitted my appearance of a black-shrouded burial mound with a central bump of my hooded head. I asked, "Kindly direct me to the Yellowknife Registry of Mining Claims." The portly giant regarded me with benign interest. That one really rode the centrifuge with serenity. I marveled at his ability to handle so casually a mass at least 5 times my own with exoskeleton. The 3 shoulder-bent dwarfs peered apprehensively from close behind him, fear frowns furrowing their low foreheads under their greasy black hair. The square giant, I called him that because he was all sharp shoulder and jaw angles, like William S. Hart of ancientist cinema, glanced up suspiciously from my open luggage. The giantess went into a tizzy. "There you go again," she whined. "I try to hostess you the best I can. After all, you're our first visitor from space in 100 years. But you keep booming at me like all the rest of them fearful furry Russians and drumming Afric foreigners, and you keep booming mysteries. Where in the name of Jack is Yellowknife?" She had long yellow hair outside and big tits, or their simulacra, inside her quasi-military, mini-skirted cowgirl costume, but her fluttery stupidity was flattening my libido as well as my sanity. I recalled my father telling me that drum majorettes had been one of the chief ruinations of Terra, along with female-clad communist athletes of whichever sex. "Here!" I thunder-rumbled from my hood. "Right here, where the Tsiolkovsky debarked me on direct orbit from Circumluna. Incidentally, I'm not Russian, but of Anglo-Hispanic ancestry, though it's true there are as many Russians as Americans in Circumluna. The Tchaikovsky debarked you all right, in a stretcher, in case you've forgotten, and all wrapped up in that black blanket like a candidate for a coffin. Say, what are Americans? Ancient greasers? But what I mostly meant to ask you was, where do you think here is?" "Tsiolkovsky," I thunder-corrected. My new double-bass voice was making me nasty. "Great space pioneer, not gay composer of slurpy music. And Americans, Americans, while here," I thunder-crashed, "is Spaceport, Yellowknife, Northwest Territory, Canada, Terra." "Name of Jack and Jackie," she wailed, clapping her hands to her ears. "Where and what is Canada?" The square giant looked up again and asked ominously, "Stranger, why does your luggage consist chiefly of 47 isotopic and lithium gold batteries of the sort used in portable power weapons?" "They're spares from my exoskeleton," I tossed him, while at the giantess I rumbled scornfully, "Don't they teach you any geography on this planet? You, a space hostess?" "It's you don't know geography," she whimpered back at me, still holding her ears. "Up there in space, jumping from star to star and never caring which. Gun you, you're making me cry, you animated black laundry basket." Whereupon very large tears did begin to plop from the inner corners of her blue eyes. If only the centrifuge would stop, I thought. I could no longer see spin, but I was whirling inside. "Stranger, What class of weapon is an exoskeleton? The square giant demanded, his mouth and eyes thinning to slits. And watch your language when conversing with a cultured lady. You'll find out when you're kicked by one, I snarled, meaning faithful old titanium, not that female boob. Cultured lady, I continued zestfully. Cultured in an algae vat. You yeast brain, how can you and that right-angle cowpoke mention culture when you confuse satellites with stellar furnaces, don't know where Canada is, don't understand the needs of a thin visiting a solar gravity satellite, and are unfamiliar with well-known prosthetic devices? The giantess began to blubber. The fright frowns deepened and rose in the dwarfs' foreheads, their greasy hair stirred, and their flight muscles tightened. The square giant whipped from his belt a lightning pistol I knew could numb or fry me, according to how much power he used. He took a step toward me and barked, "Hand over that exoskeleton, stranger, without you cock it, and whatever other weapons you're hiding under that black serape. Everything down to hatpins and penknives is confiscated at the Republic's borders. You'll get claim checks, but don't make any sudden movements." The tension sizzled. I stayed squat-crouched under my cloak and prepared to spit more insults from my hood. In fact, something violent might well have happened, most likely to me, if the portly giant hadn't intervened. That one said in resonant, relaxed tones that muffed not a word. I'd been suspecting he was a fellow actor. "Simmer down, all of you, for Lyndon's sake, that secular saint of peace. There's been some natural mistakes made and some natural tempers roused. Bill, go easy with that shock spitter. And Susie, sweetheart, dry your tears and unsnuffle that cute little nose of yours. Scully," he addressed me. "Scully, for that's what you look like from what I can glimpse of your face, a sort of sensitive-featured skull. No offense intended. My own handle's Elmo, and I'm as fat as and got a face like a hog crossbred with a hyena. But, well, Scully, I'm afraid that they truly didn't teach you quite all of modern geography up there in the sky. Yep, there's a few things that been happening here and there on this little old planet during the century you've been sailing around the moon in your ivory tower with its attendant soap bubbles. Because there is a Yellowknife, you see, Scully, but now we call it Amarillo Cuchillo, and it's situated in northern Texas, while Canada is a gone land, like Samaria or Burgundy or Vietnam." A cold and dizzy feeling, as if I hadn't been centrifuged dizzy enough, touched me. A feeling of history altering like the colors in a kaleidoscope, and no patch of reality sure. I already knew, you see, that my father, who taught me everything, was weak on recent Terran geography and history, though expert in historical dramas and overall theory. He would wave at Spengler's dog-eared, accordion-opened Decline of the West floating by our book-rack, then through the curving wall of the sack at Terra, splendid against the stars, and say, "They are all fellaheen down there, Christopher, all of them. Fellaheen swarming like moths over the embers of dead cultures. Ah, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day." What is moths? A picturesque and even ego-inflating generality, especially to one living 250,000 miles or so from Earth, but admittedly weak on details. And now at last I was learning just how weak. I looked up apprehensively at Elmo as a portly giant continued. "And I'm afraid, Scully, that the Russo-Yankee officers of the Tsiolkovsky are a little feeble on modern political geography, too, because where they landed you, namely here, is some 2,000 miles south of Amarillo Cuchillo. Scully, my friend, you have the honor of being in Dallas, Texas, the heart of the human universe and the golden laurel crown of her culture." "Texas includes Canada?" I asked in a quavering bass. "Is an independent nation?" "Scully, I hate to voice the least criticism of a man's educational background. Shucks, there's been notable brains amongst refugees from New York City College and Berkeley. But I do believe your heavenly geography instructors have been notably remiss and maybe, no offense meant here neither, touched with black or Slavic bias. Scully, son, ever since the great Texas-ward industrial migration and World War III, Texas has extended from the Nicaraguan Canal to the North Pole, including most of Central America, all of Mexico, nearly all of Canada, and all that matters of the Flibberty-Gibbet 47. I mean the former United States of America. That is, at present. We Texans might take a fancy to extend our boundaries any day. There's Cuba to be reconquered, and Indochina, and Ireland, and Hawaii, and hither Siberia. But on the whole, we Texans are a peaceable, tolerant, shoot-and-let-shoot people. We whipped the Cherokees and the Mexicans, and we tied the Russians and Chinese, and we're inclined to rest on our laurels, unless, of course, roused, when we get dynamic as an automated cotton-picking rig goosed by the program for an Irish jig. But as for being independent, let me tell you, Scully, my boy, Texas is a gall-derndest independentist nation in the entire annals of political science. Nobody, bar some wise old Hellenes, really understood what individual freedom meant until Texas came along. But anyhow, welcome to Texas, Scully. Welcome to God's planet. Welcome down from the vastness of space, amigo, though you know, Scully, there's really more functional space in Texas than there is in the entire twiddling universe of free fall and galaxies and other foolishness. So, in Lyndon's name, lift yourself up from that black heap you're in, boy, and put her here. Now I was sure he was an actor, though of ancient oratorical school. He advanced, followed closely, like timid children, by the swarthy dwarfs, and held out toward me a big open hand. I did not respond, though truly touched by his hammy hospitality. At heart, all actors are hams and love it. I was simply too tired and dizzy. For many minutes I had been balancing, hunched-crouched in a souped-up crazy house of a centrifuge that was making my brain woozy as well as drowning my meager flesh in fatigue poisons. I had been fumbling futilely with tiring fingers at my balky knee motor. I had been forcing my aching diaphragm to drag into my burning lungs an atmosphere like yeast stew flavored with hydrogen sulfide. I had been putting up with rude nonsense from a dithery female and a fake cowboy baggage inspector. I was still groggy from anti-grav drugs and bone-crushing, organ-popping accelerations aboard the Tchaikovsky. I had become deadly sick of Terra while they were still getting me ready for her. So now this news that I'd been stranded 2,000 gravity-paved miles from my destination was a last weight, you might say, in my centrifuge training belt. The centrifuge in Circumluna only builds up to 2 lunagravs, and I'd weighted my exoskeleton to make it nearer Earth-grav. My unfolded handle is Elmo Oilfield Earp, lineal descendant of the noted gunslinger, the portly giant coaxed. What's yours, Scully? At that instant, a second female waltzed into our section of the centrifuge through the shorter of the 2 side-by-side hatches. At sight of her, my spirits skyrocketed as if I'd just got simultaneous shots of speed euphorin in 7 different veins, or been invited by Idris McElwraith into her cubicle to help her dress for Eve in Shaw's Back to Methuselah, or Mary Sperling in Heinlein's Children of Methuselah. What is it that some girls have can turn me on, while the yellow-haired, tearful, sincere, big-tit Susies can extinguish me? I know. Sex. This new girl was dark, like the hunchback dwarfs, and she wasn't too much more than 4 feet tall, but she carried herself as if she were 10, her back flagstaff straight, with her glossy black hair for a banner. She had a form like a scaled-down Venus de Milo. She was shod with gleaming black slippers, heels almost as high as her dainty feet were long. A red skirt swirled around her black netted dancer's legs, a yellow blouse bared her coffee and cream shoulders, while her dark eyes snapped bright black light as castanets do bright black sound. I was so taken with her mere looks that I forgot to admire the skill with which she moved gracefully across areas having different acceleration vectors. And then she gave it to me. The eye, I mean. Yes, she halted in mid-twirl, and she looked at me. Yes, at miserable me, huddled under my cloak like a sick giant spider-monkey, and then her delicious eyes were fixed on my hooded, deep-socketed ones, and glowing love into me, while her previously saucy lips were parted in a rapt smile of delight, as if I were the answer to some extremely private dream she'd been having ever since the first downy shiver of puberty. My depression vanished like black magic routed by the white goddess leading a train of nymphomaniac nymphs. What were 6 lunagraves? Terra was mine. I was a Count of Monte Cristo, a part I have twice played. Still operating wholly under my cloak, I untelescoped slim canes from my titanium exo-forearm bones, and with them and my good leg pushed myself erect, and then still more erect, until my head was on a level with those of the giants. The dwarf's eyes, steadily widening, followed me up. I noted that, although they were of different original heights, the dwarfs were all shoulder-bent to an equal 4½ feet, an odd detail. Once fully erect, now I topped the giants by a half head. I pushed down bolts to lock both knee joints of my exoskeleton, and stood on my 2 feet only, my exo-legs rigid rods from ankle to hip. Though teetery, it was practical. The taller the object, the easier it is to balance. I quickly re-telescoped my canes. Had Bill the Square Giant glimpsed them, he would have surely cried, "Concealed weapons!" Meanwhile Elmo was calling to my vest-pocket Carmen. "Well, it's about time, Kooky. You better have those reefers, or I'll turn you up and tan your Persian rose-petal hide. Oh, Scully, this is La Cucaracha, one of my sociable secretaries. Kooky, this is my bosom friend, Scully, from outer space. Treat him as you would the President of Texas before he went crackers." Ignoring these rude and boisterous, though apparently well-meant remarks, I stepped out swiftly and reached my dark, lovely one in 3 long strides, and bowed until my hooded face was level with hers. Considering I had no knees at the time, it was a remarkable performance, putting my black-shrouded butt a couple of feet higher than my head. My myo-electricity was tuning my stiff-kneed exoskeleton to perfection. It was truly a grand gesture, executed with ultimate poise and panache. Thrusting a hand from my cloak, I plucked hold of her dainty one as if it were a dark orchid, and it was. Ah, velvet-surfaced, manipulative multi-wand. "Senorita Cockroach Sublima," I rumbled throatily, and even the muted thunder of my rumble didn't faze her. "I am Christopher Crockett La Cruz, totally at your service." And I drew the captured bloom into my hood and showered kisses on it. She, in the intervals of a flattered laugh, and with much rippling of long black eyelashes, whispered toward my ear in a voice very fast and businesslike, though tender, "At moonrise tonight, amado, at the bandstand corner of the cemetery, querido mío. Until then, silencio." It is a proper function of woman to attend to the practical details of affairs of the heart. Assured by her words that I was not only loved but desired, I put into my obediently whispered "Si, si, si," the hiss of a love-struck micro-meteorite whizzing through the self-sealing duraplast of one of the eggs forming the sac. Then I returned her hand to her with a flourish, unjackknifed to normal height, and turned toward the others. I felt as if I had just magnificently rendered one of Hamlet's soliloquies or Cyrano's tirades, and the applause was about to break from the double-curving walls of our free-fall theatre in the sphere in the largest bubble of the sack. An inner voice said, "Stop your skulking masquerade, Scully Christopher. Show yourself fully to these miserable earthlings and your dainty beloved." With a Dracula bat-wing swirl, I threw back my black cloak and hood, flashing their scarlet linings, and waited for the gasps of admiration. Susie wailed, "Holy Halloween!" vanished her large blue irises upward, and fainted. As he caught her, Bill yelled, "What'd I tell you? He's got power armor!" The three dwarfs jumped backward, and I do believe would have dashed in terror from the room, except that Elmo reached behind him and neatly collared them, meanwhile scowling at me incredulously. One of the captured dwarfs quavered, "La muerte alta." Another gasped, "El espectro." The third stuttered, "El esqueleto." Being called a tall death, a specter, and a skeleton irked me greatly. To have people scared of one, unless the part calls for it, when one is a fine loving chap, and for Lagniappe a great actor, is most irritating. But before saying anything cutting, anything with acid in it, I put myself in their places and rapidly looked at me. They were looking, I discovered, at a handsome, shapely, dramatic-featured man, 8 feet 8 inches tall, and massing 147 pounds with and 97 pounds without his exoskeleton. Except for relaxed, tiny bulges of muscle in forearms and calves, latter to work lengthy toes, useful in gripping, this man was composed of skin, bones, ligaments, fasciae, narrow arteries and veins, nerves, small-size assorted inner organs, ghost muscles, and a big domed skull with 2 bumps of jaw muscle. He was wearing a skin-tight black suit that left bare only his sunken-cheeked, deep-eyed, beautiful, tragic face and big, heavy-tendoned hands. This truly magnificent, romantically handsome, rather lean man was standing on 2 corrugated-soled titanium footplates. From the outer edge of each rose a narrow titanium T-beam that followed the line of his leg, with a joint, locked now, at the knee, up to another joint with a titanium pelvic girdle and shallow belly support. From the back of this girdle, a T-spine rose to support a shoulder yoke and rib cage, all of the same metal. The rib cage was artistically slotted to save weight, so that curving strips followed the line of each of his very prominent ribs. A continuation of his T-spine up the back of his neck, in turn, supported a snug, gleaming head basket that rose behind to curve over his shaven cranium. But in front was little more than a jaw shelf and 2 inward curving cheek plates, stopping just short of his somewhat rudimentary nose. The nose is not needed in Circumluna to warm or cool air. Slightly lighter T-beams than those for his legs reinforced his arms and housed in their terminal inches his telescoping canes. Numerous black, foam-padded bands attached this whole framework to him. A most beautiful prosthetic, one had to admit. While to expect a thin, or even more a fat, from a free-fall environment to function without a prosthetic on a gravity planet or in a centrifuge would be the ultimate in cornball ignorance. 8 small electric motors at the principal joints worked the prosthetic framework by means of steel cables riding in the angles of the T-beams, much like antique dentists' drills were worked, I've read. The motors were controlled by myoelectric impulses from his ghost muscles, transmitted by sensitive pickups buried in the foam-padded bands. They were powered by an assortment of isotopic and lithium gold batteries nesting in his pelvic and pectoral girdles. Did this fine man look in the least like a walking skeleton? I demanded of myself outragedly. Well, yes, very much so, I had to admit now that I had considered the matter from the viewpoint of strangers. A very handsome and stylish skeleton, all silver and black, but a skeleton none the less, and one 8 feet 8 inches tall, able to look down a little even at the giant Texans around him. I realize now that my anger and my inability to see myself as others see me was because Father and Mother had found nothing morbid or eerie about me in my new silvery anti-grav prosthetic, nor had the long hairs who had constructed it for me in return for free performances of Hamlet, Macbeth, and Manhattan Project, 2 jam sessions, and 1 Dance of the Seven Veils by Idris McIlwraith, the sax perennial sex star, who is a thin like me and looks like the ancient high-fashion model Teeny, Twiggy, drastically slimmed down, yet has much appeal. I ask her once a month to marry me, but although granting occasional favors, she refuses me on the silly grounds that she is thrice my age. Who dies in free fall? I glanced down at my newer love, the sublime La Cucaracha, and she was gazing up at me and my exoskeleton with as fond approval as my parents, and with something spicy added. But when I made to bow to her again, and perhaps hear more exciting whispers about our coming rendezvous, she twinkle-toed away, drawing from a fancy pack a long, very thin, pale brownish cigarette. "Scully Christopher Crockett LaCruz." Elmo meanwhile hailed me from where he stood talking with Bill, while still collaring the 3 dwarfs. Susie had sat up from her faint and was looking at me with a thin-lipped disapproval that I connected with the attentions I had showered on La Cucaracha. "That Crockett's a good Texas handle," Elmo continued. "Deepens my friendship for you, boy. Anyhow, Scully, I've been considering your problems. There's a northbound cargo jet loading might lift you to Amarillo, Cuchillo, but she mayn't take off for a week. We Texans conduct our commerce in a relaxed fashion. So Bill here has agreed to release you into my custody, and you and I are going to pay a little visit on the governor of Texas, and what he can't expedite, nobody else can even budge. Besides, it ain't every day we get a spaceman. Governor bound to want to hear the gossip about the long interdicted lands in the sky. Who can tell? They might turn out to be far-flung fragments of Texas. Scully, you can't refuse. You're going to experience Texas hospitality if I have to tie you up and have my greasers lug you. Now jump for his baggage, you black-hearted little conquistadores, or I'll sell you for cyborgs." He released the 3 bentbacks, while to my darling he called, "Light me that stick now, Cookie, pronto, or I'll return your wardrobe to the theater man for refund, all but 1 medieval onion sack." I hate to be pushed around, especially by big brotherly shoves, nor did I care for the language Elmo directed at my new nymph, but his proposition seemed the best for me, especially since I did not intend to leave Dallas before getting my gravity legs, and, Eros ensure, keeping my moon-cued rendezvous. For even now, as a little one grasped Elmo's wide belt, nimbly vaulted onto his slightly bent huge thigh, and hung the smoldering slim cigarette on his long loose lip, she gave a quick conspiratorial smile and eyelash ripple, telling of impending raptures. Elmo took a long, fluttering inhalation of marijuana vapor, his eyes going first glassy, then fever-bright as he called out, "Now forward hop, you greasers all! Come on, Scully, let's skedaddle." The 3 dwarfs now each carried a black, silver-banded cushion case containing chiefly my food concentrates and spare batteries, my winter clothing and wigs. They still snatched fearful glances at me. As I followed Elmo toward the 10-foot door, they marched through the shorter door, each of the 3 barely missing bumping his head on the lintel, while my brunette darling scampered through behind them, her head held high. Why their backs were variously bent, and hers not at all, was instantly clear to me. The enormity of the revelation, plus my hunting for vector changes in the centrifuge's floor, and still not finding them, must have caused me to take short, shuffling steps with my temporarily kneeless 5-foot legs, for Elmo looked back and exclaimed, "Scully, son, you're walking like the first time on stilts, or like you got paresis. Maybe our Mexican door sort of startled you. It's one of those charming, deeply mused Texan customs that make our glorious way of life possible. You see, Scully, a man can't feel really free unless he's got a lot of underfolk to boss around. That's one of the great paradoxes of liberty, first discovered by those proto-Texans, the ancient Greeks, who had slaves to burn, though I don't think they actually burned them much until Nero's day, or maybe the discovery of gasoline, which permitted Deep South lynching bees and Buddhist immolations alike. Incidentally, Scully, I'd appreciate it if you'd button up that cloak of yours and resume your hood. Mexes are superstitious little buggers. Even when cyborged, their odd primitive fears short-circuit through. I got my 3 boys calmed temporarily, and La Cook's a cool little bitch, but I wouldn't want you causing a riot in Dallas. History proves that the first time a man goes down the streets of Dallas, anything can happen to him, frequently bad. I complied with his suggestion, but made no verbal retort, contenting myself with giving him a grim look, sucking in my cheeks to increase the skull-like appearance of my head, and stepping out after him recklessly. "A vigorous paresis, I got to admit," he commented. Ahead of him another pair of doors began to slide open, letting in sunny brightness and flashes of movement, and I braced myself for transition from centrifugal force to gravity. 2. Dallas, Texas, Texas. When the scientific, engineering, and paramilitary communities of the international mega-satellite Circumluna were ordered to carry World War III into space, they refused, relying on their charters from the United Nations. In desperation and reprisal, the warring powers below repudiated the United Nations, clapped embargoes on all shipments of food, fuels, metals, medicines, and other supplies to Circumluna, and outlawed their rebellious nationals there. The Circumlunans, who effectually controlled the space fleets and were on the verge of achieving a self-sufficient economy based on raw materials from the moon, declared their independence. This action of the long-hairs was enthusiastically received by the even longer-haired space vagabonds, originally hippies, beatniks, mods, dropouts, stilyagi, actors, writers, pachucos, Apaches, gypsies, and other quaintly styled rebels. Parasitic on, or symbiotic with, accounts differ, the respectable Circumlunans, and living in their hive of duraplastic bubble homes pendant on Circumluna, and known as the Sack. For 5 generations there was no commerce and little communication between Terra and Circumluna, due to the latter's focus on survival and to the cultural upheavals and impoverished economy below after World War III killed its billion and fizzled out. When the interdict, as it came to be called, was lifted 100 years later, the first Circumlunans and Sackabons to plumb the gravity well and visit Earth were a surprise to its inhabitants. But the centuries alienated spacefolk found Terra a still greater shock. Mother Earth, Father Space, A Short History of Circumluna, by John Washington and Ivan Alapin. I teetered into blazing sunlight and a huge scene that was whirling around with me 20 times a minute, 1 full revolution every 3 seconds, for the dozens of Texas giants I now saw, the hundreds of glass and metal living volumes, the thousands of rapidly moving Mexicans, most of these with massive metal collars from which rose small antennae, and even the blue sky, the marshmallow clouds, and the blinding disk of the sun. The entire universe had become a vast centrifuge, and I 1 mote spinning near its center, an axis a dozen yards above my head. I staggered and reeled on my stilt legs, waiting for the sky to burst and the cosmos to rip apart from the incredible centrifugal forces tearing at it. Then I realized my error, and the scene stopped spinning with a suddenness that almost knocked me down. What I had been interpreting as centrifugal force back in the room muraled with Indians and Texans had been only normal Earth gravity. I learned in that instant that you can endlessly explain to a person who's lived all his life in free fall that human senses cannot distinguish between the effects of acceleration, with which he's familiar, and gravity, of which he's had no experience. You can tell him that until your voice fails. No matter, he'll still go on believing that gravity will feel different, that it will grab him with invisible gluey fingers, that it will have in it the taint of unimaginable cubic miles of soil, rock, magma, incandescent core material, and other dirty planetary horrors. No sooner had I been experience-educated out of one illusion than I became the victim of another. I felt I had returned to airless space. When a man who has lived all his life in a null-grav satellite, a large but limited homeland of many rooms, steps outdoors for the first time on a planet, one of his strongest immediate reactions is to hold his breath, not from wonder and amazement, though they are there, but because the only comparable situation he knows is that of a man plunged into the vastness of space without an air supply. Ignoring the ground under his feet and the gravs pressing him to it, he will automatically see the unbounded sky as vacuum, and any buildings around him as pressurized volumes to which he must win his way in seconds or die. I held my breath. But I did not run, or the actual impulse, to follow which would have resulted in my barking my nose on Texas, launch myself in an intended straight-line trajectory at the nearest window or door. Perhaps my first bit of experience education made the second come quicker. Though still staggering about, I exhaled violently and forced myself to draw a lungful of the soupy air, stinkier now that we were outside. Besides discovering that I was in anything but vacuum, I also realized the explanation for my deep voice. All my life, even in the Tsiolkovsky, I had been breathing a light oxygen-helium mix with small amounts of carbon dioxide and water vapor. Now I was subsisting on a thick witch's brew of the same oxygen, but stewed in gravity's pressure cooker with nitrogen and assorted taints. A heavier atmosphere, a deeper voice. As obvious as that, but only after it's happened to you. I looked around and down to see that under La Cucaracha's directions, Elmo's 3 servants had dropped my bags and were circling me as I reeled, ready to break my fall when I finally toppled. Elmo called back cheerily, "You drunk, partner? Didn't know the super-refreshing open air of Texas was that intoxicating to the uninitiated. But I forget you're a Sacabond, reared on a little denatured oxygen and perfume." As I steadied myself, a whole gaggle of new little Mexicans came scurrying all around me, a couple of the tiniest ones even tugging at my cloak, and most of them calling up to me, "Bendiganos, padre!" They were a raggedy, colorful lot, chiefly women and children, and none of them, praise Diana, wore those disgusting metal neck and shoulder pieces. I'm enough of an actor to ad-lib any role I'm thrust into, so I stuck 2 fingers out of my cloak, made a squiggle with them, and rumbled benignly, "Benedicite, mis niños y niñas," adding for good measure, "Bless you, my children." It seemed natural enough for them to mistake me, with my robe and hood, for a tall priest or monk, maybe a black Franciscan. My ready response to their request seemed to satisfy them fully, for they were already scampering off when Elmo boomed, "Get away from the God-man before you trip him with your rosaries, you church-struck little greasers. Scully, you're a card, but we got to make tracks for the governor's ranch house. Are you over your dizziness enough to ride a horse?" I was about to respond, "Yes, of course. You think I'm a sissy, hombre?" when a feeling of dizziness and weakness did strike me. A steady 6 lunagravs and assorted startlements had been getting in their licks on my somewhat delicate physiology. My heart was pounding as it pumped blood to my brain. No small job, considering my height and the gravs. I was glad I was wearing an extra snug sack suit to help my leg veins from going varicose and maybe even popping as they pushed blood up that weary distance from my toes. I tongued pep, instant glucose, and anti-grav pills out of their cheek plate container into my mouth. Even the tiny dissolving pellets seemed heavy as osmium on my tongue, and they dropped down my throat like bullets. I followed them with a sip of truly heavy water from my other cheek plate, tilting my exo-skulled head to do so. They quickly helped. La Cucaracha beamed up at me her congratulations, as if she already knew my inner feelings as well as I did. By that time, however, Elmo had a 20-foot whip uncoiled and was cracking it over a low, narrow vehicle somewhat longer than I was. It rode on 2 caterpillar treads moved by 10 wheels. The wheels fascinated me. Except in pictures or employed as pulleys, one never sees wheels in Circumluna, where there is no gravity to put teeth in friction. Off the vehicle were scrambling a couple of dozen Mexicans, including some of those who had received my benediction, while Elmo was shouting relaxedly, "Get off that cat wagon pronto, you fun-loving, irresponsible little monkeys! The Black Pope here needs it. I'll see it gets back to your patron." Then to me he said, "Climb aboard, Scully, and stretch out your weary exoskeleton. Ordinarily, we don't let Mexes use power cars, but a cat wagon's no more than a toy. However, it's just what the metallurgical osteopath ordered for you. I can tell you're too frazzled to mount a steed yet, and come to think of it, I don't suppose they have too many cayuses in Circumluna, and those pretty spiritless." Oddly, he was right about that. CL did have a few horses for old-style serum factories and on the Noah's Ark principle. I started to tell him I was splendidly unfrazzled and eager to learn the art of horsemanship, but my heart was still pounding a bit, so I decided to conserve energy and keep my attention free for the weird sights around me. I did another of my stiff-kneed bows, braced my hands on an end of the cat wagon, transferred my feet to the other end, let myself down on my face, and then rolled over with the minimum of exoskeletal clankings. My heart quieted now that my circulatory system wasn't fighting gravity as hard. I felt better, except that I couldn't see much besides the sky. I raised my head and scanned. Elmo had coiled his whip and was hooking it to his silver-studded leather belt, which also supported 2 lightning pistols. Otherwise, he was dressed in what I took to be a conservative Terran business suit, complete with cuffs, buttons, lapel, collar, and great sky-colored tie depicting bluebonnet flowers, but on his feet were huge, high-heeled leather boots, and on his head a 6-12 gallon hat. He was astride a horse as huge, relatively, as he was. I marveled at the bone and muscle power of both, his to mount and the beast's to carry. In fact, for a moment I toyed with the notion that he had an exoskeleton under his suit, and the animal a surgically implanted steel one. He noted my gaze and said, "Yep, Scully, we feed our mounts the hormone, too. Next to Texans, they're God's noblest creation. And now you might punch the cat wagon's first go button at your elbow. The lever next to it steers her." I complied, and our small cavalcade started off at a pace brisk to me, a novice driver. Elmo merely walked his horse ahead of us, but its strides were long and smooth. Just behind him, La Cucaracha jounced on a burro. Now I understood those disproportionate murals better. My darling rode side saddle and regaled me with frequent smiles over shoulder, while to the rear Elmo's 3 Mexicans jogged with my bags. There was a disproportion I could correct. "Senor Elmo," I called, "tell your boys to throw my bags on the wagon and hop aboard themselves. There'll be no overload. Despite my medal, I mass low." "That's out, Scully," he boomed back. "Can't have greasers riding with anything Texas tall, no mind how skinny or strange. Myself, I've been around and tolerate indecencies, but 'twould shock de Lassians spitless. I want the bags for pillows, I explained, so I can study de Lassians' salivation, etc., besides scan the road. Then that's okay, but the other's out. Peel your eyes, partner. You got a lot more to see than Texas Adam's apples bobbing. Hey, you greasers, comfort my guest cerebrum with his luggage. I was inclined to argue longer with him about them riding, but the three Mexicans gave me such apprehensive glances as a trembling-handed tucked my bags in a soft stack under my head, and seemed so eager to return to their rear-guard position that I decided to postpone any equalitarian lecture. However, the frightened behavior of the three nagged at me. There was indeed much to see, most of it crazy to me, like a 3D motion montage with volumes moving at different camera speeds, and most of it jammed into a single plane. Truly, Terra is flatland. First, there were the buildings, like cubicle satellites crowded in disordered ranks, some many rooms long, no, high, on end, and made of metal and glass, reminding me of Circumluna. Between these went occasional gangways, streets, on one of which we traveled. Then there were the Texans, some on horses, others in slowly moving vehicles, others strolling afoot. The younger seemed even taller than the elder. I wondered if the hormone had a cumulative effect. Moving about thrice as fast and in numbers a decimal order greater were the Mexicans, all of identical bent-back height and almost all afoot. About 60% wore the metal collars and antennae, and these were all furiously busy at various construction and deconstruction jobs. Half of our street was torn up, buildings were being dismantled, others assembled, great masts reared, great holes dug. I even thought at first the collared workers could walk up walls, no strange sight to a space dweller, until I noted that those on vertical surfaces were supported by slim wires, which they swiftly climbed or downclimbed. One might wonder at my being able to see so much while maneuvering a strange vehicle for the first time in a gravity field. But if one has a lifetime of experience moving in 3 dimensions, moving in 2 is child's play. I was soon driving the cat wagon with such easy competence that I was able to spare a hand to work at my balky knee motor and had it adjusted in a matter of seconds. I surely had been woozy on my first try. I soon observed that I was attracting interest. The Texans' faces never turned toward me, but their eyeballs did, and they slowed down in passing. The collarless Mexicans goggled me frankly, but speeded up, making wide curves around our cavalcade. The collared ones, however, marched by with never a glance, like so many tiny, swift juggernauts, fortunately people-avoiding ones. The speed of all the bent-backs surprised me. Father had told me all about Mexicans. A strict indoctrination in racial and national behavior had come very early in my education, because it is very important in the theater. Father had assured me that all Mexicans were short and wore serapes and big hats, went barefoot, and spent their lives sitting against adobe walls, smoking hemp and sleeping, except for brief periods of firing off pistols. These Mexicans were not at all like that, except for the short and barefoot parts. In fact, there were many types. Just now some wee Mexican children, cute as dark kittens, came toddling up and scattered flowers over me, most likely thinking me a corpse bound for the boneyard, for when I lifted and turned my head to look at them, they ran away. La cucaracha had slowed her burrow until she was jogging beside me. She observed, "Legends or lies from the Black Lands tell that flower power was once a great thing, but here at least it has died out." Noting my special interest in the collared Mexicans, she explained disdainfully, "They are cyborgs, the estupidos. Their collars feed them orders and happiness, straight into their veins and nerves. From a distance foremen control them, after a fashion." She added the last phrase when 2 files of cyborgs collided and instantly began a confused milling aimed at eventual disentanglement. like ants I had once watched in a flatland between grass. "They live like this forever?" I asked with some horror. "Ah, no," she assured me. "Only during the working day. The other 10 hours they exist as men, employing what fragments of pounded adobe spirit they have left. Chiefly they feed, fornicate, and sleep. My countrymen." I recalled what had been nagging me. "Senorita K," I asked, "why is it that your countrymen regard me with a fear that is both more and less than fear? Explain that to me, if you will, mi amada bonita." With a rapid frown and finger shake, she leaned down and whispered warningly, "No tendernesses until moonrise, as I first commanded you, you tall, incompetent, and undisciplined." Then, in an equally low but most cool voice, she continued, "Senor La Cruz, my people are like children. They live by fairy tales, some sweet as sugar, some grisly as red bone. One of the latter tells of a death tall as the sky, who will one day come striding across Texas. He will have the form of a great skeleton. El Esqueleto he's named oftenest. He will be tossing like Fritos into his great naked jaws, and grinding their human skulls, made of sugar candy, some say, of fresh torn bloody bone and brains, say others. My people will flock to him. He will give them never a glance, any more than stars and clouds look down at men. But he will lead them to freedom." I had become so engrossed in her small but colorful tale that I almost started when a large voice inquired, "Cookie been feeding you a sob story about cyborgs?" Elmo had gradually let his own mount drift backward until he too was beside me on the opposite side of the wagon. "Don't you believe a single word comes out of her cute, lying little postage-stamp lips. Scully, my pal, cyborgs live a lot happier than Texans. Their joy comes each day, sure as Coca-Cola. Besides, they're essential to our liberty and freedom, as I've explained." "Myself, I think they would all be trampled under the Specter's bony feet, if they do not run like whipped dogs at the sight of him," La Cucaracha continued, as coolly as if there had been no interruption at all. "Cyborged or not, my people are estupidos de estupidos." "Cynical little bitch, ain't she?" Elmo observed. "Cookie, you got an ice cube for a heart. Lucky for you your cold blood don't chill your skin, and that it stays out of your tits and toes and t'other place midway between 'em." "My body, though small, is designed in more classic proportions than that, esteemed patron," she replied to him tartly. "It is midway between my head top and feet soles that my crotch has a privilege of being situated." "Now, Cookie, you mind your modesty and keep your mind hidden," Elmo warned her. "Don't you go starting an intellectual striptease front of me and my guest. T'other kind's the only one a woman's fitted for, greaser or gringo." "You wish me to mop and mow like a mad woman, master? Or grunt to Senor La Cruz, no sabe? Or discard my clothing, perhaps?" "Now, Cookie, I'm telling you that if you don't behave, I'll—" The altercation might have become unpleasant, except that at that moment I involuntarily interrupted it. We were approaching a gold or gilded statue 20 feet high of a most muscular man in barbarian garb. From his helmet thrust very long and twisting horns. His right hand swung back a battle-axe, his left pointed a six-shooter. "Who is that?" I demanded, pointing with a black-shrouded leg, because I was riding feet first and my hands were busy driving. I did not know that Terra had regressed to full barbarianism during the interdict. "Scully, ain't you familiar with the discoverer of Texas even, and its first decent-sized hombre?" Elmo retorted in genially scandalized tones. "You mean to tell me you ain't ever heard of Leif Erikson, Paul Bunyan, Big Bill Thompson, John L. Sullivan, William Randolph Hearst, Abraham Lincoln, and such other great Texans?" "No," I admitted, "though I have heard of Sam Houston, Jim Bowie, and my namesake Davy Crockett." "Oh, yeah, they were Texans, too," he admitted, "though on a more local plane. San Jacinto and Alamo boys. And old Raven Sam, though one of our early Prexies, Was pretty dubious in some ways. Indian lover and Yankee fellow traveler, it said. I thought of asking him about Julius Caesar and Jesus Christ, but refrained for fear of having an attack of history epilepsy. I might learn that they too had been Texans. Instead, I said, steering the cat wagon around Leif Erikson, I recognize some of the others you named, but thought them men of the United States and Canada. La Cucaracha had jogged ahead again, though not without giving me a quick, lip-pursed smile and eyelash ripple. Elmo leaned out of his saddle toward me and said, Scully, I can see your heavenly instructors knew only the superficial version of Earth's history, the one pap fed to the general public. Since you're going to be meeting some mighty sophisticated and influential men today, it's best you know a scrap or two of the truth. Amigo mio, the Lone Star Republic never was of the United States. In 1845, she assumed leadership of them because she could see they needed bolstering against foreign aggression and internal disorder. And that was a most accurate foresight, because she had to spend the next 3 years throwing back the attack of Mexico on them. And pretty soon she had the Civil War to run, both sides. Of course it was given out to the general public of the States, who never had no brains or guts nohow and flustered easy, that this assumption of leadership was annexation. But it was always known to the Speaker of the House and the senators who counted in Washington that by secretest treaty Texas was boss. Thereafter the presidents in the White House were just figureheads for the Texas establishment. Franklin D. Roosevelt, for instance, was a puppet of our Jack Garner, a mighty modest kingpin, just as later on Lyndon the Great bossed Jack Kennedy, though the latter was posthumously declared an honorary Texan and president thereof because of the grandeur and ritual importance of his demise. With the coming of the Third World War and the atomization of Washington, New York, San Francisco, and so forth, secrecy became unnecessary, and Texas took over in name as well as in substance, including, for good measure, the frosty top and hot, dry, jungly bottom of the continent. We needed more greasers anyhow for therapeutic reasons. My mind was tossing like the cat wagon, which was traversing a curving section of the street under repair and trying to dodge Mexicans who were simultaneously dodging me. I wished now I had had other history instructors besides my father, who would dispose of the conquest of a continent with an offhand, "Enter barbarians with battle-axes," or of a civilization with, "Exit voluptuaries, wringing hands and screaming. Idris does quick naked dive across." I knew quite a bit of Greek, Roman, and English dynastic history, and the neurotic antics of 20th century man from Ibsen and Bergman to green comedy and inner space multistage, but our repertoire had no late plays set in Texas, so father had brushed past that land quickly. Oh, before my down orbit, he'd briefed me on the Northwest Territory and Yellowknife minutely, and with great accuracy, I'd thought. Now I was not so sure. "Well, I've had my say, and it's your turn to talk, Scully," Elmo interrupted. "You were saying something back there about the Yellowknife Registry of Mining Claims?" His voice was suddenly so casual and his memory so precise that for no other reasons I found myself getting suspicious. But once again I was given opportunity to change the topic by a golden sculpture, this one abstract. Beside the street, about 20 meters up, hung a golden rectangle, across the lower side of which there was affixed, pointing acutely downward, what looked like a distance weapon of some sort, all golden too. It was a few moments before I saw the slim, transparent pylon supporting this part of the abstraction, so near was a pylon's substance to being invisible. The distance weapon pointed at the other half of the abstraction, a most complex structure of pipes, wires, rods, springs, and boxes, all golden too, about as long as my cat wagon, but wider and thicker. This fantastic brick of golden tracery was also supported by the near-invisible substance, but at a height of only 1/2 meter. Pointing, Elmo explained, "There's the window in the book depository from which Oswald fired the fatal shots, and that's the chassis of the car in which Jack got gunned down, providing by that one brave act of his an example to all future presidents of Texas to go their way courageously when their political bell tolled. Incidentally, Scully," he continued, leaning a little lower in his saddle and pitching his voice likewise, "what I'm going to tell you now is pretty high security stuff, but the menfolk where we're going have got nothing else in their skulls. Deep waters, Scully, deep waters. So it's only fair I give you a paddle or two to navigate with, and maybe an aqualung. And besides, we Texans don't care much for security. We like things loose as a reins by which we herd our second-class citizenry. Anyhow, what I was going to tell you is this. Our current president of Texas is hedging a bit when it comes to following Jack's great example. He's disliked, you see, but instead of standing forth and dying like a man, he's turned the president's manse into a fort, and, believe it and weep, he's organized a corps of Mexican houseboys faithful to his person, and he's armed them, with laser guns at that, which ain't playing fair at all to the political opposition. Why, he's even kicked out his Texas Ranger Guards. Says he can't trust them not to kill him, which is true, of course, but uncouth to mention. It's him we're going to visit now? No, you got it all wrong, Scully, though his manse is here in Dallas, where all important things are. We're going to visit the ranch of Cotton Bowie Lamar, governor of Texas, Texas. That is, governor of the father state in the world's greatest nation. We're not going to have anything to do at all with that dastardly Mexican-arming tyrant, Longhorn Elijah Austin, current boss-man of that same greatest nation, though it pains me to say so." "You hope to defeat him at the next election?" I asked. Elmo shook his head and sucked his lips with a plop. "Nope, Scully. In achieving real freedom, we've long ago discarded the phantasms of democracy. For the immaterial, ignoble ballot, we've resubstituted the material, ritually preferable, noble bullet, which is the item Longhorn E.A. most contumeliously refuses to face. Adverse ballots he let cascade off him like cottonwood balls." Meanwhile, the wheels of the cat wagon, the hooves of the burro and hormoned horse, and the rotting 6 horny soles of the Mexican's feet were carrying us past a most interestingly different expanse. All metal, glass, and plastic were gone. In the distance was a veritable forest of tiny hutments, bowered and lined by bursts of bright color. Flowers, it occurred to me with pleased surprise. Between them and our street was a crowded city of pastel homes, pale violet, blue, and pink, but too tiny even for Mexicans. Then I realized that this was a graveyard. Between the palely colorful homes of the dead was hobbling toward us, helped by a long staff, a figure robed like myself, but in yellow and orange and about 5 feet tall, while his hood held only blackness. My exoskeleton suddenly felt cold to my sack-suited skin. I stopped the cat wagon and sat up. "Greasertown," Elmo explained succinctly. With an effort, I forced my eyes to scan away from the figure that disturbingly held them. Ahead, bordered on 2 sides by the cemetery and on one by our street, and backed by a structure of pastel arches I took for a church, was an even more colorful metal construction consisting of a large, round, empty floor 10 feet off the ground, approached by several stairways, and shaded by a rippling canopy supported by slim rainbow pillars 10 meters tall. A quick nod from La Cucaracha told me that my first thought was correct. It was the bandstand of our evening assignation. But the romantic leaping in me was chilled as my gaze returned to the advancing robed one. I still could not discern a face inside the hood. I asked myself if it were only the bright sunshine making shadows blacker, or if— "Here comes one of them consarn niggard Zen Buddhists from one of them consarn tidewater anarchies, California most like, which has been predominantly black ever since the assassination of Ronald III, Elmo observed. "Although their Zens are troublesome little locos, forever ranting and mooching and setting themselves afire. We let them wander freely through Texas out of the greatness of our tolerance and," his voice dropped, "for diplomatic reasons." Now I could see the slit-eyed, anger-contorted, almost inky black face inside the hood. Because of intermarriage, such extreme skin colors have vanished from the sac and even circumluna. Some of my apprehension disappeared, but only some. He stopped 2 meters from me. Now that he limped no longer, but stood only, he gained a foot in height, or seemed to. His eyelids flew open wide, disclosing great orbs of madness like bloodshot moons. An unseen power emanated from him and gripped me. "Oh, white dirt from the sky!" he cried gratingly at me. "Arise and shoulder your karma!" I nervously cleared my throat. Grasping his staff two-handed by one end, he brought it straight down on my head before I could think to defend myself. My titanium head-basket rang with a muffled but sonorous bong. I wasn't hurt, but I was jarred, numbed, and startled. "Arise, I command you, you miserable construct of flesh and metal, you abominable offspring of Ophe and Engine," he growled on. "Arise and accept the great destiny, of which you are totally unworthy." And he swung back his staff for another bash. I felt powerless to defend myself. La cucaracha was kicking her burro toward him, but it was Elmo's whip that took him around the shoulders. There was a crackle and a faint bluish flash, and then he was writhing on his back in the dirt, shaking his fists and gurgling unintelligible words, presumably of anger. With a most expert flick of the same whip, Elmo wound its tip around the staff, flipped it toward himself, caught it in a ham-like hand, and pitched it javelin-wise far into the graveyard. Then the whip returned to strike sparks from the ground near the twisting figure. "Vamos, you nameless son of Nirvana, or I declare I'll grill you before you can get out your gasoline to do it for yourself," he bellowed. The Buddhist scrambled to his feet and hobbled off through the gravestones with great shoulder bobbings, using a fisted stiff arm for staff, but looking back across the sullied robes to glare and curse, or so it sounded. "What was he talking about?" I asked in a voice driven by anxiety almost baritone high. Elmo shrugged. "Oh, those hash-blasted Zens always talk that way. With them, destinies and karmas and carnations are a penny a peck. Trouble is, they're always banging people over the skull to emphasize their senseless statements, they say. Lucky you got that half-helmet, Scully. I'd run the maniac in, except we don't want to waste no time." "A black bee-bonnet, Senor La Cruz," my darling chimed in. "Filth beneath your feet. Think no more of him." But how did he know I was from space? Once more Elmo shrugged, screwing up his big face like a giant pepper. "Those niggers got odd ways of knowing things now and again," he admitted. He also knew, despite my cloak and hood, that I combined metal and flesh. "That's true. Maybe there's something here needs watching. Cookie, you take Gonzalez and company and find out what that black bugger's up to. But don't nervous him. He really might set himself afire, though he's black as a cinder already. Then report home." "Aha! I knew it would come," my dear one cried, her dark eyes snapping with anger, real or assumed. "I knew you would once again find an excuse not to take me to the governor's ranch. Is it that you fear my boldness will embarrass you?" "Now, Cookie." "Or is it that you are afraid one of higher rank will demand me of you on a trade, and you lack spirit to refuse?" "Cookie, you hop it now without no back talk, or I swear I'll ante you up first hand to my next poker game." "Agreed. And they will have to send to the girl shops of Ciudad Mexico or New Orleans at least to match your bet. Pedro, Pablo, Pablito, vamonos." As she spun her burro toward the graveyard, the three bent backs trotting behind her, she spared me one more eye-flash, and with 3 fingers she pitter-patted the pleasing bump on the left side of her chest to indicate the feelings of the organ beneath. Elmo said to me, "Scully, time's a-wasting. You must have got the hang of that cat wagon by now, so let's press a bit." And with that he removed his immense hat, swung it twice in a circle, cried, "Ki-yi-yippee!" and heeled his mount into a ponderous gallop. Gritting my teeth, which I do with great power, I thumbed the last go button at my elbow and sped after him, bouncing about a bit on my flatbed. As we raced by the bandstand neck and neck, the depression that had gripped me from first sight of the orange-yellow monk now lifted entirely. My spirits soared. I would fulfill my mission on Terra, yes, but with even greater certainty, memorizing the route from now on, I would return to the romantically hued cemetery tonight at moonrise, even if I had to adapt jets to my exoskeleton and compute for the first time a gravity-atmosphere parabola. A few brown-robed figures poured from the church as we passed it. Perhaps they thought my vehicle was a runaway hearse, complete with shrouded corpse, and so their responsibility, since it fell within their traditional area of birth and baptism, confirmation, marriage, mortal illness, and death. But we soon outdistanced them. 3. Governor's Ranch. Texas is a wandering and tattered ribbon of white fascism, ineffectually separating the non-directive black democracies and hip republics of Florida and California, and occupying at most 2% of North America. 2 cents worth of bloated, mentally bombed-out squaredom. African America, by Booker T. Nkrumah, Tuskegee Institut de la Voodoo et Technologie Librairie. Texas is a serene superstate stretching from the equator to Siberia. Bordered by the trivial, tumultuous black anarchies of the seaweed regions, he inspires and tolerantly dominates the top half of the New World, of the vast ranges of which he occupies 99.9%, an area greater than that of the King Ranch. Lone Star Continent, by Sam Houston Lipinski, University of Texas at Minneapolis Press. My exoskeleton responding to its myoelectric orders with purring efficiency, I speeded up at the last instant and entered the state patio of the governor's ranch, beau astonishment, a long stride ahead of Elmo and the scuttling, bent-back houseboys in violet knee pants and lace-trimmed violet jackets, but barefoot as Gonzales and company. These came in 2 converging clusters through the greaser doors closely flanking the gringo door. Then I stopped dead, standing perfectly erect, and let them all pile up clumsily behind me. I had learned how to steal an entrance before I ever played Tom Sawyer, Odd John, Jommy Cross, or Little Lord Fauntleroy. As Elmo began my introduction in suddenly subdued and almost faltering tones with a "Governor Cotton Bowie Lamar, Your Honor, and gentlemen, other gentlemen," I ceased listening carefully to him and rapidly scanned the scene without moving an exoskeletal link. I was in a spacious area roofed by the sky, walled on 3 sides by metal walls 4 stories high and of many colors, and flagstoned by an even more rainbow jigsaw puzzle of polished minerals, marbles perhaps from many quarries, most of the pieces mosaic small. In the flat distance were a few trees and many slender towers in the form of truncated cones. 2 of these were 5 times the height of the rest, wider in proportion, and looked much newer. They all cast long, late-afternoon shadows. Beginning in the middle distance and ending 20 meters away was a vast rippling rectangle reflecting the sky's blue. If it were water, there was, I decided, enough for a lake, far more even than in Circumluna's largest swimming volume. From a platform next to it, a large, long board extended, which made me think of pirate tales of walking the plank. But perhaps it was petroleum, I reminded myself, unrolling from my memory a map of Terra's resources, where areas rich in fossil animal fats were colored blue. Nearer at hand, each occupying his own many-pillowed couch-like structure with low tables on either side, were a half-dozen male Texans more elegantly, or at least more neatly, clad than Elmo, and all with noble, craggy faces, as if they belonged in a quality western circa 1950. Circumlunas and the Sachs microfilmed and taped records of Earth's arts are said to be better than those of Terra herself. Like Elmo's, their legs were the heaviest part of them. It takes great columns indeed to support in 6 lunagraphs the mass matching an 8-foot height. Their gleamingly polished boots were vast. All held or had beside them glasses of amber fluid, while most puffed long reefers. There was a scent like plastics under heat treatment. Bent backs scampered about noiselessly, serving and erranding. All the recumbent ones radiated an aura of power even greater than that of physical elegance, and all had one or more of the behavioral quirks that traditionally go with the possession of power. The nearest held in one half-closed hand a stack of gleamingly yellow rounds, and clinked them in waltz time. Another had inserted 3 fingers under his gleaming white shirt, and with them was scratching his solar plexus in another rhythm. A crop-haired one had a 7-second facial tic that, with each convulsion, threatened to dislodge, but never quite did, the large monocle occupying his left orbit. Yet, as I say, all had matinee idol profiles, circa 1900. I noted with approval that as they listened to Elmo, their gaze was on me. Elmo wound up with, "And he has large mining interests in North Texas," which irked me considerably, the guesser and loose-mouth. Yet it was truly I who had first been waggy-tongued when coming out of sedation. Without the least flourish, I removed my hooded cloak and dropped it on the nearest houseboy. It covered him totally, but I did not pause to note how he handled this problem. With the least bow, I slowly rotated my face like a panoramic camera from one end of the recumbent group to the other, meanwhile saying in my lowest audible voice, resonant with nerve-gripping subsonics, "Most potent, grave, and reverent signors, my very noble and approved good masters, I come to you bearing greetings from the outside universe. Father had always advised me about vanity-mad humans, which includes the entire species, terrestrial and spatial. Even I have touches of conceit. Lay the flattery on with a trowel, Christopher, and never hesitate to borrow from the bard. He was himself the prince of borrowers." I could tell that my deep voice and slim soldierly bearing impressed them. Sure stage sense had led me to use the lines of Venice's great captain, Othello. Next I turned and bowed a trifle more, but only a trifle, to the man whom Elmo had first addressed. "Governor Lamar, Your Excellency," I said, "I bring you the especial salutations of Circumluna and the Bubbles congeries." Sack seemed to lack sufficient dignity in this situation. And then I eyed him commandingly. Almost as if hypnotized, who knows my full powers? Not I. The governor slowly got to his feet, meanwhile abstractedly picking from his dark coat 2 bits of invisible lint. That was his idiosyncrasy. He was the slenderest of the lot, which isn't saying a great deal, and by a shade the most distinguished-looking. "Mr. La Cruz," he said, "I'm grieved at the inconvenience your ill-informed pilot caused you. Perhaps he understandably assumed Dallas the port of space entry for all points in our vast nation, but I'm pleased at the opportunity of welcoming you to Texas, Texas. We see few space-dwellers, sir, and—" He broke off to capture between finger and thumb something unseen on his left elbow. "And I, sir," chimed in the clinker of gold pieces, copying Lamar in rising, "as Adams Bill Burleson, mayor thereof, welcome you to Dallas." His gray-eyed gaze wandered up and down me. "Pardon me, sir, I mean no offence, but I've never seen a man slender as—no, pardon me further, as emaciated as yourself and still in the land of the living. We've heard of the terrible tortures practiced by the intellectuality-drunken autocrats of Circumluna, from whose tyranny I assume you're in flight, but I never guessed that simple starvation continued for years, nay, surely decades." I silenced him with a lifted hand and intoned, "Given energy and mass, even of the slightest, to manipulate, man can survive in any environment, including internal ones. Only a minimum of muscle and fat is required in sol-heated null-grav or free-fall. We become thins or fats, or maintain large muscles by no-grav exercises, as suits our temperaments, asthenic, picnic, or athletic. I myself, sir, am fairly clearly a thin, but I do not understand the mention of tyranny. Circumluna and the Bubbles congeries are a technocratic democracy." Another of the power men asked me, this one without getting up, "We've always understood that Circum and the Sac were inhabited solely by longhairs. Now I'm a plain speaker. Are you one of those, Mr. Lacruz?" This one was the burliest and the most burly-legged of the lot, and his eccentricity was squeezing lengthwise between thumb and forefinger a black column that lengthened to 2 decimeters, or shortened to nothing without changing diameter. An odd toy, but I had his question to reply to. "Let my shaven pate be your answer, Mr. I saw no point in mentioning the shoulder-length blonde wig in my baggage. I eyed him commandingly, but with him it didn't work. At least, he didn't rise. Another of the non-risers broke in, the stomach-scratcher, with whom Elmo, I now noted, had been talking privately. "I gather you got mining investments in North Texas," he said, continuing to scratch. "But who are you with, stranger?" "I am with myself," I instantly replied with a shrug. "And to be sure, I am with Mr. Earp there, who most kindly befriended me at the spaceport." "That's right, that's right," Elmo put in hastily and also defensively. "That's the truth, simple as put-and-take poker." I glared at him. He only stared back injuredly, but Lamar at least comprehended the meaning of my look. "I'm sure that none of us intended to question Mr. Lacruz's word," he said soberly. "By the by, I should have introduced—" But he broke off to flick suspiciously and several times with the backs of his fingernails at an apparently spotless area of his knife-pleated trousers. "As for those mining investments," I seized the chance to say, "I have none. Mr. Earp misinterpreted one of my remarks. The matter I have to settle in Amarillo Cuchillo is purely an old family affair." "Of honor?" Lamar resumed softly, a gleam coming into his eyes and also into those of the gold-chinking Burleson. But before I could answer, the scratcher again broke in loudly. "And you mistook one of my meanings, stranger. When I asked you who you was with, I didn't mean who you had around you, or anything complicated like that. I just meant, who are you with?" "I do not think I understand you," I said courteously. "When? Where?" "Anywhere, any time, but especially now. Who are you with?" I looked around somewhat helplessly, yet with a bravely jesting small smile calculated to win the sympathy of any audience. "Is it a riddle, gentlemen?" I asked at last. "It's no riddle, and you're just making it more complicated," the scratcher retorted almost angrily. Then he seemed to take himself in hand, and with such patience as one might bestow on a weak-witted child, he said, "Look, I'm asking it this way. Like before I became sheriff of Dallas County, I was with Littleton and Lamar Lightning, and before that I was with Hunt Espionostics, and so on. Every male Texan who amounts to anything is with some company, unless he's a public official, in which case he's with the government." "I comprehend," I said. "I am with, indeed a featured player with, the Lacruz Theatre in the Sphere Stock Company." "A thespian!" Lamar began warmly. "My daughter will be—" "Stock Company?" Burleson exclaimed at the same time, clinking his gold like the wild clash of cymbals. "Mean to say you issue shares, debentures, and—" "La Cruz Company!" exclaimed the one with the black cylinder. "You own this business? I know for a fact that on Circumluna total communism—" "Gentlemen," I politely silenced them with my deepest voice, then rapidly explained, "I am indeed an actor, a free-fall Shakespearean. Our company is stock only in the old theatrical sense of employing stock characters, or types, though most of us are more versatile than that implies. While it is my father who owns the company, though it has cooperative features and—" "Family business, eh?" "Yes," I told Black Cylinder, "and we do have ownership, often private, in space. If objects and operations are not owned and valued, who will care for them, Mr.—" Once again my hint that full introductions would be desirable was lost, this time because of the last recumbent, the one with a monocle. All this while he had been watching me with intensest interest, like a schoolboy impatient to recite or demonstrate, and constantly jiggling about on his couch, working his features in addition to his tic, so that I expected it surely each time to dislodge the glass circle that magnified his left eye owlishly. Now, as if obeying an impulse become irresistible, he sprang up and darted toward me, violet-clad houseboys altering their orbits to clear him a path. He stopped in front of me, and, stooping and rearing, scanned my exoskeleton up and down. His fingers constantly fluttered over it, without quite touching it, perhaps because I folded my arms, and, staying most erect, gave him a slight frown. "I am extremely interested in machinery," he said in the enthusiastic but confidential tones of one who tells you, "I have a thing about flagellation." He continued, "In particular, prosthetic, Waldoic, and robotic machinery. Oh, beautiful, beautiful! A strength in delicacy far beyond us. What lofting! Nature's own skeleton translated to T-beams, with 1,000 improvements. Such tiny servo-motors, yet so clearly powerful. What space-saving in battery housings! I take it that without this peerless device you would be completely helpless here?" "Yes, even in one lunagrav, let alone 6, I admitted, somewhat taken off guard by his exclamations. "Mr.—" He only continued his fantastical praises with, "And how perfect a twin, or symbiote, rather, your own body is, as if bred to fit this one superb prosthetic and no other. Bone and metal in a perpetual exquisite embrace or communion." I began to feel too much like a starred slave-girl stripped on the auction block, so that when he actually began to circle behind me, I turned so as to continue to face him. He speeded up, then suddenly reversed, without getting behind me. As this nonsensical ballet continued, I began a series of calisthenics, knee-bends chiefly, and head-circlings, and rapid arm extensions that missed his hair-carpeted dome by fractional inches. He flinched not a whit, such was his ecstatic concentration. He was of German extraction, most likely, I decided, which would fit the cropped hair and monocle, standard stage indexes of the Teuton. Governor Lamar, who had been totally absorbed in a most difficult episode of lint-picking, since it involved the left shoulder of his suit close to his neck, now put a stop to our ridiculous pas de deux with a "Professor Faninowitz, scientific curiosity can come later, if our visitor permits. Mr. Christopher Crockett LaCruz, I wish to present to you Professor Cassius Krupp Faninowitz, who heads the engineering school at UTD." "Charmed," the professor assured me, making the word hum. But his eyes continued to race over my exoskeleton as he very lightly pressed my hand, which extended, bare of metallic or other support, from my titanium wrist-plate. I felt mightily tempted, but controlled myself. The governor's gaze began to creep toward his right shoulder, but with a perceptible effort he looked up and continued, "I also wish to present to you, sir, Chaparral Houston Hunt, Commander-in-Chief of the Texas Rangers, and Bigfoot Charlie Chase, Sheriff of Dallas," pointing in turn at Black Cylinder and the Scratcher. "But, Mr., or do you prefer Senor, La Cruz, I've been remiss in my hospitalities. I've sent for my daughter, as I wish to present her too, but since she's delayed, would you care to recline?" He indicated an empty couch near at hand. "And partake of refreshment? Professor, perhaps you too would now be more comfortable on your own couch." "Senor suits best," I said on one of my typical impulses, carefully letting myself down onto the couch indicated, while Faninowitz heeded the governor's suggestion, though obviously disappointed at not being able to witness more closely the new bendings of my exoskeleton. "Thank you," I added to the governor, meaning it. 20 minutes on my titanium footplates had left me suddenly fatigued. I tongued in my 3 sorts of pills, then almost closed my eyes as relaxation hit me, except that I saw the governor frowning a question at me. He looked toward Elmo, then faintly frowned at me again. I hesitated, then responded with a slight smile and nod. "Mr. Earp," the governor said, "you take a couch, too. That one," pointing at one outside the circle of the rest of us. Elmo, somewhat shamefacedly, gave me a quick smile of gratitude as he hastened to obey. Meanwhile, houseboys had placed on the table to my right a glass of amber fluid, chinking with ice cubes, and laid in a scalloped golden tray on the left-hand table a long reefer just set a-smolder with a hot point and a clever hand-suction device. But before taking either up, I once again scanned and sought to evaluate the Texans around me. The Mexicans could come later. There were more of them, and in any case they seemed at first glance as alike as identical twins, psychically cyborged, if not physically. The Texans appeared to form 2 chief groups. Governor Lamar and Mayor Burleson were playing me up. Sheriff Chase and Ranger Hunt, despite curt nods and curter smiles when they'd been introduced to me by Lamar, were still putting me down. Why, in both cases, remained to be discovered. Elmo's role, at least, was now altogether clear to me. He was a sort of minor political hanger-on who seeks to cadge small rewards, if only food, drinks, and moments with the great, by inventing favors to do them, such as bringing them a stranded space oddity, exactly as he might have brought them a wandering, half-witted millionaire or good-looking showgirl. Yes, I had Elmo's number all right, and my estimate was confirmed by the swiftness with which he latched onto a drink and reefer, also sending one of the houseboys for a large plate of appetizers. My feeling of growing friendliness toward him became mingled with a tolerant contempt. Finally, there was the professor, seemingly all technical curiosity, which made him the easiest first object for the conversational attack I now mounted, with the intention of truly charming them all, the necessary first tactic of any traveler in a strange land. "Sir," I said to him, "despite your Polish-sounding patronymic, pardon my familiarity, I take it you are of German extraction, an inheritor of the Teutonic scientific genius." "I am indeed," he responded, nodding so vigorously that I thought his monocle must surely go. "Only in Texas, sir, and the adjacent Southwest, could a Bavarian ever have found a spiritual home away from home. My great-great-great-grandfather came over with the first V2s. "The atomic war?" I asked politely. "No, World War II, not III, he informed me. The V2s lacked atomic warheads. My ancestor had a great sorrow about that, though they were the first true space vehicles. Tell me, gentlemen," I asked around, "how is it that Texas, or Texas, rather, escaped the atomization which I gather the rest of North America endured?" "It was all due to the supreme foresight of Lyndon I and his immediate successors," Mayor Burleson took it on himself to explain. Realizing that this was the true heartland of the continent, they walled it with anti-continental ballistic missile defenses, and drawing on the local excavation and drilling skill, and also taking advantage of its natural caverns, they filled it with nuclear shelters of the deepest and most strongly roofed variety, constructing what may be called the Texas bunker, though it was then known as a Houston, Carlsbad Caverns, Denver, Kansas City, Little Rock pentagram, or maybe Pentagon. A step of profound wisdom, Senor La Cruz, for which we have reason to be eternally grateful. So that when the atomic war finally came, Professor Faninowitz took up with an excitement almost gleeful, now the monocle must surely go. Russia, China, France, England, Black Africa, my own tormented and divided nation, and the outworks of the Texas bunker were shattered, mangled, tattered, while here snugly survived the virile spirit of Assyria, Macedon, Rome, Bavaria, and the brave Boers. Now at last a tick coincided with a near screech, and the monocle did pop out, though rather disappointingly. He caught it deftly in his left hand, and whipped it instantly back into its proper orbit, where it gleamed as brightly as his bared white teeth. I meanwhile had taken the first of the 3 sips I allowed myself of an alcoholic beverage, a small sip, for the drink was strong, and inhaled 2 puffs of marijuana vapor, a smoke I had never before sampled. It seemed mild stuff, but I soon began to feel a lofty well-being, despite the grisly things being told me, and the scene and sounds around and about me began to organize themselves symphonically, even the chinking of Mayor Burleson's coins fitting perfectly into the great rhythm. At first, I must admit, there was something sinister about the tiny, tympanic tune of power men releasing tension. Tick, clink, clink, scratch, scratch, squeeze, squeeze, faintest plink of thumb and finger-tip on captured lint speck. Tick. But swiftly even these noises became orchestrated into a blissful totality. Mayor Burleson said, "Senor La Cruz, I don't doubt you come from space. In fact, I can't, seeing that handsome contraption you need to get around in gravity. But your middle name and height make me think you're originally a Texan who got the hormone. Now, that hormone's a closely guarded secret, sir. The lower orders of society and the rest of the world haven't grown up enough yet to be trusted with bigness, and we wouldn't like to think of it being known to the long-hairs of Circumluna." I said, in words dreamy and poetic, yet perfectly enunciated, and of course still very deep-pitched, "I may well indeed be of Texas ancestry. There can be no certainty about it, for my grandfather lifted to the sack from Spanish Harlem in New York City. Yet my middle name whispers its hint, and the lines of heredity are as mysteriously interwoven as the curves of the clouds now gathering above us to enchant our gaze. But as for your last fear, Mayor, set your mind at rest. In free fall, unconfined by gravity, human growth is freer and sometimes almost fantastical. My grandfather was tall and slender, my father more so, and I still more so. My mother, too, is of considerable length, though it is her pleasure to be a fat. The whole scene around me, though darkening toward sunset, presented itself to me with supernormal clarity, each detail a gem. I took another small sip of my drink, but returned the reefer to its tray. A little of that stuff was enough for my attenuated physiology, as with most drugs. My feelings had reached a harmonious acme. Why spoil it? I felt marvelously relaxed and at peace. I placed a titanium heel atop a titanium toe guard, in effect crossing my legs for comfort, as I noted several of my companions had done, and continued, "Yet I feel greatly at home here, a Texan in spirit if not in fact. You are no longer my hosts, but my dear friends. Senor La Cruz is all very well, but I would be happier if you called me Chris, or perhaps Scully, the name Mr. Earp bestowed on me for my cadaverousness." "That's fine, Scully. "Call me Adams," Burleson responded. However, I noted the commander, the sheriff, and the professor bristled almost imperceptibly. My senses were vastly acute at the moment, and gave the mayor slightly dark looks, a pale shade of gray, while the governor was moodily absorbed watching a houseboy wipe his gleaming boots with a white pocket handkerchief he'd given him. I determined to charm them in spite of themselves, and at that moment remembered an anecdote of my father's. I took the third sip of my drink and firmly set it down. "Gentlemen," I said somewhat sharply, "whatever I am in fact, I feel myself a Texan at this moment, sharing your expansive relaxation, your wide wisdom, your tolerance, your homely but huge humor. May I tell you a story?" I was pleased to note that it was the governor who gave me the nod. It had been to rouse him that I'd spoken sharply. "When time was young," I said, speaking softly, "God was sitting by a mud puddle, dabbling his fingers in the dirty water and playing with the mud. Because, you see, all things were young then, and even God was a youth. Think of him as Ometecuhtli, the papa god of the Mexicans, but not yet a papa, only a young and stocky, barefoot, sun-tanned god in ragged pants, playing like the village loco in a universe of water and clay, of love and flowers. First he made balls of the clay and pitched them out and up so that they went spinning round and round forever. So he created the sun, the moon, the planets, and the whole great universe. After a while he grew tired of this sport. Looking into the mud puddle, he saw for the first time his reflection. 'I will make something like that,' he said. So he made of clay the figure of a man, giving him a coat and shoes, for God was poor then, and thought such things very fine, and making his hair very short, for at the moment God was a novice sculptor, and curls and such were beyond him. Then he chanced to breathe on the figure as he was admiring it closely. To his amazement, the instant his breath struck the figure, it stood up on the palm of his hand and began to march about there, doing a goose step." Smiling gently at Professor Faninowitz, I continued. "Seeing this, God said to himself, 'Aha, a little German,' and reached out and set down the figure in Germany. Next, God made a woman. He gave her a long skirt and long wavy hair, for God was gaining skill now, and he put a high comb in her hair and high heels on her shoes. He breathed upon her, and she stood up and began to dance most beautifully with much stamping of the feet. 'Aha, a little Spaniard,' he said to himself, and he set her down in Spain. Thus God made the Englishman, the Frenchman, the Russian, the Negro, the Hindu, the heathen Chinese, and almost all other breeds of earth. God was growing somewhat tired now, and his supply of clay was getting low. So to speed things up he made 2 male figures at once, giving them only his own simple garb. When he breathed upon them, they sprang up instantly and began to fight with each other. 'Two little Mexicans,' God said, putting them down in Mexico. He had not quite enough clay left for 2 more figures, so to finish his task, for although a loco, God was a conscientious worker and wasted nothing, he made and dressed 1 great tall figure. This still left him with some clay, so he made a great wide-brimmed hat for the figure, and chaps for its legs, and fine boots. 2 small dabs of clay were left, so he used them to give the boots high heels. 2 more dabs of clay of the tiniest were still left, and so that nothing might be lost, God made of them spurs for the boots. He breathed on the figure. Nothing happened. God was startled. Had he made a mistake? Perhaps the magic did not work for large figures. Yet he breathed on the figure again, much harder. God thought he saw the figure stir a little, so he drew a deep breath and blew fiercely on the figure. His breath was like a gale or a tornado. The figure only pulled the brim of his great hat down over his eyes and crossed his boots, and linking his hands behind his neck, began to snore there where he lay on God's palm. God became very angry. He drew in a tremendous breath, puffed out his cheeks and breathed upon the figure a breath that was like a hurricane of hurricanes, like the shock wave of an atomic bomb. Without stirring otherwise at all, the figure pushed back his hat from his face, and, looking God straight in the eye, demanded, "Who the hell do you think you're spittin' at?" The laughter that greeted this tale gratified me. Even Chaparral Houston Hunt grinned and pounded his leg. Before the applause had faded, I said loudly to them all, though I made a point of looking at Lamar, "So it was in the beginning, and so it still appears to be true of that great land stretching from Nicaragua to the Northwest Territory. Speaking of the latter, I trust I will have your aid in journeying to Amarillo Cuchillo tomorrow." "Whatever you want, Scully." To my surprise, it was Sheriff Chase who first answered. "Oh, that tale took us Texans off to perfection." "Ask anything, Scully." Again, to my surprise, it was Commander Hunt who seconded. Elmo was standing beside him. "Sure you don't want to leave tonight, though we'll hate to lose you? Of course, we could have a round of partying first." "Tomorrow would be best," I replied, thinking of La Cucaracha. "And as for partying, I thank you from my heart's bottom, yet I fear this one will be all I can take. Although my exoskeleton is tireless, even in earth-grav, my bone one and its envelope are not. It will be best for me if I spend the night in lonely quiet and rest." I was seeking to set up a situation in which it would be easy for me to make my sneak back to the cemetery. And I didn't have too much time, come to think of it. The sun had already set, and moonrise would come but 2 hours later. To one who lives in space near Luna, keeping track of Earth's phases is second nature. She is our month clock. "Not altogether lonely, I hope, Senor La Cruz. Ho, ho!" the German put down in Germany. "Very funny." Professor Faninowitz boomed at me heartily. "For I hope to spend the night at your side, studying your magnificent exoskeleton and perhaps experimenting—" "Senor La Cruz shall spend his time as he sees fit," Governor Lamar cut in with authority. "The first demand of hospitality is consideration for—" He broke off to get to his feet and turned toward the gringo door. The other men copied him. I could see without turning, but just the same I got up as rapidly as possible. Since landing on Terra, I had experienced 3 great liftings of spirit. The first had been La Cucaracha, the second marijuana, the third was a slender, statuesque female we now faced. Oh, I didn't forget La Cucaracha in the least, and I remained as firmly determined as before to be beside her at moonrise, but now, suddenly illumined by the sun's silvery afterglow from the clouds above, there was a gorgeous counter-attraction. She was nearly as tall as I, and of Juno-esque proportions, but, compared with the male Texans, she was slender. She wore Grecian robes of a pale silvery silk that left an ample area of alabaster shoulders and bosom bare, and fell in perfect folds to the floor. I had never seen the like, even on stage. One simply cannot achieve that wonderful classic draping without gravity to help. Her face was at the moment grave and mystic, though subtly seductive. A youthful Athene or Artemis, rather than Aphrodite. In one pale hand she held a scroll with silver knobs. Her platinum blonde hair was piled high. Tiny lights winked in it. Under her arching brows, her pale blue eyes were fixed on mine. For a second time on Terra I had lost my heart, something my father tells me a young man can't do too often, provided it doesn't interfere with rehearsals and he never misses an entrance or a cue. "Senor Christopher La Cruz," Governor Lamar said, "I wish to introduce to you my dear daughter, the Honorable Rachel Vachel Lamar. Sugar, I've been waiting for you quite a while." "Hush up, Daddy," the goddess said, wrinkling that delectable nose in a miffy grin. "To honor our guest properly, I had to dart into my Diana costume. She's the Roman moon goddess, Daddy. And then I had to snatch time to dash off a poem of greeting. I'll read it now, if all you verse-scorning menfolk don't mind." Then, without pausing to note whether they did, she struck a pose that I had to admit was most amateurish, but the more delightful for that, and recited in an elocution school voice that occasionally squeaked and or went husky, and invariably found the worst spots to suck in an over-obvious breath, yet how it all stole the heart. "Ho, traveller from outer space, how swell to see your sunk-cheek face, your sombre form that's flagstaff trim, your flashing eye and sword-slim limb." She must have gotten an earlier glimpse of me, I realized, perhaps from an upstairs window, embowered like a Muslim maiden. The poem continued. "We've gazed at your abode for years, serene o'er earthly joys and tears. It sails the sky without a sound, 1,000,000 miles above the ground. We never thought we'd get a chance to hold a moon-man in our glance, but here you've dropped out of the blue, and all of Texas welcomes you." The other men applauded politely, Elmo fortissimo. As she moved forward toward stage center, a little too fast and coltish for a goddess, but just right for a girl, I swiftly intercepted her, caught hold of her hand, and bowed over it, pressing it briefly to my lips. Then, as I stood, flagstaff trim again, holding her hand a moment longer, I said, "Miss Lamar, I never have been so moved since when, clutched in the arms of my mother, who was doubling as a member of the mob, I first heard my father give Antony's oration." It was borderline truth, though I had been moved in different ways. My father had terrified me in that black toga. "Go on, you flatterer, you," she giggled, giving me a playful shove that set me back on my titanium heel plates. Then her eyes got big. "Your pa's an actor?" They got bigger still. "You're an actor, too? You stayed one?" I shrugged. "Oh, an occasional Hamlet, Peer Gynt, Orestes, Cyrano." I could have sworn that for an instant she was going to hug me. Instead, she looked me up and down, grinned, and said, "I bet you overlapped your ma to either side when she clutched you." "Yes, and she wrinkled her nose, too," I countered. I wet myself. Governor Lamar said, "My colleagues and I have a bit of business to finish discussing before dinner. Senor La Cruz, I imagine you and my daughter can entertain each other for the while. You appear to have interests in common." 4. Rachel Vachel. Lamar, Mirabeau Buonaparte, 1798 to 1859, first Vice President, 1836 to 38, and second President, 1838 to 41, of Texas, a poetry-writing, history-bemused, personally charming Georgia newspaper editor who arrived in Texas sword in hand, inquired his way to Sam Houston's little army, and became one of the heroes of the Battle of San Jacinto, April 21, 1836, where he commanded the cavalry. As president, he ousted the Cherokees and Comanches from the infant nation, although Houston was a blood member of the former tribe, secured Texas recognition by Britain, France, the Lowlands, and the German states, guided her through the Pig War of 1840, created the piratical Texas Navy, set aside vast leagues of land for educational and cultural purposes, achieved for the Lone Star Republic even vaster credit-building debts, and also conceived the goal of Big Texas, foreshadowing Lyndon Johnson's Great Society. Thumbnail Texans. "Tell me some more, Captain Skull, but let me light you another reefer." "Thank you, Princess, but perhaps you will tell me something for a change. What is moths?" "Furry butterflies." "What are butterflies?" "Butterflies is... oh, they're like two tiny swatches of batik or embroidery flapping along, and you'll likely be seeing a few moths in a few minutes for yourself. We even got lunar ones in honor of your homeland. Go on talking theater of space. That's what interests me. Very well, Princess. Yes, acting in 3 dimensions in free fall has its special techniques and requires its special conditions. For instance, upstage lies in all directions from stage center, but so does downstage. You must learn to favor all sections of the audience by rotation in at least 2 planes, and that requires motivated or surreptitious contact with the other actors on stage. Also, to make an exit, you must take off from another actor, or preferably several, and there should be a counterbalancing entrance, unless you use an air jet or are drawn off by fine wire, devices we try to avoid. Ideally, 3D null-grav acting becomes dramatic ballet with dialogue. Think of Don Juan in Hell, the actors afloat, or of Antony's oration again, with a mob a ragged sphere between the orator and the larger sphere of the audience. Oh, it all sounds so exciting. Makes our little theater here seem positively earthbound, even though Daddy insists on spending millions on lighting and special effects and sets, sometimes a heap too much of those. We wanted to do our town the right way, but Daddy insisted on building us a real town with the smallest house big as a Petit Trianon. We actors were positively lost among those gingerbread skyscrapers, and I had to bust into tears 17 times before he'd drop his plan to build us a life-size, practical, moving glacier for skin of our teeth. The last time we put on our town, Princess, we used only 6 kitchen chairs borrowed from the Circumluna Museum of Terran Domestic Artifacts, all floating, of course, as I mentally float now. Oh, spit! I might have known. But do go on, Captain Skull, please. Our interests in common had indeed drawn the Honorable Vachel and me closer together, and in less than 10 minutes. Our Princess Captain Skull Personi derived from her conceit that I was Sir Francis Drake, reporting the unknown lands of the Pacific to a youthful Queen Elizabeth. We were seated side by side in the gracious dusk on a large couch facing the dark horizon with its mysterious truncated cones across the very faintly shimmering ripples of the vast swimming pool. Rachel had identified that for me and assured me it was water, and we were quite alone. My companion had shooed out all the Mexican houseboys shortly after her father's departure. I was still determined to keep my date with La Cucaracha. After all, she seemed the earthier and more easily had of the twain, but at the moment I was stealing my left arm along the top of the couch behind Vachel's ivory shoulders, and also an occasional eye wander down her delicious frontal décolletage. Wilder is one of our minor favorites among the old playwrights, I meanwhile continued. He rouses and satisfies simply and beautifully our nostalgia for Terra. Other old ones often in our repertory are Ibsen, Bergman, we live stage his films, Shaw, Wycherley, Molière, Euripides, Gorky, Chekhov, Brecht, Shakespeare, of course, and— Hush! You're making me drool green with envy. Our group's forever trying to stage real serious plays like Macbeth or Pillars of Society or The Gods of the Lightning or Waiting for Lefty or Manhattan Project or Frisco After the Fallout or Uncle Tom's Cabin or Intolerance. Let Daddy use his 100 millions live stage in that, I say. Or Streetcar. But, wouldn't you know it, Daddy's forever insisting on another revival of Oklahoma, calling it Texiana, of course, and using Corpus Christi or Texarkana instead of Kansas City to make it scan. And 5 times out of 6 Daddy gets his way. And even then he won't let me play Ado Annie, the Can't Say No girl. Always got to have some little Mex whore on stilts for that part. Edging my arm a little closer, I remarked, Your father seemed to me a most courteous and mild gentleman. Mild? Huh! You should see him when— In turning to make her comment, she had suddenly leaned back against my slithering arm. Now with a little scream she bent forward, quickly turning her head to remark, "My, that skeleton of yours is awfully chilly, Captain Skull. Can't you take it off even for a little while you're on Earth?" "To my great regret, no," I informed her. "Without it, I literally could not move an arm or leg or lift my head, while a fall, especially without exoskeletal protection, might easily fracture a limb or my skull. I have just begun to realize that when one is 8 feet or more tall, one has a lot farther to fall in gravity than—" "Don't explain to me about that. I'm 8'2" myself, and I know all about chipped and busted bones." "Well, we can't have you fracturing yourself, that's for sure. You spacemen are too precious. So—" she gave a small sigh of resignation, "I guess I just got to endure the chilliness." And she flopped herself back against my arm before I could have withdrawn it had I intended to. She turned her face toward mine. Amid the mists of her platinum hair, her eyes were dark pools of wonder in which stars glimmered faintly. "Anything for Texas. That's a joke," she said. "Go on, Captain Skull. Tell me some more." "But there are many things I would like you to tell me, chiefly about yourself," I countered, carelessly draping my free hand across my knee so that it happened lightly to touch one of hers. She did not move that leg. "I know you are a poet," I said. "Are you by any chance also a playwright?" "Oh, I got a little old script or two in a secret compartment in my lingerie drawer," she admitted nonchalantly. "But don't for worlds whisper a word about them to Daddy. One of them's called Houston's Afire, and another Storm over El Paso." "I also would guess that you are named for a poet," I continued. "Vachel Lindsay." "My, you're brilliant, Captain Skull. I never dreamed anyone on Earth, let alone in the sky, remembered anything about that little old Chinese nightingale or General Booth." Vachel," I said, leaning toward her. "The first poem of any length my father ever taught me was The Congo. That is, after Chesterton's Lepanto." "Recite Lepanto," she commanded me. But before I could utter "white founts falling," she countermanded that with "No, don't. Daddy and his crew'll be back any minute, and that poem's too long, much as I'd be ravished by it. Lemme think." Vachel," I asked, as my free fingers lightly walked up the silvery silk draping her thigh, "there is an aspect of the landscape puzzles me. The many conical towers." "Oh, those," she said impatiently. "Those are just oil wells. Grandpa insisted on keeping the derricks for sentimental reasons, but Grandma thought they were unaesthetic and made him cover them up with those antimacassar lighthouses, I call 'em. Antimacassars were originally doilies to keep hair oil off chairbacks, you know. I'd rather the naked derricks again. Be honester." "And the two very much larger and newer towers?" I continued. "It is sometimes effective, I think, to talk of irrelevant matters while moving closer to a female. Besides, I have a curiosity that operates simultaneously on all levels, and when the sexual is awakened, all the others are too." "Only two much larger oil wells?" "Fact is, I don't know the answer to that myself," Vachel said, anger in her voice. "When they built them 6 months ago, I asked Daddy, but he put me off with his standard lecture about how women shouldn't interest themselves in science and technology, but culture and religion only. I tried to write out to them a couple times, but got turned back." Suddenly she sat up straight, though clapping a hand over my free one, which had reached her waist. Now her voice was entirely exasperated anger on the verge of tears. "Oh, Captain Skull, you don't know how Daddy strangulates me, hiding a whim of patriarchal Texan iron under all that suffocating courtliness and courtesy. I'm supposed to get bowed to and stood up for, and my feminine mystique done reverence, at the price of limiting my activities to silly little poems and Reproductions of Oklahoma and Babes in Toyland and The Wizard of Oz, with a Texas 'stead of a Kansas Dorothy. Yes, and a bein' bossed around like a 9-year-old. Honest, some days I wish I could die." That outburst over, she instantly flopped back against my left arm, this time throwing her own right arm over it to keep it from straying, as if it would, and leaning her lovely, white-misted head against it, so that she could dark wonder me even more effectively with her glimmering eyes. "Go on, tell me some more," she murmured meltingly. "Tell me some more about acting in the sack." She sighed softly, at least for a young woman 8'2", and added wistfully, "I suppose all you actors up there are stars, just like the ones twinkling above us now." "Far from it, Princess," I told her, my left hand beginning to feather-stroke her bare shoulder, and my right hand resuming its tiptoe journey. "Our situation is far more like that of any Shakespearean or later actors in Puritanic Northern Europe and America before the 20th century deification of entertainers. We are no better than strolling players. Worse, because with vacuum outside, we have nowhere to stroll when things get hot for us. We are given no special honor by our fellow Sacabans, and at times we are denounced and threatened by Circumluna's scientists, engineers, and technicians, on whose continuing ticket-buying, none the less, we depend for the essentials of life. In that sense we are much like the artists of the Renaissance, dependent on the patronage of their individual princes, our prince being the Circumlunan establishment. Him we must please or starve, and the former is as difficult as the latter is easy." "Renaissance is just the word I was looking for to describe you," Rachel interrupted. "You're like one of those tall, thin, sombre-looking, small-stepping Spanish grandees, the kind that wear great cloaks and hats with black plumes and are deadly duelists. You fence and duel by any chance?" "Those were among my first accomplishments," I contented myself with saying. I was tempted to give her a demonstration that might have surprised her, but it would have interrupted our passage toward togetherness, so I stifled my vanity. "I might have known, you being an actor," she said. "Go on about those long hairs you put on your plays for." "The scientists, yes. Well, you see, Princess, they began over 100 years ago as, and have continued to be, quite rigid, atheistically puritanic types. They greatly need the catharsis we give them with our dramas, everything from high tragedy to low comedy. But there are always those among them whose violent, temporarily uncatharized desires, masquerading as high scientific conscience, demand our muzzling and even our expulsion. They accuse us of great sexual laxity, thievery, political and social irresponsibility, corrupting the morals of the young, and dirty personal habits, such as not sterilizing our night soil before returning it into the ecologic cycle. In short, all the things actors have been accused of since Ego, the exhibitionist caveman, first cavorted in front of the nightly fire." "'Scuse me, Captain, but your left arm skeleton bone's cutting into my neck," Rachel interrupted. "There, that's better. Tell me, do you consider me one of the young? I mean as far as corruptin' morals is concerned? Don't answer that one. Just keep it up. Talkin', too." I continued. "At present the Puritanic faction of Circumlunans, composed somewhat more of those of Russian heritage than those of Americo-West European extraction, is in the ascendancy. With the lifting of the interdict, they are demanding that not only we actors, but all Sacabans not doing vital part-time technological work for long hairs, be deported to Earth. The great majority of Circumlunans don't want this at all. We're almost their sole source of fun and frenzy. But being respectable bourgeois technocrats to a man, and a woman, nearly, they daren't speak out against the highly vocal hyper-Puritanic minority. The only solution for us, of course, is the age-honored one of buying off the establishment with Circumlunan acceptable cash. meaning funds available on Terra for buying moon-short elements and materials the circumlunans still find it difficult, if not impossible, to synthesize. It's to win that cash, to defend from deportation all Sacabons, but in particular the personnel and properties of the La Cruz Theater in the Sphere, that I've come down to earth, Vachel. I could feel her quiver with new excitement under my fingers. You mean you're going to put on shows down here to raise funds? No, don't stop what you're doing. Remember, you got your reputation for great sexual laxity to maintain, and I got my daddy to spite. But in that case, why not star with the Dallas Little Theater, with a title role in Death Takes a Holiday for a starter? I'm sure I could swing it, and Daddy's got pots. Alas, Princess, the doctors assure me that even with constant exoskeletal support and large periods of rest, I dare not stay more than a week on Terra, or at a risky most, 2, without suffering large permanent physiological damage. They expressly warned me against— I cut off that one quick, and the thought behind it, too. Among the activities against which they had expressly warned me was the one in which I was now engaged, and I didn't want to start questioning my knowledge, superior to that of any doctor, of my own psychosomatic needs, especially not now, when I was aboard the primeval rocket and the countdown started. I contented myself with saying, "No, Princess, I do not intend to put on any public performances down here." She did not pursue her question, or appear to take note of my interrupted remark. With the gathering dusk, and perhaps in some part because of my delicate manipulations, her eyes grew larger and more luminous. Her fingers, slipping between my titanium shoulder girdle and head basket, touched my cervical vertebrae. Her voice riding on indrawn and exhaled sighs, she said, "You know, Scully, I believe I'm fallen in love with you just a little bit. Psychically, I mean, not only physiologically. Ever since I was a little girl, I've had moods of despair where I wanted death to come to me like a dark night and carry me off. I wore out 3 tapes of Schubert's Death in the Maiden, and here you're doing it. Why, you're just like Death in the Seventh Seal, leading me off in a dreamy dance. That is, if Max von Sydow had played the part instead of doing the knight. Say, Scully, no, keep it up. How are you ever going to raise that cash down here you need to save your theater unless you put on shows? I'd give you some, except Daddy's a skinflint when it comes to pin money." "I'll tell you a secret, Vachel," I said, my rumble somewhat thick, as she was shivering 3 fingers thrust between my titanium exo-ribs across my chest. "What the devil? I'd already told her far more than I'd intended. I might as well, as Elma would have put it, go it whole hog. Before my grandfather lifted from Spanish Harlem, he had bought from a down-and-out Aleutian prospector a mining claim to an area near Yellowknife, Canada. I mean Amarillo, Cuchillo, North Texas. This claim was supposedly worthless, but the Aleutian, who had bought it from a Cree Indian, had investigated the area closely and discovered that within it lay the lost, crazy Russian pitchblende mine, and he had drawn a map of the mine's exact location. My father treasured the claim and the map as an ace in the hole to revive the La Cruz fortunes in time of trouble. They were useless during the interdict, but now that that's over, and the time of trouble come for us and the entire sack, my father has sent me down to sell the claim, or seize the profits if someone else has meanwhile discovered it and been working it illegally." "My, your pa must be quite a dreamer, Scully," Vachel murmured languidly. "That sounds to me just like the 1,000,001 lost Dutchman gold mines down in Mexico, Texas." "Oh, but I'm dead sure it's going to work out fine in your case," she hastened to add. Then the dark, wondering peeking in her eyes, "Kiss me, Scully." Carefully tilting my head so neither my titanium jaw shelf nor cheek plates would touch her, I planted my lips on hers. Her hands moved on my back between titanium T-spine and exo-rib lattice. We kissed for some time with small moans. Then she broke away with a slightly bigger one, in which I heard faintly the whispered words, "Come, sweet death," and her voice returned to medium brisk as she asked, "You didn't leave the claim and map in your luggage, I hope? Daddy's sure to have that snooped, scoped, and espioned." "But surely your father is too honorable and courtly and genteel." "Oh, he's the genteelest jail warden in all Texas. Why do you suppose I have secret compartments in my lingerie drawers? If he could only see right now. You know, Scully, we must be making a most exciting scene. A Greek goddess being elegantly seduced by a romantical black and silver skeleton, the maiden of the mantis with a June bug. Just the kind of scene Daddy'll never let us stage in our plays. The courtly old Cromwell. Where have you got the claim and the map, Scully? You didn't forget and leave them up there in the sky, I hope?" "I keep them on my person, Princess." "That's nice," she murmured, gently stroking same. "Say, Scully, what's your impression of the Mexican situation down here? I mean, seriously. No, you keep it up, too. And truly. Answer honest now." "I hope this doesn't offend you, Rachel, but my answer must be deeply disturbing. The childish and superficially humorous servitude of your Spanish Americans, I mean Spanish Texans, I find disgusting, and those cybernetic yokes abominable." "That's interesting," she murmured. "Now, what's your attitude on revolution? No, keep it up." I must admit that her rapid and startling questions were putting me off stride a bit, like 1-2 punches, no matter how well they conformed to my own philosophy of all curiosities satisfied simultaneously. But I gathered my forces and carried on both levels. "Revolution in Circumluna and the Sack? No. Except for the Longhair's puritanic blind spot, we are all too intelligent for it up there. Besides, we are too deeply interdependent, and the Longhairs hold all the cards. Down here? I don't know. From what little I've seen of them, hoping for a Mexican revolution would be like expecting a revolt of the babies. Emotionally, I sympathize greatly with revolution. I identify. Among my most favorite roles are Cassius, Dr. Stockman in An Enemy of the People, Danton, Lord Byron, Lenin, Sam Adams, Fidel Castro, John Brown, and Ho Chi Minh." "Oh, I can just see you as Cassius. You got that lean and hungry look to perfection. You're going to devour little Rachel, aren't you? Go waltzing Matilda with her? Promise? Or Ho, too. You have the Dr. Fu Manchu touch. Beware, America! You got your napalm and atomic bombs, but I got my black scorpions, my giant centipedes, my spiders with diamond eyes that wait in the dark, then leap. Golly! Or maybe I could work up a drama around that legendary greaser figure of El Esqueleto. You'd be great as him. Say, there's an idea. But, Daddy... Oh, forget it. Look here, dear. I admit I'm getting a fetish thing about that skeleton of yours, but couldn't you get out of it for just a little while? Mayn't you be underestimating your unmechanized strength? Your hands feel so strong on my funny bumps." I was deeply moved at that, I must confess. For some reason, I could now see more plainly again my lovely 8'2" pale goddess in her artistically disarranged robes. A mysterious silver light bathed her and made me utterly reckless. "Look, darling," I whispered breathily and rapidly. "If we're careful, it's not necessary that I do not know what would have happened next, or rather I know exactly what would have happened next, and a disaster to have missed it, or more likely a disaster to have enjoyed it. Anyhow, Rachel pushed me away with a sharply whispered, "They're coming back." I heard the footsteps myself then, growing louder behind us, and I nervously smoothed my sack suit and evened my breathing. The next moment her drapery and platinum hair in order, she was handing me a glow-tipped reefer and saying coolly, "Here you are, Señor La Cruz, a Chihuahua pot perfecto. Daddy always says a man can't smoke on tobacco alone." As I shakily inhaled the first piney puff, I looked straight out at the horizon again and saw that my mysterious silver light was merely that of the new-risen moon, silhouetting one of the big antimacassar lighthouses. I realized, somewhat groggily, but with a clutch of anxiety, that I had not only missed my big moment with Vachel, but was already breaking my date with La Cucaracha. The patio lights boomed on. I copied Vachel in leisurely standing up and casually turning around, though I spoiled the effect a bit by clanking my exo-elbow against my pelvic girdle. Just come through the gringo door were Governor Lamar and his 4 fellow bigwigs, all looking a shade grim to me, and Elmo, who looked worried. "Most sorry to interrupt your tete-a-tete," the governor said smoothly. "I trust you weren't bored, Señor La Cruz, and that my daughter entertained you adequately." I could manage no answer save a swallow, which bobbed my overly prominent Adam's apple, and a somewhat jerky nod. "Now go to bed, sugar," he continued. "We have business to discuss with the señor." "But, Daddy—" "Sugar!" With a haughty shrug and thinning of lips, the Honorable Vachel turned to me and said formally, "Good night, Señor La Cruz. I trust we have the opportunity of continuing our most interesting conversation some other day." And she stuck out her hand, palm down. I pressed and bowed over it. Though not risking a kiss this time, I did lightly scratch her palm with my forefinger. Showing no reaction whatsoever, she turned away and walked through the gringo door without looking to left or right. From the emphasis she had given her last word, I knew I could expect no opportunity of further converse with her this night, and must pin on La Cucaracha any hopes I had of getting my jangled nerves soothed, especially my frustrated parasympathetic system. But, to tell the whole truth, I was far, far more, oh so much, concerned about the 5 unsmiling, craggy-visaged Texans I now faced, and it was chiefly my sympathetic nervous system, that old adrenal squeezer, that was sending. Old tales of the vengeances done in patrist societies on daughter-seducers and sister-stealers and mere lovers-up marched like a series of funeral cortèges through my mind. I thought of Abelard and Chance Wayne. Vachel had as much as told me her father was a constant spyer on her activities. Would he have omitted those in the patio? Wouldn't he be sure to have had the couch bugged? And I had blurted out not only my grotesque passion, but also the secrets behind my trip to Terra. I cursed myself for an Eros-besotted fool. It seemed to me most ominous that all 5 power men were now equipped with paired sidearms belted over their beautifully tailored suits, that in addition anachronistic rapiers hung from the hips of Sheriff Chase and Ranger Hunt, and that all 5 were once more making their nerve-twanging chink-chink, scratch-scratch, etc. tune. It struck me as particularly sinister that the governor was plucking invisible lint from his vest without taking his eyes off me. Then, as Vachel vanished, and her rapid footsteps died away, and I expected the worst, everything suddenly changed for the best, like at the fairy godmother moment in a children's tale. I could hardly have been more surprised if dancing elves had popped from under the flagstones. The 5 power Texans relaxed and favored me with friendly smiles, while with the most winning of these the governor himself advanced toward me, saying, "Señor La Cruz, most honored and patient of guests, it's my pleasure to inform you that all arrangements save one have been made for your passage by chartered private rocket ship to Amarillo, Cuchillo, tomorrow morning." And he lightly took my limp hand and pumped it warmly, though carefully. His breath was redolent of bourbon. He went on casually, The one omission is most trifling and really unnecessary to correct, except for reasons of courtesy. It's that we visit tonight and get the counter-signature on your jet charter of President Longhorn Elijah Austin. The old gentleman would be hurt to have missed a visit with you, and, sub rosa, sir, we want to continue a little political fence-mending." I hesitated. The governor's expression seemed totally relaxed and friendly, as free from guile as Tom Mix's. I said, "But I thought—" "Yes, sir, exactly. You thought, and no blame whatever attaches to you for that. But, Elmo—" My old friend, I suddenly felt that way toward him, was twisting his huge hat into what looked like a model of a saddle-shaped universe, and he was working his lips and actually blushing. "Senor La Cruz," he choked out, "I was reshading the facts a little." "No, I was really lying to you quite a bit in our earlier conversations, chiefly by exaggerating my own importance and my inside knowledge of the current political situation. There was once indeed a little wounded feelings between President Austin and some of the other great statesmen of our land, but I blew them up out of all proportions. That arming his Mexican houseboys, for instance, what a whopper! And for a fact I simply didn't know, that's how small a bug I am in the human menagerie, that what wounds there were had been completely healed and only in need of the lightest post-operative care. Just a low-down Texas big mouth, that's all I am, Scully, and I hope you forgive me." "Of course, Elmo," I said quickly, embarrassed at his abject groveling, for that was what it had been, despite the humor with which he had pillowed it. I had grown to like Elmo, rather as one likes a clown, and to see a clown deflated, stripped, or dissected is always bad, or at least uncomfortable, theater. I abruptly turned back to Lamar. "Is it necessary that my interview with President Austin take place tonight? I had rather—" "I'm afraid it must, sir," he interrupted me. "A soiree rather than a matinee, as you gentlefolk of the stage put it. Your jet leaves early tomorrow, and I have already, pardon me, taken the liberty of arranging your reception by our beloved Prexy. I can understand your desire for, nay, your medical need of, rest, and I assure you the interview will be very brief, and your transportation to and from it both rapid and unfatiguing." "Quick and peaceful, over in a wink," Sheriff Chase confirmed, snapping his fingers once. As I hesitated again, I felt my reefer sting my fingers. Quickly shifting my grip back on the butt, I took a very long drag. Perhaps it was the pot that gave me the inspiration and emboldened me to act on it. "It wasn't rest I was concerned about," I said gaily. "Your hospitalities have quite refreshed me. It was that I had the whim to take all by myself tonight, by moonlight, a brief nocturnal jaunt through the quieter environs of your great city of freedom, employing for that purpose the cat-wagon with which Mr. Earp so graciously provided me. Let me do this, and I shall be only too happy to bandy amenities with your Prexy." Frowning slightly, and even more slightly shaking his head, Lamar said slowly, "I'm afraid it's already been determined that you travel by official limousine. A cat-wagon would hardly have the requisite dignity." "Tell you what, Cotton," Sheriff Chase broke in, "we can bring the wagon along on a flatbed racer. Then, soon as his meeting with Austin's over, the senor can begin this little private wander on which he set his heart." "A happy inspiration," Lamar said, his frown fading. "And now come, gentlemen, our time is growing short." The loud chink of Burleson's coins was like a cymbal clash that begins a jolly march. Vaninowitz's facial tic was a "forward." I took a last drag of my reefer, crushed it in the nearest tray, and stepped out with my illustrious entourage, the rhythmic clash of my titanium footplates dominating the thud of their leather boots. My cape was handed up toward me, and I swirled it carelessly around my shoulder girdle without breaking stride. It occurred to me how villainous I was to arouse myself with one woman and then plan to satisfy myself with another. But such is human flesh, at least that of an audacious Thin with a perfectly tuned exoskeleton setting out on a planetary spree. 5. President's Manse. Had society done its duty to itself, Ben Thompson, instead of dying the death of a desperado, might have become a useful citizen. Ben Thompson was an early Texas anti-hero and often acquitted multi-killer of the late 1800s, himself finally shot to death with 9 bullets in an Austin variety theater. But will the moral be read aright and turn to profit? It certainly will not, unless Texas society purges itself of the complicity and indulgence which have so largely nurtured and developed the desperadoism in men. His is a slow growth, and it is Texas society which encourages that growth by holding out the hope to him of achieving both fame and fortune in a career of murderous violence and professional terrorism. Galveston News. The downy, glimmer-windowed, hurtling nest of darkness that was a limousine silently braked to a stop with a suddenness that mashed my face against my cheek plates. With tiny groans, the straps around my titanium rib cage and belly support tightened almost to breaking, then were merely snug again. Beside me, Ranger Commander Hunt cursed a simple "jacket" as the exo-elbow of my outflung arm took him lightly across his handsome Roman nose. From the other side, Sheriff Chase fumbled at my riding harness, but I brushed his hands aside and deftly unsnapped the 2 straps myself. I was beginning to resent being treated as an invalid or baby. When they had got out, each almost tripping over his ceremonial sword, for such they had explained them to be, I followed Hunt as swiftly and surely as a tall metal monkey, and found myself standing in the moonlight on a springy black driveway, the 4 other limousines drawn up in line 2 before and 2 behind, and debauching their passengers, while to the extreme rear I thought I could make out the flatbed bearing my cat wagon. The climbing moon silhouetted a spire and highlighted several others, and also the 3 towers and slate roof of a vast building some 200 meters ahead. It looked to my scenery-trained eyes like a Gothic manse of old, specifically one of those fanciful carpenter's Gothic edifices of the late 19th century in America, abristle with balconies, columns, and fretwork of Moorish, Baroque, and other manners too numerous to list. Not a single window of the place showed light. There were no lights between me and it, only a low, pale wall with an arch of triumph to admit the driveway. The limousines had all doused their headlamps. It struck me that the stage had been set, not for a president's reception, but for a ghost story. All it would have taken was 1 lighted window and a terrified, beautiful girl in the foreground to make it the greatest of camp art. As if he had caught my first thought, I heard Elmo, as he came up behind me, boom out with a little of his earlier free and easy. "That old miser, Longhorn Elijah! He'll whup half to death a maid who leaves on a 25 water over an escalator or in a John the instant someone has wiped himself. But soon as we pass the arch, Scully, the whole shebang'll light up like a veritable fairyland, I can tell you that." A discreet chuckle I recognized as Governor Lamar's came from the figure approaching beside Elmo. He said, "Elmo puts it crudely, but it is true that President Austin is a thrifty old soul who lives a life as simple as Timon of Athens, providing a crushing answer to those who accuse our officialdom of private prodigality. Well, sir, do you feel able to proceed afoot? I shouldn't like, for the sake of your dignity, to see you make a horizontal approach in a cat wagon or stretcher, unless you feel it medically mandatory." "We drive you straight to the door," Commander Hunt assured me, "but immemorial custom dictates that the Prexy's mansion be approached afoot by all and sundry." 2 of us will walk close beside you and support you, of course," Sheriff Chase added. "Elmo, you take his right arm." "Nonsense, gentlemen. I am quite able to navigate ungrasped and erect on my trusty exo-legs," I replied lightly, keeping out of my voice the gust of indignation I felt at this further evidence that they considered me a hospital patient. And with that, I stepped out toward the dark mansion. Elmo stayed beside me, but, fortunately for his ribs, which would have got a titanium dig, he did not attempt to touch me. Professor Faninowitz came hurrying up on my other side, fumbling with wires and chattering, "Sir, for the sake of science, may I attach damp electrodes to your—" "No," I rapped out. "But may I not at least accompany you and observe—" "Yes, but hands off." The dark figures that had emerged from the leading limousines parted for us. I noted that they wore dark uniforms that included knee boots and black slouch hats, and that they were armed with heavy laser carbines. Ancient shell rifles, or even antique powder and ball muskets, would have seemed more appropriate ceremonial weapons to match Hunt's and Chase's swords. But then I remembered what Rachel had told me of her father's efforts to introduce an actual glacier into Wilder's Japanese delicate Skin of Our Teeth. Hunt's Rangers, I decided as we passed them, were lucky they had not been made to tote ceremonial atomic bombs. Then Governor Lamar, stepping uncomfortably close behind me, almost on my heels, called out softly but carryingly, "Everyone move very slowly now. We don't want to hurry Senor La Cruz or cause him to strain his satellite-enfeebled heart." That did it. As if hearts did not have to work well and efficiently in free fall, merely to supply tissues with oxygen and other nutriment. Tissue such as the cerebrum, of which I now bet we space folk had twice the volume of these bumbling Texans. All butt and no brain, like dinosaurs. I stepped out at my fastest, taking giant strides, my hood and cloak flapping behind me. In almost no time, Elmo and Faninowitz were panting. Such was my rage that I ignored my surroundings, not pausing to ponder the function of the trenches we were now passing, or of the slitted walls of thick metal on their mansion-side edges, or even of the dim figures crouched behind those walls. But I did catch the gasping Faninowitz attaching an electrode to my pelvic girdle. He already had one affixed to my shoulder yoke. The fine insulated wires faintly rattled against the drive behind us. Since he couldn't measure my body electricity, he was evidently hoping to find some in my exoskeleton. I jerked the attachments loose and struck his hands away with a blow of my wrist plate that got out of him and "Ei, Teufel! Gott verdammter Knochenmensch!" "For bleeding Jesus' sake, take it easy, Scully," Elmo pleaded between puffs. "We're going to get there soon enough. And you know, even he didn't exactly race up Golgotha." Deaf to the connotative and elusive significance in his words, I was busy planning my entrance speech, which began something like, "I'm sorry to have outdistanced my Texas escort, Your Sublime Excellency, but such was my eagerness and such their excess of adipose tissue. Well, one must admit, Prexy, that some of them sweat a mite easy. I submit in all humility that at least the Texas Rangers ought to keep in a little better physical trim. Of course, with someone as courtly and delicate as Governor Lamar—" I was darkly pleased to note that there were no longer footsteps behind us, even distant ones. The 3 of us were entering the shadow of the manse now, and as we passed under the great archway, with its ghostly bas-reliefs of guns, snorting horses, dead Indians, and the like, even Faninowitz began to fall back, was gone. Elmo panted, "One thing I want to tell you, Scully, and I really mean it this time. You're a true Texan of the Raven Alamo breed. I'm proud to have known you." He grasped my hand with such obvious spontaneity and sincerity that I had no impulse to strike it aside. Then he, too, was gone. I took 2 furious strides more, then began to slow down halfway through the 3rd. My brain was starting to work again, just a corner of it. Two scarlet beams sprang from the dark grounds, zizzling past me to either side. I smelled the reek of ions. I heard spluttering, crackling splashes behind me. Turning, I saw the two laser beams scattering gouts of white-hot molten stone from the bases of the triumphal arch. Dimly I saw Faninowitz rolling away, wrapped by his wires, behind the shelter of the pale wall. At least he had temporarily escaped the laser's light stiletto. Of Elmo I saw no sign. Then, from the corners of the manse and grounds, a dozen lights blazed on me. White lights so bright and hot, I thought for a moment I was being disintegrated. If I hadn't had practice from childhood in avoiding looking directly at spotlights, I'd have been blinded. The lights didn't reveal a fairyland, unless you count toy soldiers 4.5 feet high as such. The grounds were crowded with the shielded emplacements of laser and lightning guns and other heavy weaponry. They were manned by barefoot Mexicans wearing brass cuirasses and brass helmets with colorful horsehair plumes, and all the guns were pointed straight at me. The natural thing, especially for me, would have been to run like hell. It was pure rage that held me titanium-rooted. Rage at Lamar and the rest for having maneuvered me into this sitting duck position, for using me as some sort of stalking horse in their war against President Austin. Rage at myself for having dismissed them as bumblers and letting them convince me so easily of the untruth of Elmo's earlier tales. I'd be damned if I'd let those bulky bastards, by now all safely crouched in the outside trenches, their trenches, see me run. And still I wasn't shot down, though both Elmo and Faninowitz had been fired on. Like their guns, the Mexican soldiers were staring wide-eyed at me, my tall and thin black form, my doubtless dazzling exoskeleton. It was then I got the glimmer of inspiration and acted on it instantly. Raising my arms wide and high, so that all of my cloak was thrown back and my exoskeleton completely in view, I thundered at my loudest, "I am death! Yo soy la muerte! Yo soy el esqueleto! Vamos!" Then I brought my arms together and waved them horizontally apart, as if brushing all the brass-armored bent-backs off the stage. They wavered. One ran. A silver-helmeted officer drew a bead on him with a pistol, and was himself zizzlingly transfixed on the red laser beam of one of his own soldiers. Then they were all in flight, and I was tramping straight forward again, straight up the stairs leading to the spacious porch and the manse's double doors. These slowly opened outward at my approach, revealing that they were backed by great thicknesses of steel. I faced another curve of muzzles and of silver-armored, staring, back-bent soldiery. I scattered them as I had those outside, and I followed them, still at my remorseless, steady stride. I was beginning thoroughly to enjoy my role of Death, the disperser of armies. Then I realized I was doing exactly what Lamar and Company had wanted me to, win them a bloodless battle. Even that didn't at once destroy my delight. Then I saw ahead of me a semicircle of glass cases 10 feet high. There were at least 20 of them. I halted. Striking with all his fabled cunning and genius for the unexpected, Death had, after a fashion, stopped me. Each of the cases contained a life-size human figure in natural flesh tones and with Terran clothing that ranged in style over the last 150 years. The earliest or oldest were about 6 feet tall. Then, as the eye ranged around the semicircle, they grew in height to 8 feet and more. I recognized the Americans, Kennedy and Johnson, from my history prints. I realized I was looking at the presidents of Texas. They looked grimly back at me, some old, some middle-aged, some almost young. There were handsome faces, harsh faces, faces jowled and tiny-eyed with dissipation and greed. In the dimness they seemed alive. I felt sure the earliest were wax. I was not so sure about the later. I recalled how the early Russians had mummified the bodies, or at least stuffed the hides, of their early illustrious dead. Then I heard a rasping voice and looked up. 4 or 5 stories above me was a magnificent domed skylight of stained glass, made darkly colorful by the moonlight it transmitted. Curving down from beneath it in a wide and graceful spiral came a stairway railed with dark, delicate metal tracery. Here at least was a glimpse of fairyland. And also an ogre from same. An ogre from whose quilted bathrobe a jowled and purplish face protruded, inset with pig eyes, and topped by tousled white hair, and wearing askew a golden wreath. He leaned over the stair railing about a floor and a half above me, cradling in one beblanketed arm an antique double-barreled shotgun. "Where are my Mexican houseboys?" he roared. "Where are you, you little buggers? They's in attack. Shoot down every mother-screwing ranger or other rebellious bein' sets foot inside my walls. Get the man with the bass bullhorn. Where's my Praetorian Guard? Sound the trumpet. Ah, there's one of the assassins sent against me. Skinny bastard in a black mingy suit. But it don't hide him from my all-seeing eyes." I lunged rapidly sideways under the stairs. The parquet spot on which I'd been standing was blasted. 2 ricochets stung my forehead and side, while at least one more plinked off my exoskeleton. A glass case cracked. I raced toward the back of the manse, taking the avenue of retreat the silver-cuirassed Mexicans had used. Soon I had plunged into a dark, rather narrow, blessedly protective corridor. Behind me, President Austin's voice ranted, "Dead as a doornail! Dead! Come on, you traitors all, and taste the old man's wrath! Sound the alarum bell!" Then a younger voice cut in. "There he is, but don't spoil his face. Burn him down! Get the other!" There was another shotgun blast, a scream, then even my corridor was red as hell with leaked laser light, just in time to show me, before the collision did, that the corridor abruptly changed from a height of 14 feet to 4.5. The headspace carried a moral so simple and carved so large that I had read it before the red light faded. "Watch out, anyone who's tall. Mexes, aren't you glad you're small?" I was on my hands and exo-knees as fast as I could fall and scuttling forward. True, the "get the other" might not mean me, and even if it did, the "get" might not mean burn down. But then again they might, and I had already, in the past 2 minutes, learned something of Texas political acumen. I heard a dull crash behind. Austin's body falling? Don't ask useless questions. Crawl faster, you idiot thin. I do not know how long my quadruped scramble through darkness lasted, surely much less time than it seemed then. I do know that I made an even number of right-angled turns, and by exercising choice at forks managed to make as many left as right-hand turns, ensuring that I was headed at the end in the same direction I had been at the beginning. Twice I half-crawled, half-tumbled down short stairs, and once climbed up. More than once I gave thanks to Diana that my hands were horny-palmed, that knee-plates covered my kneecaps, and that my motors kept purring happily. I thanked her, too, that I had practiced crawling as well as walking up in the centrifuge. I also gained a certain respect for the maze-running abilities of the Mexicans, who, surely often carrying trays of drinks, food, etc., had presumably regularly treaded these inky corridors in the manse of the light penurious Austin. Or had they used flashlights? Somehow that seemed unlikely, but I wished I had one now. From time to time, an action-insulated corner of my mind thought thoughts, such as that the morale of the Rangers must be 0, that they hadn't overwhelmed the manse by themselves, but waited for the accident of my aid. But maybe it had been essential to keep the political war secret and not destroy this Texas White House. As I right-angled right after a particularly long stretch of Mexican corridor, I heard a thumping scuttling behind me. A thin blue beam narrowly missed my withdrawing foot, and there was a faint smell of singed plastic where it struck the wall. A voice rebuked, "Cut your power, you dumb-headed lightning plumber! Orders is to paralyze him, not fry him, lest we have to." I was not greatly reassured. Thereafter I kept hearing the sounds of my pursuit. It did not gain on me. I was grimly pleased that my motored titanium was performing as well as their flesh. Suddenly the ceiling rose. I was in a large room dimly lit by moonlight coming through windows and open Texan and Mexican doors. Food smell and round hanging shapes suggested a kitchen. I lifted to my feet, feeling a surge of dizziness and weakness, but I mastered them, tonguing down pills and water. I made for the Texan door in great strides, crashing down pots and cutlery. I heard angry calls from the crawl space behind, but I was out of line with it. I stepped outside. I was on a narrow porch and at the head of a steep flight of stairs. I heard an equine snort and a low, chilling laugh, and I stopped. A few yards beyond the foot of the stairs stood a huge white horse with black harness and silver-looking bit and harness rings. Astride it was a figure all in black, from under whose black slouch hat silvery hair cascaded. Then Vachel's face lifted out of shadow, and in a blue of movement her black gauntleted hands drew lightning pistols from the black holsters at her side and directed them toward me. I had never faced, it seemed to me, anything as icy as their needle muzzles and her gaze. Of course, I told myself bitterly, she had been in on my betrayal from the start, casually using her seemingly naive wiles to brainwash me and soften me up for her father. I ought to have known you couldn't ever trust a society pinko. I tasted bitterness, and not only from an anti-grav pill that had been slow in going down. I heard rapid steps behind me, 2 sets of them, and cries of, "There's a black bastard!" "We got him!" "Don't move a muscle, Skinny!" My arms were grasped from behind, and a sharp muzzle pressed against my temple. Then, with only the faintest whisper of ionization, and only its most ghostly acid perfume, 2 tenuous needle beams sprang from the tips of Vachel's pistols and bypassed my cheeks inches to either side. The grip on my arms relaxed, the muzzle ceased to prick my temple, and there were soft yet ponderous thuds on the porch to either side of me. "Greetings, Captain Skull," she called up to me. "Now hustle down fast and hop up behind me. Those 2 Rangers are out for a half-hour. But even with the morons opposing us, it's a sin to waste time." Suppressing surprise for a moment and other emotions, I took the stairs 2 steps at a time, watching my feet narrowly, but calling back, "You mean we can escape? The Rangers haven't the Manse encircled?" "Hell no! Like old Texas wars, this little scuffle's been all false front. Kick up your leg now and give a jump with the other. I'll yank your shoulder." "But Vachel," I asked as I complied, and found myself astride quivering horseflesh, and my exosternum pressed to the girl. "How did you know you'd find me here? How did you guess your father would use me to—" "Easy as guessing a rat'll bite," she answered scornfully. "Now wrap your arms around me. All you got to do is figure out the sneakiest, safest course, and you got Daddy's mind read to the base of his spinal cord. See, I even stole your luggage and got it at my saddle bow. How's that for service?" She turned in her saddle. Her pale, thinly smiling face was close to mine. "Now confess, Scully," she said, "aren't you just a mite surprised to discover that the silly little theater gal, only she's a loose bitch, too, and giggly governor's daughter, is in actuality Our Lady of Sudden Death, the Black Madonna of the bent-back underground?" "Well, yes," I said truthfully. "I mean, no." She gave another of her chilling laughs. "You menfolk," she began. Then her eyes, scanning my forehead, showed sudden concern. "You're hurt, my lover." Evidently the shotgun ricochet had drawn blood. "It's nothing," I told her. "It had better not be," she told me seriously, "because you got a lot more to do tonight. Pull your cloak and hood around you. Your bones gleam too bright. And hang on tight now," she added, turning front again and picking up the reins. "Oh, you can feel me up a bit if you get the chance. Wow, your skeleton's still like ice. But hang on for your life, because it's a far greater cause than even my lover's precious existence that's now at stake." She touched with her heels the great white beast's flanks, and we were soon going through tree shadows and silvery spaces at a ponderous gallop, which caused me to jounce considerably, and not only to lock my arms hand to elbow around her waist, but also to steady my flapping legs by clenching them against the great heaving white barrel below me. In my brain there had gathered a certain bewilderment. "Where are we going?" I asked. She replied, "To the central point of tonight's riotous revolutionary assembly, which happens to be the bandstand corner of the Greasertown Cemetery." We galloped on through the moonlit night, my mind now truly a welter of confusion. 6. In church. La muerte alta, alta como libertad, y viene, si viene, aquí de la eternidad. El esqueleto, quiere Texas caminar, porque el encuentra muchos gringos que matar. Y seguiremos, si seguiremos, muerte donde el casa, y mataremos, si mataremos, Texans hombre y dama. Song of the Bent-Back Underground, sung to the air of La Cucaracha. There follows a spirited free translation by Vachel Lamar. The tall grim reaper, tall as all of liberty, and he is coming, yes, he is coming, here from far eternity. Sir Skeletone wants to travel Texas through, because he's hunting, because he's finding many gringos' bones to chew. And we will follow, yes, we will follow, death to where the oceans curl, and we'll be killing, yes, we'll be slaying, Texans, every man and girl. Vachel dashingly reined in our mount, and walked him up the broad low steps before the church, whose pink and pastel blue walls were now only 2 shades of silver in the moonlight. The night was eerily silent. I saw no signs of life in the cemetery, a good thing under these lonely circumstances, I suppose, or around the bandstand, or even in the church itself. It made me wonder at her talk of a riotous revolutionary assembly. I was, however, rather glad not to see La Cucaracha. After a half-hour of rocking embrace with Vachel, my titanium jaw shelf often resting on her shoulder, close to her neck, my desire was focused almost entirely on her, even though our closeness came chiefly from the necessity of my riding pillion. And the thought of my earlier infatuation with a, well, midget, had come to seem almost grotesque. Moreover, I wasn't at all sure of how Vachel would have welcomed La Cucaracha, or La Cuch Vachel, for that matter, and if welcomed is the word. Women are apt to develop toward each other strange animosities in which the best interests of the man involved are totally ignored. The tall doors of the church opened to a wide slit, spilling out dusky yellow light, and 3 barefoot bent-backs in brown hoods and hitched-up brown robes. The first 2 carried a light stair of 3 steps, and set it beside the horse, so that one of my footplates brushed it. The third crossed his arms, and looked up at Vachel, dignity and pride in his searching eyes, fanaticism in the clench of his swarthy jaws. "How is the night?" he intoned. "Dirty and dark," Vachel answered. "What blinds the way?" "Danger and death." After a pause, she continued, "I bring him whose coming has been foretold. You been informed, Father Francisco?" A nod of the brown hood. "Guchu and Rosa Morales brought word." With a small snort of contempt that I did not understand, Rachel said, "Well, he's here now, anyhow. Climb down, darling." "But," I began, then realized I had too many questions to choose between. I should not have let her con me into spending our ride reciting Lepanto in her pale seashell ear, with the Congo for encore. I ended by asking tamely, "Aren't you staying?" as I steadied myself on the brick pavement by catching hold of the back of her saddle. Between my ears I was still rocking from the gallop. "No, sweetheart," she told me, leaning down. "I gotta maintain my persona as a flibberty-gibbet Honorable Miss Lamar." She grasped my head by my ears, a not unpleasant sensation if one goes along with it, and faced our faces at each other close. "Look, Scully, you just trust in me and do as you're told, but don't take crap from anybody, and," she shook my head, not entirely pleasant, "don't have anything to do, you hear me, with that man-eatin' Rosa Morales." "But I don't even know a woman named—" I began. Suddenly her face tilted, her lips pressed mine at an angle of 90 degrees, speech gave way to a subtler mode of communication, our arms went around each other. Time halted in mid-tread. Then, as suddenly, Rachel Vachel pushed away from me with a somewhat extravagant and alarming "Until doom, my captain," and a more sensible "Hasta mañana," and wheeling her horse, made off down the steps. A tail of my cloak had caught in the harness, and I was spun around. 157 pounds isn't much inertia, before it tore loose, so that my "Hasta luego" and wave of farewell were a rather drunken-looking performance as my lady of sudden death galloped off into the black and silvery night. The experience left me somewhat dizzy, so that I was grateful for the limited support of two of the little brown friars as they walked on tiptoe, and with arms upstretched to touch my elbows and guide me through the slit between the doors, which were closed at once behind us. I stopped and leaned back against them, tonguing down pills and drink. As my vision cleared, I studied the remarkable sight before me. I was in a long room, a few feet more than Texan tall. Its violet, pink, and pale blue walls, and its darker blue ceiling, studded with a few silver and gold 5-pointed stars, were lit by flames, which are perhaps the strangest and most beautiful of gravity phenomena, though they can be reproduced in null-grav in a carefully controlled wind tunnel. The flames rose from white cylinders and spread a spicy aroma as well as light. The walls were lined with somewhat crudely carved and colored plastic, or perhaps even wooden figures, derived about equally from medieval European art and Mayan and Aztec forms. Centered on the far wall was a crucified Savior, Mexican small, the short horizontal arms of the cross suggesting the cyborg's yoke, though in no obvious fashion. To either side of the pitiful earth-brown figure were two figures as tall as the roof, indeed serving almost as caryatids to support the flat blue heaven. By the symbols carved in large on them, angel, winged lion, winged ox, and eagle, they were clearly the four evangelists. But, though barefoot and clad in simplest robes, they looked like Texans. Their serene and somber features had on second glance a subtly gloating or menacing cast, while their casually positioned hands had, as if by accident, the attitudes of those about to draw pistols or crack whips, though there were no weapons depicted. The remaining figures along the side walls seemed more inspired by the great Amerindian cultures, and were chiefly crouching or bent. Human males, females, gods, demons, angels, devils, animals. I was frequently unable to tell which was intended. Their colors were predominantly dark, with flashes of red, yellow, bright green, and gold, chiefly in the eyes, and often fanged mouths. Randomly grouped, a score of Mexes in shirts and short pants knelt toward me on the floor of pounded earth. Hams on heels, arms crossed on forward bent torsos, heads acutely upturned to show eyes white-circled with dread, they, more than any of the carven ones, reminded me of those early Mexican forms in which a stocky human figure is compressed into a block. Behind the altar, which either regularly stood or had been dragged out from the far wall, 4 persons sat widely spaced on the only chairs to be seen in the room. The first was Father Francisco, who, having hurried back, now reoccupied his chair. The second was a very burly young Mex, built as a bull, though looking no taller than the 4.5-foot Mex maximum. Even at the distance, I noted the white flash of his teeth in his dark face as he gave me a confident, challenging smile. The third was a wild-eyed, scowling Negro in orange and yellow robes. Yes, by Diana, he was the same babbling Zen Buddhist who had earlier drubbed my head-basket. The fourth was La Cucaracha. She had kept her rendezvous after all, though in a fashion quite unexpected. It burst on me that from her first seductive smile she had been planning to use me in this preposterous revolution. She was as bad as Elmo or Governor Lamar. But somehow in her I forgave it. Love has an infinitude of beginnings. Father Francisco leaned toward and spoke briefly to the young man beside him, who raised toward me a fist on bent arm and called, "I am El Toro, comrade. Please to come forward." I complied, though with a mental reservation on the comrade part, feeling theatrically at home in the place. My grotesque figure matched the carved ones, which lacked a good conventional representation of death. The bent kneeling ones hobbled out of my way on their knees, keeping faced toward me as I moved. Their dread seemed, if anything, to increase. It must be a very great power that kept them from staggering to their feet and hobbling off. Standing very tall, I placed my hands on the altar table, leaning slightly against it, and looked the 4 back and forth with grim dignity. But not for long. La Cucaracha sprang up onto the altar, threw her arms around my head, drew it down, and showered my face with kisses. I should have been repelled, I suppose, especially after spending a very exciting, most romantic evening with a girl my own size. Why, I had even been thinking of La Cucaracha with contempt as a midget, and my earlier infatuation with her an after-effect of space-flight drugging. And I now knew she was also a political opportunist. But somehow, having her here in the flesh, and Vachel away until tomorrow, made all the difference. Once again I sensed her dancing aliveness, her wholly feminine muscularity. I even found myself comparing her swifter kisses with Rachel's, and they came off very well. As for size, that is a tricky business. Although almost as tall as myself, Vachel had a mass 3 times my own, while mine and La Cucaracha's masses were approximately equal. I showered kisses back. "My silver bones, man! My most estimable and passionate!" she cried as we took breath. "Ah, querido, I knew you would choose to become a hero of the revolution, the, how do you say, supreme figurehead of the bent-back underground." I had no intention whatever of becoming any such thing. I was still fully determined to fulfill my mission on Terra as quickly as possible, and then get out, no matter what amorous interludes might embellish the period. Of course, by running away from the President's manse with 2 stunned rangers behind me, I'd probably cooked my chances of that jet special trip to Amarillo Cuchillo tomorrow, if there'd ever been any chances. No, of course there hadn't. That had just been part of the bait. I'd been thinking like a fool. Still, I'd find a way. But by then we were kissing again. "Cease this improper behavior at once," a stern voice drove into our building rapture. It was that of Father Francisco. "A church is for worship only, or for the plotting of revolt blessed by God. It is not for the arousal and enactment of carnal desires, Rosa Morales." I felt a small surge of apprehension, and even a speck of guilt, at realizing that La Cucaracha was the man-eater against whom Rachel Vachel had warned me. The governor's daughter would doubtless cut me forever, if she could see what I was doing, and maybe try to cut me apart. Still, she wasn't seeing. She'd be away until tomorrow. I wasn't even losing my chance at her by my present actions. Besides, her prohibition made La Cucaracha only more desirable, gave an added zest to my desires. What man doesn't love a man-eater? "Pah!" Rosa informed the outraged religious, turning toward him, her fist on her hip, but her other arm still around my neck. "If a church is not for love, Padre, what is it for? The bending of the knees to you? The frightened mumbling of ununderstood prayers and petitions? The silly, shy behavior of the white Texan Sunday school?" While Rosa chattered on and Father Francisco fumed, El Toro was watching us with a white-flashing, amiable but impatient grin, his fists on table edge, with elbows up. He now said, laughingly yet sharply, "Rosa, I have warned you many times, revolution and passion do not mix, especially passion directed at one chosen to play the role of almost a god in our uprising." "Oh, you hypocrite!" Rosa cried out at him. "Especially when your own continuing role in the revolution depends on a feature involving at least 2 peasant girls per night." "Do not hark to him, mi amigo," she told me. "He merely hates me because I refuse to fall into his arms, along with his trembling, shyly adoring, illiterate, 15-year-old stupids." And she snapped finger and thumb contemptuously at the brawny young Mex. However, it did seem to me that El Toro had made at least one valid point. I glanced to see how my worshippers in the body of the church were taking my display of all too human behavior. To my surprise, they were kneeling toward me as frightened-eyed as ever. Rosa drew my face back toward hers with soft fingers on my cheek. "Do not believe the jealous and censorious ones, amadissimo Senor Christopher La Cruz. Revolution and the making of love go together like rice and beans, like meat and chili sauce. It is only the joys of amorousness that make endurable the exhausting meetings, the interminable plottings around tables, the unceasing danger of discovery." "Ay me, that is of the truest, Cristobal queridissimo." And she brazenly resumed her kissings and embracings, and I went on brazenly enjoying them. We hardly heard the Padre's doleful, "Oh, my daughter, my poor daughter, dancing with her high-heeled shoes and painted lips toward hell," or El Toro's controlledly bland, "What I do not understand, in truth, is what of erotic interest you discover in a living skeleton, Rosa. Now a man of flesh and muscle, a strong man, a man muy hombre." But we were shocked to part by a roar-screeched, "Stop it! You're driving me out of my skull. For freedom's sake I can consider collaborating with a metal construct from which dangles a simulacrum of humanity like a hanging jumbie. But to be forced to watch firm flesh embrace such ofe awful dropped from the sky." It was, of course, the Buddhist, his arms waving, his contorted mouth a-hang with loops of spittle. "Shut up, Guchu, you foreigner with toppled mind, you black bee's bonnet," Rosa snapped at him. "I'll set myself afire, I'm warning you," he threatened back. "Gentlemen, gentlemen," I thundered my deepest, jarring the altar table with decisive planting of my spread-fingered hand. "And my most darling Rosa," I added softlier. "Most potent, grave, and reverend signors." Why, it fit them better than it had the Texans. "My very noble and approved good masters, I am the unhappy subject of these quarrels, yet I have not been permitted, or perhaps I should say, given full opportunity, to express my own outlook on the matter. I am moved by the plight of the underprivileged in Texas. I sympathize with the aims of the bent-back underground. But I am, in fact and figure, an extraterrestrial, and one who has not spent 12 hours on your planet. As a circumlunan of the sack, I am bound to uphold the truce on which the lifting of the interdict is based. I am pledged to my own home world not to take sides in any of your quarrels, and to maintain a complete neutrality in all matters." At this moment, however, I unobtrusively slid my hand to Rosa's slipper and covered it gently, to assure her that my complete neutrality in no way applied to our budding and now hothouse-forced relationship. "Moreover," I continued, "I am here in Dallas, Texas, purely by accident. My spaceship was supposed to land me in Amarillo, Cuchillo, where I must conduct pressing business on which rests the continuing safety, nay, the life, of a large section of the inhabitants of my world. They must be my first concern. So much as I sympathize with your revolution, much as I am honored by your invitation to participate, I must, with great regrets, decline." "But, amiguissimo," Rosa protested with a childlike wonder and injured innocence masking utter dishonesty, in a fashion characteristic of all women, "in agreeing to this rendezvous with me, which I have faithfully kept, you agreed to all else, surely? I trusted you." "Claims to be a man, but does not act like one," El Toro put in scornfully, and I think more for Rosa's benefit than mine. "It becomes clear that with utter lack of muscle, aye, and of cojones, goes complete absence of courageous heart." "False heart as well as false flesh. No more dickering with this death dingus, I say," the Buddhist Guchu half chanted, half raved, while Father Francisco put in reprovingly, "Though tolerating them for revolt's sake, I have always warned you against foreigners, children. And now you see in this creature from limbo, this dubious being from the lower stars." Though angry with their imputations of weakness to me, especially in the genital department, I controlled that emotion and once again thunder-rumbled, "Gentlemen, gentlemen!" It is remarkable how a voice like an approaching storm catches the attention of others and silences their disputes. Filing away this valuable theatre datum, I continued, "Moreover, your plan to use me as a figurehead for your revolution, though most picturesque and flattering to me, is unfortunately quite impractical." And I gave them a very brief account of how I had scattered the battalion of houseboys at Austin's Manse, ending with, "And so you see, gentlemen, and dear Rosa, that instead of flocking to me, your peasants and cyborged proletarians would fly from me in terror." El Toro, who had listened with searching interest to my account, now said, "Aha, comrade! I see that you are perhaps not a coward, only deplorably ignorant of mass psychology. Any leader, in particular one of supernatural character, must be dreaded as well as loved. Fear and followership are but two sides of one coin. You may trust us to present you in such a way that the repulsion you generate in others is always outweighed a little by the attraction." "You speak truly, my son," Father Francisco nodded. "Even God the Father rules firstly by the wholesome fear he strikes into his creatures." Guchu did not comment, at least in intelligible words. He had sunk to a staring-eyed, growling and muttering, rocking all the while rhythmically in his chair. Rosa said eagerly, "Also, Amado, there is your desire to reach Amarillo, Cuchillo. We will take you there, as last stop in a series of northward trending revolutionary rallies long planned. Can you not serve the revolution for a month?" That last bait did attract me for a moment, even though a month was twice the maximum Terra time the doctors had given me. Doctors always leave margins of safety. Until I realized that Rosa's month most surely meant 2 or 4, if it was not bait purely. I said, "Gentlemen, and dearest, most solicitous Rosa, I must still decline for several unimpeachable reasons, of which the first—" "Bah!" El Toro interrupted. "A weakling to the core, as I first surmised. No muscles, no cojones." Father Francisco stared through me, shaking his head contemptuously. Rosa jerked her foot from under my hand and stamped with her heel, not quite on my fingers, but very close, and spat at me. "Cobarde! Coward! Oh, most trusted and now most unmanly one! Ay, ay! How this poor girl, this muchacha muy miserable, has been deceived!" I really got angry then. I made no effort to finish my rejoinder, in which I had intended to offer to appear in one or two revolutionary benefit performances, one might call them, in exchange for transportation north. Instead, "Stop it!" With a blood-curdling screech, Gusher sprang up from his chair, then, dipping low, snatched up a red container and began to gush its highly aromatic contents on his frizzy head, the while he pranced about, yelling, "I can't stand it any more! I'm going to set myself afire! You all groveling to that feckless, fistless, filthy, frightened jumbie with no sinews, no guts! Gonna set myself afire for sure!" And he snatched out of his robe what appeared to me to be a small device for making a spark or flame jet. "Comrade, control your oriental eccentricities!" El Toro roared at him. "Heathen!" Father Francisco cried out. "You shall not set yourself afire in my church." "All bees' bonnets!" Rosa commented to the blue ceiling with an indignant rat-a-tat-tat of her heels. "Stop it, you dumb nigger! Stop it!" I thundered, pulling out all the stops. He stopped. Truly, a trained actor has inordinate, in fact most unfair, advantages over groundlings, even politicos. I deliberately leaned forward, setting my jaw plate on my doubled-up right hand, gave them all a medium-fast scan, my expression at its skull-fullest, and said, "You low bandits! I am deeply offended by the aspersions you have cast upon my musculature and my manhood. I pass over the point that none of you has had the wit to realize what a powerful diaphragm I must have to support my magnificent voice. I suggest—" "I know of no way to duel with the diaphragm muscles," El Toro interrupted somewhat contemptuously, yet studying me thoughtfully, too. "Except in a shouting contest," Gusher put in, suddenly more intelligible and, strangely, quite cheerful. The red container and firing device had vanished, though he still dripped odorously. "And that's all we've been having from him. Words, words, words!" His voice chuckled off. He twice inhaled deeply, and his grin became ecstatic. "Hey, that's not bad, man!" "Oh, you tricksy villain!" Rosa put in, shaking a finger at the black Buddhist. "You pretend these self-blazes only to take gasoline trips." "I did not intend a shouting contest," I said quietly, "although a duel with diaphragms is by no means impossible. Suppose we should hold our noses tight, take deep breaths, then press open mouth to mouth tightly to determine who can break the other's eardrums. But I do not suggest such a contest either. I propose one with the outer skeletal musculature." "But that way you'd have the advantage of your metal and motors," El Toro objected. "Not that I don't think I couldn't bend double any of those pipe-stem rods," he added, scrutinizing them. "I was intending wholly to forego that advantage," I replied. I did not tell him one reason for this decision of mine, that I had suddenly become aware that I had let my batteries run low. While tonguing pills, etc., into my inner man, I had neglected my titanium outer one. Even in a powered fight, I would do badly. And now I recalled that Vachel had absent-mindedly galloped off with my luggage, with its precious battery freight still at her saddle-bow. Drat the huge gangling girl! Without otherwise changing position, I removed my right hand from under my jaw, undoubled it, and moved it slowly from side to side, writhing its fingers and turning it, now palm to the Revolutionary Committee, now knuckles. "You will observe," I said casually, "that forward from my wrist plate, my fingers, thumb, entire hand are completely naked and have no mechanical backing whatsoever. I propose simply a contest with the strongest of you at gripping, wrists not to move, forearms flat on table. Positioned so, we clasp hands and squeeze until one gives up, either by crying quits or by straightening fingers and thumb. And with a soft clank of my exo-radius ulna, I laid my forearm across the altar in El Toro's direction. "Let me at him!" Gusher cried happily, waving in circles a bent arm with fingers clawed. "I'll mash his pinkies to mush! Yoo-hoo, sky-birthed! Prepare to have your hand crushed!" "He is mine," El Toro asserted, thrusting the Buddhist back with a sidewise brush of his brawny arm. He took out a cigar, lit it, and clamped it between his strong white teeth. For once on Terra, I was smelling true tobacco smoke, not weed fumes. The Mex sat down across from me, rolled the sleeve on his right arm back to his big biceps, but did not yet lay down his forearm. "I still have doubts, senor," he said, "that your hand is not somehow reinforced with metal, either invisible or surgically implanted." "I will check that," La Cucaracha told him, and, kneeling on the altar, took up my hand after glancing to me for permission. She fingered it most thoroughly, here and there digging in her nails. "I find it bones and flesh only, tough-skinned, the hand of a worker," she told El Toro. Kissing 2 fingers of her own hand, she laid them for a moment in my palm, and then, with a grin toward me, laid down my hand again, and, still kneeling on the altar, commanded, "Begin!" Leaning in from the other side, Gusher began snapping his spatulate fingers. "Come on, bull boy!" he cheered. "Pulp him!" Father Francisco, obviously gripped by mixed emotions, said sternly, "It is not lawful to have sporting contests of any sort in church, and especially on the high altar of God." "Except to decide questions of revolutionary policy," he ended weakly, his eyes now eagerly watching the table between me and the Mex. El Toro slowly let down his bulging forearm and carefully positioned it. We clasped hands lightly, getting a comfortable position. My hand, though somewhat bonier, was bigger than his, which felt to me both soft and wet. Without warning, he gripped most powerfully, breath hissing out around his teeth-clenched cigar with an almost "Ha!" I merely matched his grip, staring serenely into his brown eyes, which showed amazement. Then I squeezed a little. He squeezed back, puffing his cigar furiously. I squeezed harder, the muscles below my elbow beginning to bulge my sack suit sleeve like hard salami sausages. Flexors digitorum profundus, digitorum sublimus, pollicis longus, woke and got to work. Also the 19 small muscles in my hand, mostly under tough palmar aponeurosis. He squeezed back desperately. The forward section of his cigar, bitten through, dropped to the table and smoldered there. I increased the pressure. Spitting out his cigar butt with a sudden soft but anguish, "Aye!" he let his fingers go limp, and they straightened. I instantly spread my own, continuing to gaze poker-faced at El Toro, who began gingerly to massage his punished hand. "Un milagro!" Father Francisco breathed, crossing himself. "I'll be a ring-tailed ofe!" Gusher exclaimed. "Amado muy bravo!" Rosa cried. "Olé!" El Toro started to reach his left hand toward me, then shrugged and made it the right. "Camarada," he said solemnly. We shook hands carefully, yet quite firmly, he wincing but keeping up a grin. "You are a most surprising hombre," he said, "but hombre, muy hombre. Gusher, this man has muscles. Make no mistake." Really, he could have figured it out before getting hurt. And despite the Padre's comment, there had been no miracle whatever in my performance. Finger gripping is simply one activity a human does as often and with as much strength in free fall as in a gravity field, maybe more. You need only featherweight muscles for most work and maneuvering in null-grav, muscles having perhaps 1/20th the strength of those in a being forever battling Terra-grav, except for your hands. and toes if you're resourceful. At least so it had been with me, working from earliest youth on costumes, props, scenery, and so on for my father's shows. Also, I had done many small sculptures of most recalcitrant clay, some with one hand. Father would tie the other behind my back. Another point. Even on Terra, fingers are light as mice, so finger manipulation is an activity on which grabs have plus little effect. "Olé!" La Cucaracha cried again, and began to dance up and down the altar, with much rat-a-tat-tatting of the heels and many a swing of her delightful posterior. At the same time, she began singing in time with her dance a catchy song beginning, "El escalato, el escalato," this with a grin toward me. In hardly any more time, El Toro and Guchu took up the song too, Guchu clapping hands in time, and El Toro banging his good one on the altar. Only the padre remained aloof, now scandalized, now smiling in spite of himself. I found myself clapping too. Listening carefully, I made out that the song was a revolutionary one about the coming of the tall death, El Escalato, and I began to feel strongly the pull of this part. To play Death himself before audiences who both feared and adored, what a challenge, or rather what a cinch part, a sure hit. Rosa ended her dance in an electric storm of stampings. I rumbled impulsively, "Señores y Señorita Sublima, if you'll guarantee to get me to Yellowknife within 3 weeks, I'll guarantee to make at least a trial appearance as El Escalato." "My hero!" Rosa cried, running to me along the altar-top. "Mi hero de la revolución!" We embraced most warmly, and the kissing shower began again. Nor did we interrupt it when we heard the great doors open behind us and bare feet come running across the dirt, or even when there was a measured thud of the hooves of a horse walking. In fact, the only thing that made us pull apart was Vachel calling out, "Lover, I forgot your luggage, so—" "What are you doing, hugging and loving up that prancing, squashed-down she-greaser hot pants, Rosa Morales?" She had ridden her white horse into the church. The kneeling ones had at last sprung up and scattered to the side walls. The 2 Mexes who had run in ahead of her had darted behind the altar and were excitedly conferring with El Toro, but I had no attention to spare for anyone but Vachel. The Black Madonna's pale face and deadly eyes were paler and deadlier yet with fury. "I am merely joining your revolution, dear," I called to her with consummate adroitness. Never has a clever remark of mine been more completely ignored. Clearly the 2 women now had ears and eyes only for each other. Quite unintimidated by Vachel's size and anger, Rosa snatched off her high-heeled shoes, and, grasping them as weapons, jeered, "Hot pants, you denominate me, when it is well known you patronize our revolution only to obtain the embraces of some of the cruder and badder-tasted members of our following." "I don't give a hoot what you say about me, you Juarez whore," Vachel retorted, "just so long as you keep your cotton-picking hands off Captain Skull. He's my property." "Your property? Did you not now but witness how fiercely he fondled me? And he has most recently, let me inform you, fought a duel with El Toro, with myself as the prize, and won. He is mine, I tell you. Mine, mine, mine." I made a last and most risky effort, though I stated only purest truth. "Lovely ladies," I rumbled, "cease this disastrous quarrel. I love you both equally." "He is bee's bonnet, but mine, affianced in Holy Church, you Texan man-stealer," was La Cucaracha's answer. "He's raving. While single-handed routing 200 soldiers, he got a head wound, which is something you'd never notice or comfort him for, you midget bitch. You Chihuahua inrut," was Vachel's interpretation. A hand grasped my shoulder from behind. It was El Toro's, who said to me rapidly, "Make no interference, camarada. They must fight it out themselves, for, ay Dios, is it the 20th time? Each thinks herself the heroine solo of the revolution. Meanwhile I am told that the crowd has gathered. You must instantly prepare your speech to them, camarada." I will introduce you briefly. You'll enter beside Camarada Lamar for maximum effect. Your costumes match, if she's still in shape to walk." "Elefante! No jirafa!" Rosa was meanwhile shrieking at Comrade Lamar. "And no good in bed either, as all males testify." Rachel's hands dropped to her lightning pistols. "That's right! Shoot me! Kill me in Holy Church!" Rosa responded triumphantly. "Prove you are no true daughter of the Revolution, but only arrogant Texan." Rachel's hands came together and unbuckled her gun belt, let it drop on her mount's croup. Then she vaulted down nimbly, and, touching her horse, pointed to a side wall and ordered, "There, Silver!" The beast obeyed docilely, joining the white-eyed Mexes crouching among the demon-eyed carvings. Rachel Vachel walked steadily toward the altar, swinging her black crop. "I'm merely going to turn you over my knee," she announced casually, "and lambaste the skin off that overactive and overambitious ass of yours. And I shall rip your most unattractive flesh to even less attractive tatters," Rosa replied, raising her spike-heeled slippers. I watched with a deep concern and horrid fascination, but somewhat abstractedly. I was very busy reviewing my Spanish and putting together the first half-dozen sentences of a revolutionary oration by Death the Liberator. I knew if I got them exactly right, the rest would be a breeze. Suddenly, sacrificing what help in altitude the altar gave her, Rosa leaped down, sprinted at Rachel, and at the last instant threw up her bare feet, so that she sailed through the air, a straight-legged projectile with heels aimed at her opponent's midriff. Rosa slipped aside with startling litheness, caught loose hold of Rosa's waistband, and gave a tug that accelerated her progress through the air. Rachel also got in a slash with her crop. But Rosa, reaching sidewise with one of her slippers, had ripped Rachel's shirt across at the waist and scored the flesh beneath. Now she landed on the hard earthen floor in a painful skid, which she quickly turned into a roll, and was on her feet again, instantly sprinting back toward her more than twice as tall adversary, who stood crouched and ready. Again, at the last instant, Rosa launched herself through the air, this time head first. Again Rachel slipped to one side. But Rosa had launched herself not straight at her opponent, but toward one side, and she had picked the right one. At the instant her head thudded into Rachel's belly, the Texan girl brought her hand down on Rosa's neck in a vicious chop. Rachel sat down heavily and turned a pale shade of green. Rosa, rolling away, writhed on the dirt, clasping her neck and crying feebly, mi cabeza! Oh, my poor head!" El Toro, running forward, called authoritatively, all right, fight's over. Declared a draw. Now we get out there before the crowd riots." I told him about my weak batteries. He helped me over to Silver, from whose saddle my 3 bags still hung, and we effected rapid replacements. I felt surging with mechanical power once more. Meanwhile, the girls were staggering painfully to their feet, both bent over. Come on, El Toro ordered. "I go first with Father Francisco. Rosa, you follow with Guchu. Lamar, you're beside El Esqueleto. And get that cloak around you tight, camarada, and throw forward your hood. We don't want to flash that skeleton until you start to speak." Rosa, still reeling a little and moaning and holding her head, took Guchu's hand and inquired, "Does the back of my skirt still exist?" "Sure does," the Buddhist told her, "though I can't vouch the same for your underpants. But don't worry, you look fine. Just spit on your hand and wipe the dirt off your face." Rachel, composing her features and holding herself erect with difficulty, and I was sure some pain, took light hold of my hand, holding it shoulder high, as if we were about to dance a minuet. She said to me out of the corner of her mouth, "You loose-livin', false-hearted dastard, you! I still think I'm going to upchuck." "If you do, play it straight," I told her in the same fashion. It will vastly impress the audience to learn that you are here despite serious illness. Come on now, let's make a good entrance. Tum-de-tum." "That's right, the play's the thing," she replied somewhat unenthusiastically. Father Francisco, passing Rosa with his robes of flap, said, "50 Hail Marys, my daughter, and 50 Our Fathers." "Senorita Lamar," he called, "examine your Protestant conscience, and please not again to ride the horse into my church." The doors before us swung open, 4 bent-backs pushing each, and we walked down into a shallow sea of torchlight, swarthy faces, and noise. 7. In the cemetery. I met Murder by the way. He had a mask like Castlereagh. Very smooth he looked, yet grim. 7 bloodhounds followed him. All were fat, and well they might be in admirable plight, for 1 by 1 and 2 by 2 he tossed them human hearts to chew, which from his wide cloak he drew. The Mask of Anarchy, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. Snugly wrapped in my black cloak and hood, I sat toward the back of the bandstand, in the endmost of a row of chairs occupied by my new comrades from the church. Outwardly I was serene. Inwardly I was critically furious at the performance being put on by the Revolutionary Committee. It had no oomph. It lacked pizzazz. In short, it was lousy theater. And as for rabble-rousing fieriness, well, it wouldn't have ignited phosphorus. It wasn't that they didn't have a big and potentially responsive audience. From the bandstand to the flower-embowered, moonlit little houses, and spreading into the street on one side and the cemetery on the other, was a dense expanse of intent little faces, with here and there a torch streaming in the gusts of wind as fascinatingly as the candles had burned upward. And the crowd did respond at times, but only with scattered, listless applause and weary cheers that I could tell were directed by a few dispersed claque leaders. All the while, like a burning evergreen forest, there wafted from them to us the piney odor of pot. The crowd was so huge and the whole meeting so open that I asked Rachel out of the corner of my mouth, "Darling heart, how in Terra are you allowed to get away with gatherings like this? A deaf, blind man could smell it 5 kilometers off. Your pa and the Rangers may be a little slow on the uptake, but—" "You faithless cad! How dare you speak to me?" she replied, likewise sotto voce. "Yeah, those greasers stink, all right. Come the revolution, they'll scrub and take showers and like it. The fact is that Daddy and the others are convinced these meetings are just a harmless catharsis for Mexes, the emotional equivalent of Coca-Cola, but—" "And how right they are, sweetheart," I thought, but did not say. "But tonight we'll show them different, won't we, you blackguard?" she finished, squeezing my hand. The deeds and words of women engaged in the love game rarely match. "Beloved, you haven't the faintest dream of how different," I again thought without words, contenting myself with returning her squeeze. She permitted this for a long moment, then angrily jerked her hand away. I blinked at a brightly haloed, rather long flash of white light beyond some low hills beyond Greaser Town. It was as if a brighter moon had started to rise there, then decided not to. I glanced around uneasily, using eyes only, but no one else seemed to be concerned about the phenomenon. A half-minute or so later, there came a shattering boom and a great gust of wind out of Greaser Town. I am stage-trained to show no reaction to loud sounds unconnected with the play, to scuffles in the audience, or even the smell of smoke. But this time it was hard for me to hold still, and I marveled that beyond a few jerks of startlement around me and brief over-shoulder looks by members of the audience, a few rising to stare, there were no reactions from actors or observers. I touched Rachel Vachel's hand and looked a baffled question. "Blastin' operations, I presume," she whispered with a slight shrug. "You've got to expect those all the time in Texas, Scully. Most likely from one of those new outsize oil wells. They've been working on those 24 hours a day. and now my attention was riveted by a dark cloud, ghostly gray in the moonlight and shaped like a slender toadstool, risen from the point on the horizon where I had seen the flash. Even as I watched, it grew taller, a most menacing specter. It made me shiver, yet no one around me seemed to take note. I decided that Texans, and perhaps especially Mexican Texans, were stolid creatures indeed, and in addition permanently doped with weed, which perhaps accounted, it occurred to me, for our revolutionary performance beginning and continuing as such a gutless turkey. First, Father Francisco had opened the meeting with a long, inaudible prayer, then delivered himself of some homilies, conveying that the practice of revolution was something like going to church, a duty-enforced activity such as prayer, confession, and masses for the dead. Next, Gusher had done his act, sprightlier at least. He kept waving his staff and bounding out of, and purely by accident, I believe, back into the two spotlights the bandstand boasted, so that for the audience he was continuously appearing and disappearing, his orange and yellow robes flapping from being into non-being. Likewise, he was using the mic half the time and not using it the other half, so that, especially for those farther back than the 10th row, his voice was alternately a raucous roar and a faint screech. As for what he actually said, well, "Kill the Ophe in crib and catafalque! Kill the Ophe in yourselves! Red heavens and green hells, and God a grey fume binding them!" might, like his whole act, have been barely acceptable in black comedy, but hardly here. Even the female and child, and so presumably uncyborged, Mexes seemed more puzzled than amused by his antics. Now El Toro was orating, and a little more to the point, too. That is, if what I took for a series of punchy but unrelated sentences cribbed from the writings of Marx and Lenin, rather poorly translated into Spanish, might be considered an oration. But he worked too close to the mic, so that his every fourth word blared out of recognition. None of the speakers, for that matter, had the faintest idea of how to use a mic. Besides, El Toro spent too much time flexing his biceps, sometimes one, simultaneously showing off his unimpressive profile, sometimes both together, accompanied by a white-toothed glare. He may have thought he was symbolizing the strength of the working, or rather cyborged, class. To the audience, I think, it gave the impression that he intended to conduct the entire revolution without assistance, in the fashion of the primitive cartoon character Mighty Mouse, or else that he was advertising a course in bodybuilding. It made me think of some of our worst athletic types in Circumluna, forever showing off their bulk of unneeded, unaesthetic, striated muscle. Neither of the women had spoken, I suppose in accordance with the ancient habit of Latin males of hogging all the available lamplight. I was sure La Cucaracha could have done a snappier job than any of them, while even one of Rachel Vachel's recitations of one of her revolutionary poems would have been preferable. I was sure she must, in her spare moments, have dashed off a whole lingerie drawer full of them, beginning with lines like, "Shuck off, ye Mexes all, your servile yokes," and rhyming that with such gems as, "And take at tyrant Texans healthy pokes." Just then I heard El Toro saying, "And now, comrades, it is my great privilege and colossal pleasure to introduce one who, though from another sphere—" He was introducing me, and he was going to take a half-hour to do it, as is the custom with all masters of ceremony, whether ragged revolutionaries or reactionaries clad in as somber stylishness as Banks. During that 30 minutes, he would say badly everything I intended to say, putting the audience totally to sleep and leaving me nothing to do but take one bow, or conceivably 2. Filling my chest, I stood up and let off with a growl intended to shiver and split the tombstones in the cemetery. Then I walked forward, deliberately stamping my titanium footplates on the bandstand's aluminum floor, so that it rang out like a cacophonous gong and was very likely dented. I kicked over the mic, placed myself precisely at the convergence of the spotlights, threw back my hood and cloak, and said in my saturate-the-sack voice, spacing the words rather widely, and the sentences even more so, Yo soy la muerte, pero la vida también, que vida. My audience, who looked like a beach of dark pebbles, each topped with darker sea moss, shrank in terror, gasped in awe, and burst into laughter. I offer no explanation as to how I could achieve this merely by saying, I am the death, but also the life. What a life! Accompanying the last with a shrugging of the shoulders, a spreading of the upturned hands, and a certain cocking of the head that gave the impression I had winked, though actually I had not. The actor's high art is a mystery. Naturally, El Toro, misjudging everything, thought the laughter showed I'd wrecked the scene, and naturally he tried to circle in front of me to save it, though in that stage position he would have been well underneath the beams of both spots. I rammed him into his chair, not with a contact shove, which if successful merely moves the body and often has unforeseen comic consequences, such as an overturned chair plus pratfall, but with a faked or theatrical shove, which never touches the body but stuns the mind and is foolproof. Grinning widely at my audience, I confided to them in a voice that carried to the back row as clearly as did my gleaming teeth, Comrades of the Revolution, as you well know, I come from a very far country, and over an electrified fence which only I can cross, a fence high as the sky and dark as all mystery. It was a long and hungry journey. The pickings were slim, as you can see for yourselves. I somewhat elaborately indicated my gleaming skeleton and the hardly less slender black rest of me. But now, comrades, I continued, ogreishly, leaning forward, now that I am in Texas, I intend to feed well. And I gave them another long flash of my teeth, somewhat hastily adding, for several of my audience appeared about to run, All of us shall feed well, comrades. I faked tossing something into the air. I thought of it as the small human head, so presumably my audience did too. I narrowly watched its ascent and fall, and at the last moment ducked my skull sideways and snapped my jaw on it with a canine growl that I made suggest also a crunch. I chewed with relish, then swallowed with a head-rocking bob of Adam's apple. That was Chaparral Houston Hunt, Vice Commander-in-Chief of the Texas Rangers, I explained. Tough, but juicy. My audience also ate it up. My acting, I mean. Ate it up so much that I repeated that bit with the fancied heads of Sheriff Chase and Mayor Burleson. Then I decided it was time I state my simple revolutionary platform. Yes, comrades, you and I shall feed very well once the revolution is won. Free banquets for all, no more work, free clothing, wardrobes of the most beautiful, travel everywhere, homes too luxurious for anyone to wish ever to leave, 2 women for every man, and, I added, since I could see dark feminine frowns in the first rows, a wholly faithful and ever attentive husband, gallant as a grandee, for every woman. A diversion was needed before they puzzled too long over that amazing paradox. Accordingly, a dog yelped as though demanding food or more food. I looked about to see where the hungry animal was. My audience began to do so too. I glanced under the chairs of my comrades on the bandstand. I even knelt and looked under the bandstand itself, my lips open all the while, as if in wonder, but unmoving. I shaded my eyes, gazing into the distance. The yelps continued. My audience was consumed with curiosity. Then I faced front and smiled, raising my eyebrows and one finger in the fashion of one who has suddenly discovered the solution to a problem. I tossed up another imaginary head. The yelping became wildly eager. I caught the head with a crunch of my side teeth, and the yelps changed to snarly, greedy mouthings. I am by no means the Terra pair's greatest ventriloquist, but I have as much command of that limited art as is proper for its greatest actor. I also sing and dance and do the free-fall equivalent of juggling, which involves bouncing resilient objects off a surface. At any rate, I pleased my simple audience, who were altogether charmed to discover that the yelping dog had deceived me by hiding inside me. When their laughter and applause began to fade, I explained, "That was Governor Lamar," and I tossed up another head and captured it with my mouth, this time omitting the crunch. I grinningly rolled it about inside my cheeks, and finally swallowed it without chewing. "And that was his beautiful daughter, who spends your rightful wealth in tinsel theatrical displays," I announced, licking my lips. "Very tasty." Through the renewed laughter, chiefly male, I spotted Vachel's gasp and stifled giggles behind me. If they had been any louder, I'd have thrown something at her, probably the mic at my feet. An actress who breaks up because of private on-stage jokes doesn't deserve the name. Of course, I probably shouldn't have started making gags like that so soon, but at times one must instantly follow all inspirations of the muse. I decided I could now risk feeding my audience a little more brain food. "Silencio!" I decreed, and when they had quieted, I said, "Comrades, you are genial and generous, far too generous. It concerns you that one mangy dog go hungry, and delights you that he be fed. Think equally of yourselves, I command. Think of your own empty bellies, I say." Since it was well past supper time, I knew most of them would be feeling a bit hungry. "For 250 years you have been starved, enslaved, and exploited by the white Texans. That is something not to be endured, not by you, and certainly not by me. It is to demand, in your name and with your help, payment in full. Aye, and time and a half for overtime, and double time on Sundays and holidays. For that quarter millennium of distasteful servitude, it is to achieve those things, I say, that I have come striding from my far country." Then, purely for the sake of variety, I drew myself up tall as I said that, and drew close around me my cloak, reversed to show only its scarlet lining. Instead of being soberly impressed, or rather in addition to being impressed, my audience all laughed hugely. Leaning toward La Cucaracha, who sat at the opposite end of the chair row from Vachel, I asked, under cover of the joyful noise, "Why am I getting a laugh on the red cloak?" "Because our bill collectors traditionally wear a red suit," she replied with commendable brevity, beaming at me. "Go, man, go!" Guccio cried encouragingly. "I think he goes too far," Father Francisco also took advantage of the opportunity to put in, mutteringly. "I think he is of the devil." "Contrary to my first expectations, you're doing excellently," El Toro assured me. "Only hearken to the wise father. Don't go too far." "What sort of revolutionaries are you?" I demanded of them in a contemptuous, hissing whisper. "Too far? You haven't seen anything yet. And you, Padre, just watch my devils smoke." And in a swirl of red cloak, I turned my back on them before any could reply. Taking advantage of the dope I'd got from Cookie, I pantomimed a bill collector walking up to the tall door of White Texas, rapping on it authoritatively, footplate stamps hidden by my cloak providing the noise, pounding on it when that got no answer, and finally telling the one who opened it, "Senor Gringo, I intend to stand here, to your great shame, until you have made payment in full, aye, and in double measure running over, to each and every noble Mexican, noble Indian, and noble Negro, alive or dead." As the applause for that act faded, I turned slowly on my audience with a great pointing finger that took them all in. The red of my cloak had entirely vanished. I was all black and silver again. Leaning toward them confidentially, with the effect of elbow on knee and chin in palm, and driving home my points with slow forefinger shakes of my other hand, I said in my deepest voice, "You laugh. You enjoy yourselves. That is well, now. But you and I, comrades, know we will never get anywhere at all by standing at the door and asking or even demanding. Never did even a husband get his wife by such behavior. You and I know we must burst down that door and seize what is ours by right. You and I, old comrades of the Revolution, know we must fight, that we must risk death, and if necessary deal death, to achieve our aims. Suddenly I was no longer Christopher Crockett LaCruz, juvenile leading man of the theater and the sphere. I was no longer a gangling and sex-struck spaceling caught up in a perilous but ridiculous Terran brouhaha. No, I was Cassius working on the noble Brutus. I was Sam Adams inciting puritanic rowdies called Sons of Liberty to perpetrate the famous floating tea party. I was Camille Desmoulins demanding the storming of the Bastille. I was Danton roaring for the head of Louis XVI. I was John Brown forging the sword of abolition. I was Lenin telling the wavering Congress of Soviets, "We shall now proceed to construct the socialist order." I was Comrade Mao beginning the Long March. I was Malcolm X founding black nationalism. I was Senator What's-His-Name rising to demand a vote of censure against that administration's war policy in Vietnam. What I said was, "Comrades, you outnumber your oppressors 10-1. And now you have my help from beyond the grave. True, your oppressors are bigger than you, taller than you, and they possess engines of infinite power. But they are big with the soft bigness of men whose bodies have outgrown their untried, unforged courage and conscience. Outside they are tall, but within they are pygmies, moved only by vanity and greed, knowing nothing of true want, which is the mother of all true feeling, while no engine is as powerful as a man who seizes and controls it. Have you never seen a man sweating and writhing, struck down by bite of scorpion or spider, smaller far than he? Mighty armies have been conquered by invisible bacteria. Comrades, your foes are few, and they have been weakened by sloth, greed, and corruption. Be you as scorpions and spiders. Now is a time to strike." There was a hiss of surprise behind me. So I was startling my colleagues, too? So much the better. I stood tall again, eerie and distant, yet my comrade's friend. Now I was Frankenstein's monster. I was Danton on trial. I was Lazarus returned. I was Lon Chaney in The Phantom of the Opera. I was the fourth horseman of the apocalypse, dismounted. "Comrades," I pronounced, "only you and I know the great gap between talking and action, between words and deeds. Only minutes ago I amused you by pretending to eat the heads of some of the puny great ones of Texas. That was funny, I trust, good theater, as we say, and also, I hope, a prophecy now for something that is not theater. But only short hours ago I laid my hand on the shoulder of President Austin of Texas, and he died. The longhorn dictator is dead. I ate him. That is fact. Fact like the death of a child or of a cockroach crushed underfoot." Now I heard footsteps behind me, but I ignored them, determined to finish my serious pitch, driving it home as forcefully as I had my comedy. "Comrades, it is one of my qualities that I can eat, and eat, and eat, without ever becoming less hungry or growing a grain fatter. Death is never sated. Be you like me. Arise, destroy, feast. If in doing this you die yourselves, you only cross to my side of the fence, and from there continue the battle. So you are invulnerable. My hand is forever over you, in comradeship and love. Let our watchword be vengeance and death." I liked that so much I repeated it, this time with a falling, rumbling inflection like lights being turned off. "Venganza y muerte." I calculated there would be 5 seconds of stunned silence, then ragged cheers growing to a roar. I got exactly 3 of those first seconds, genuine stunned silence, all right. Then great searchlights trumpeted on from all around, blasting us with high-pitched violet-white light. Bullhorns and sirens glared on blindingly, shaking us with dazzlingly white noise. Their pandemonium hid for moments the ponderous, slow tread of huge horses closing in on my audience, saddle to saddle on three sides, leaving open only the way back to Greasertown. Then the darkly hooded Texans riding those horses cracked out simultaneously their long electric whips. There were blue sparks in a great semicircle. The fringes of my audience shrieked and writhed. I turned around. Except for one figure besides myself, the bandstand was empty. The footsteps I had earlier heard had been my comrades of the Revolution taking a powder. El Toro, Father Francisco, Guchu, who had cried me on, La Cucaracha, who had proclaimed herself my eternal beloved, and all the other loyal ones whose names I hadn't had time to learn. The one exception was Rachel Vachel. She was sitting in her chair, arms folded across her chest, gazing at me a cold question that I could not decipher. I was glad that at least one had not fled, but why, I had to ask myself, wasn't she using her lightning pistols, or at least standing at my side? Beyond her, more horsemen and at least one large vehicle were closing in on the bandstand. Shouts and screams behind me made me turn again. What I saw paralyzed most of me, so I could only stand there, moving eyes and head. They say actors are always playing parts, even in private life, that they can never truly feel. This one can. Now, expressing it in no fashion at all, and so for no one's benefit but my own, I was simultaneously racked by exultation, horror, and shame. My audience was attacking the Texans. They were scrabbling about for rocks, fragments of age-cracked tombstones, I suppose, and occasionally finding and hurling one. A few had managed to get past the whips and were clubbing at horses' legs and snatching at stirruped ankles. I watched while two of them were cut sizzlingly in half by the red beams of laser pistols. Three of them got hold of a whip by its insulated section and yanked on it, while another Mex pushed upward the booted foot of the rider, toppling him from his saddle. They raced, screeching, to stop him. Yes, my audience was mounting an attack, and it was clear from my first glimpse of it that it had no chance whatever of success. And all this while, members and groups of my audience, of this mad revolutionary mob, were shouting, sometimes with hand outstretched toward me, my dreadful, melodramatic watchword, Venganza y muerte. Believe me, each utterance of that idiot phrase struck me like a lash. I, and I alone, had caused these dark-faced, dwarfish fools to fight, to suffer real wounds, even to die, instead of running off safe, for it had been shown that the Texans' whips, at first at least, had been set only to shock and pain, not to kill or even stun. I could no more have cried them on now than I could kill my father. Yet my mere motionless presence was causing them to keep up the hopeless battle, was sending more of them to their deaths. And my presence was in no way due to courage, but only shock and sheer stupidity. Yet so long as I stood there, I was their black flag, driving them on, forbidding retreat. Why, I had even promised the poor fools deathlessness, as the old man of the mountain had the hashishin. Oh, why hadn't my comrades told me that the play was over, and I must run with them? Why had they left the ignorant actor to suffer, or at least view the consequences of his wanting performance? Perhaps even now I should try to call off the little morons dying and suffering agonies around me. I might have tried it, but at that moment several actual lashes struck me, and I was enveloped in a cloud of blue sparks and ozone. But I was not either killed, paralyzed, pained, or set a-writhing. I felt only a slight tingling. I realized why. Since my skeleton was exo, the chances were at least 4 in 5 that a lash would land first on it, grounding out neatly through my titanium footplates and the aluminum bandstand, rather than shock my flesh. With this, and the further realization that my seeming immunity to the whips would increase my imbecile followers' trust in me, I laughed wildly. The bandstand was bumped, and it rocked. I heard a familiar voice growl louder, "Cut those whips!" I turned once more, and saw mashed up against the bandstand, almost like an extension of it, the aluminum flatbed of a big truck. From it strode Sheriff Chase and Ranger Hunt, drawing their ceremonial swords. Possibly they had figured out that my power was of a mythic or legendary sort, lying in my impersonation of El Esqueleto, or the Tall Death, and that therefore it would be highly appropriate and also impressive to the Mexicans if they cowed me or cut me down with anachronistic weapons. Possibly. Yet by this perhaps shrewd action of theirs, they changed the whole situation for me, and created for themselves a danger they could hardly have foreseen. Suddenly, for me, everything was theater again. Theater in deadly earnest, perhaps, but still theater. As those two big, gleaming, exceedingly sharp-looking rapiers came toward me, I crossed hands to touch 3 buttons on my wrist plates. One of them simply doubled the speed and strength of my exoskeletal movements. I put my exomotors in high. This was dangerous to me. A motor, meeting sudden resistance, might burn out. I might smash myself in a powered fall or collision. But it was also necessary, especially if Chase or Hunt were even moderately skilled swordsmen. The other 2 buttons untelescoped my slim canes, and this time I continued button pressure until the final needle-tipped sections were extruded. I tossed off my cloak. Then, with a stamp that bounced me a foot in the air, and with an uncalled-for but most enheartening "On guard!" I was upon them. There are 2 basic ways in which 2 swordsmen can engage a single opponent armed with 2 swords. They can try to take him from opposite sides, forcing him to keep turning his head 180 degrees, cutting off his fastest lines of retreat, and aiming to pin him between them. Or they can attack him side by side. To engage both their swords, he must face them chest on, presenting them with a wider and closer target than either of them presents to him. In both cases, the doubly armed lone swordsman has available to him tactics that partially compensate him for his basic disadvantage. To begin with, he always has the advantage of a single command opposing a shared command. Hannibal versus Paulus, and Varro at Cannae, etc. Attacked on opposite sides, he can seek to overwhelm and kill one of his opponents with a very fast attack before the other can get at him, then turn and take care of that other. Facing opponents who attack him side by side, he can concentrate more fully his attention and tactics, particularly if he has good and well-trained peripheral vision and is ambidextrous, in both which abilities I rank high. By swift enough circling, he can put one of his adversaries temporarily out of the fight. In short, according to the tactics his opponents adopt, he has 2 basic tactics, the fast attack and swift circling. In my first engagement with Hunt and Chase, I chose a 3rd tactic. In fact, I invented it on this occasion. It has nothing whatever to recommend it, except that it will startle the enemy, though without harming them. After a slow 1-2 advance, I launched myself in a great and very rapid lunge at Chase, my right-hand adversary, seeking to catch his blade in a bind in high second and skewer him, meanwhile fending off Hunt's sword with a hanging guard. It was a great mistake. 1. I had not allowed for the actor's ingrained habit of always missing his opponent rather than hitting him. 2. I had not really allowed for the speed-up in my motors, with no corresponding speed-up in my nervous system. I took off so fast on my left foot that I couldn't get my right foot ahead to catch my weight. There seemed only one thing to do. Parrying both their swords in second, simply shoving them aside the easiest way, that is, I doubled sharply at waist and shoulders, turning my lunge into a forward somersault straight between my adversaries. For a thin, I am an excellent free-fall acrobat. The feat I intended was exactly like a forward somersault in free fall, but with one slight difference. Midway, I would have to take a tremendous bump on the head. I could only try to get spun far enough around so that it would be a crash of head basket rather than a crunch of frontal bone. I could also pray that the long hairs had forged my exospine exceeding strong. Perhaps Diana, almost overhead and smiling through clear sky, decided to be kind and worked a miracle. At any rate, there were simultaneous great bongs, bass and treble, of titanium and aluminum. My sordid arms thrown backward gave my upper body forward impetus. The weight of my footplates drew me down to a landing on them. There was bandstand left to land on. Though reverberating and groggy from head to foot, I managed to keep my balance and turn around and get both swords up and engage Hunt and Chase as they came at me side by side. At that point, I resolutely turned my brain off, especially its schemy sector, and let reflex and training take over. I defended only. I fought no habit of mine, including the actor's habit of never laying sword point or edge on his adversary. In fact, now, for me at least, the duel had become rather like that fabled one in the American Civil War, where an actor on the Union side meets in battle an old fellow actor on the Confederate side and yells, "Primes, Scully, primes!" Whereupon they most spiritedly fight the duel from Macbeth to the great edification of their fellow soldiers on both sides. As my body and nerves recovered, I automatically went on the attack, cautiously this time. Hunt and Chase proved to be mediocre duelists. I drove them back across the bandstand. Yet I scrupulously avoided pricking or scratching them with my point. Actor's habit completely in the ascendancy, or perhaps by now I was beginning to realize that my only chance of surviving this first and thoroughly lost battle of the bent-back revolution lay in my not killing or hurting anyone. Nevertheless, I cried, "Fight, cowards, fight! There'd never have been an Alamo if the place had had a back door." Hunt and Chase obliged by fencing more furiously and worse. With a sudden bind in tierce, followed by a heavy beat in second, I sent Hunt's sword flying out of his hand. Then, having both cane swords to use on Chase, I disarmed him too. I stood menacing both men, whom I had almost driven off the front edge of the bandstand. Between them, I saw the last of my audience army running madly toward Greasertown, away from the pursuing whips. My little assassins, drugged like the old man with hemp, had at last admitted defeat. Here and there lay a few unmoving, bent-back bodies. At that moment, the last half-dozen mixes in flight, my pitiable rear-guard, paused to raise clenched fists and shout toward me, "Olé el esqueleto! Venganza y muerte!" Then they were running again, and the pursuing Texan cavalry cut them off from my view. Perhaps it was that little cheer, perhaps it was hearing Governor Lamar's voice from the flatbed, that roused my idiot optimism again. Suddenly my brain was back with me, full of melodramatic plans. I would seize Lamar, and menacing him with a sword, demand my release. I would... As I turned, full of wild speculations, Vachel, risen at last and come forward, was facing me. "My hero!" she cried, as she lifted her arms toward me. "Oh, Captain Skull, that was most brilliantly duelled. I doubt another man in the universe could have—" Her face was radiant. I lowered my cane swords to either side. What I did not notice until too late was that in one of her hands she held her black crop. With it she touched me neatly on my naked neck, like a fairy godmother enacting an enchantment. Pain shot through me, followed by paralysis of all parts below my head. I heard myself sit down with a clank on the aluminum. My upper body would have sprawled forward, doubled over, except that my useless outflung arms kept me propped up, while my eyes first stared hurt, then glared hatred at my betrayer. There were loud sighs of satisfaction from Chase and Hunt behind me. Meanwhile, Lamar came hurrying from the flatbed, followed by Mayor Burleson and Professor Faninowitz. The governor's courtly features were red with rage. He grabbed his daughter by her upper arms and shook her. "Sugar, I'm intensely angry with you," he said in tones that were both well and yet barely controlled. "I'm going to lock you in your bedroom for 20 years. "But, Daddy, I saved your life," she protested in a voice that went up an octave and back at least a decade into her past. "That's not the point, Sugar. I'm ashamed of you. It's a scandal, dressing like a man, wearing pants, when there hasn't a lady of the Lamars rode anything but side-saddle for 2 centuries. 10 years bedroom confinement for you anyhow." "Daddy, you're in a temper. What's soured you? Didn't you get President Austin?" Here I began to have difficulty following their dialogue. It wasn't that my consciousness was wavering. No, above my neck I remained fully alive, though paralyzed below, so far as sensation and voluntary muscles were concerned. It was that Faninowitz now knelt beside me, his whole face gleaming like his monocle, and began to finger my exoskeleton with little gasps of pleasure as he traced the courses of its cables and the myoelectric leads to my skin. He even began to palpate and pinch my numb flesh, softly chortling with wonder at how little there was of it over my big bones. It was vile, but I endured it. What else? And concentrated on what Lamar and Vachel were saying. He answered her question pettishly. "Oh, we got Austin all right. But then his Mex houseboys, who'd run away, laid an ambush for us. Beamed 3 Texas Rangers dead. Missed me by just that." He spread forefinger and thumb. "And by the time we dropped a mini-atomic bomb on them, they'd scattered, so I don't think we got more than 50%. "Oh, cheer up, Daddy. You probably got more'n you think. And you know yourself how your nerves get whangled when you're wearied, and stayed up too late, and not had your proper liquor and weed, and been threatened with death, like when you catch cold. Don't you try to soften me up, Sugar. I'm making it 5 years and not a day less, and what I say goes." "That's right, Daddy, it sure does," the incredible female agreed contritely. "Gee whillikers," she added with a grin, "and now it goes double. I forgot. You're President of Texas." "Even that's in doubt," he said, his voice almost cracking. "The Establishment Council's been talking of Burleson and Hunt, too, and even Ma Hogg. Not that I hold it personally against you boys," he added quickly. "Course not, Governor, course not," the soothing, deep-throated replies sounded around me. "And that's not the point either, Sugar," Lamar continued, grabbing his daughter again. "It's you. It's you I'm ashamed of, wearing those pants that show off your legs as if you were bare naked, consorting with filthy, stinking, low revolutionaries." "But, Daddy, I had to dress like this so as to be able to consort with them, so as to be able to learn their revolutionary secrets. It's a mighty big thing I've done for Texas. I admit they smell bad, but I bore it so as to—" "Secrets," he interrupted scornfully. "Sugar, there aren't any revolutionary secrets. Again and again I've told you to keep out of politics, your cute little nose, that reminds me so of your sainted, admirably docile mother's. We've known all about this revolution for years. It never gets anywhere. It's just a safety valve for the greasers. I admit that President Austin's arming his houseboys has tickled it up a bit, but that doesn't really mean anything. No, Sugar, you've been wicked and disobedient, and it's 5 months locked in the bedroom for you." Here Faninowitz tried to examine the containers in my cheek plates, and I snapped at his hand, almost getting a finger. He appeared to bear me no more resentment than if I'd been a surly chimpanzee under restraint. He merely turned his attention to my wrist plates, his fingers hovering over the buttons in a spasm of fascination and hesitation. "You can't mean it, Daddykins," Vachel wailed. "What's more, It's just not true what you say about knowing everything about the Revolution. It's been changing, Daddy. There's niggers in it now, niggers from the Pacific Black Republic, and there's Injuns, too. Sugar, you can't sweeten me, no matter what you... Niggers from the Black Republic, did you say? And Indians? Not Comanches, I hope. His voice went high. Yes, Comanches, Daddy, and Apaches, and they're space folk. The La Cruz person admitted to me that... That's another thing I'm holding against you, he interrupted her. Early this evening you were snuggling concupiscently with that low Sacabond actor, who, on his own admission, is no more than a dirty-minded court jester to the mad long hairs of Circumluna. I saw you. I always knew acting and actors would be your ruin, Sugar. My sentence remains the same. 5 months in a locked bedroom on pinto beans, corn pone, and Coca-Cola. But, Daddy, that was my greatest hour. I was being a better little old agent provocateur than the best prose turned out by Hud espionastics. You think I enjoyed it? It was like snuggling up to a giant spider. But I called on my deepest wells of courage, and... I would have said something ferocious then, except Vaninowitz chose that moment to press experimentally one of the buttons on my right wrist plate. My right cane sword retracted, scraping aluminum, while a German beat his knuckles together and softly tittered in ecstasy. I sagged toward that side. And that's not all, Daddy, Rachel was saying. There's something else I got to tell you, but it's a private sort of thing, and I'm a little embarrassed about it. Would you other menfolk mind stepping out of hearing for a minute, just to humor poor little me? With murmurings of, Sure thing, Miss Lamar, and anything to please the Honorable, Burleson, Hunt, and Chase went to the other end of the bandstand, the last dragging the reluctant Vaninowitz. Rachel took hold of her father's lapel and drew his face close to her own, meanwhile bending down, so they were both very near me. He rasped in an angry whisper, What's all this, Sugar? You're not going to tell me you've been intimate with this sky-born abortion? Shut up, Daddy, she whispered, with something of a return to her old authority. Remember how Icky Elmo said La Cruz had large mining interests in North Texas, and he denied it? Well, he has 'em, Daddy, as he admitted to me while reeling from my charms. And I didn't do a thing more than Ma would have done when so much was at stake. What's more, his mining interests consist of the original map and claim to the lost crazy Russian pitchblende mine. How can you be sure of that? Lamar demanded sharply, though keeping his voice down. I even had the linings of his luggage unstitched, and all areas chemicaled for invisible inks, and there wasn't a document of any sort discovered. He carries them on his person, Daddy. He told me so. So all you have to do is search that creepy-crawly black suit of his at some moment when those vultures over there aren't around, and you'll be the sole owner of the valuablest property in all North Texas and maybe the world. Tears came into Lamar's eyes. In a tremulous whisper he said, Sugar, I've misjudged you unforgivably. You're a true Lamar of the finer sex, perhaps the truest and finest ever drew breath. Of course I'll still have to give you 1 day's room arrest, so the others don't smell a rat, but after that... Why, if you like, I'll put $1 million on the line to hire Nembo Nembo out of Florida Democracy to paint your 3D portrait. They say he's the world's greatest. I'll underwrite a production of Texiana with a solid gold Surrey and diamond-encrusted hoop-skirts on all the chorus girls, and... Senor Lamar, I interrupted, unable to bear her perfidy and his stupidity a moment longer, there are a few other secrets your dear daughterkins hasn't told you, such as what she really thinks about your lousy taste in theatre, your antimacassar lighthouses, and your provincial yokelish notions concerning the intercourse of the sexes. Do you know what she calls you? The genteelest jail warden in all Texas, the courtly old Cromwell. While hidden in her lingerie drawers, she has... Again the fairy godmother wand reached out, this time touching the center of my forehead and bestowing on me the benison of oblivion. 8. The Invisible Prison. I never saw a man who looked with such a wistful eye upon that little tent of blue which prisoners call the sky. The Ballad of Reading Gaol, by Oscar Wilde. As consciousness worked its way back into me, starting deep inside and moving blindly toward my eyes, the first thing I became aware of was pain. The pain was everywhere, and came mostly from being tightly tied with 1,000 ropes or 100,000 hairs to a flat, hard surface with wide cracks in it. But I was thirsty, too. There was only enough moisture in my mouth to glue my tongue to its roof, and I had the kind of weakness that told me I needed food, though the thought of food nauseated me. I also needed some sort of pills. On top of that, my feet were burning up. My head was tied, left ear down against my left shoulder, numbing the latter and mashing it into the flat, cracked surface. The down ear, mashed too, heard only my thudding heartbeat. The sound frightened me. It was very labored. My arms were strapped down to either side, so that I lay on my back in a cruciform position that was symmetrical except for my head turned to the left. The contact between my dorsal flesh and the flat, hard surface was intimate. I realized I was naked. I tried to think where in the sack or circumluna was a surface like that. The only one I could recall was a big abstraction made of thin slabs of rare moon marble. So Murray, the mosaic worker, had decided to incorporate me into his greatest work of art. Visualizing carefully from onlooker viewpoint, I decided the effect would be striking, moving, even beautiful. But did they untie me at intervals so that I could rest, drink, and eat, or was I a permanent part of the mosaic? There seemed something wrong about using a highly talented actor for such a purpose, no matter how tremendous the effect. But then, artists and photographers are single-minded clots. Some of them won't even read a book or go to the theater. Photography reminded me that I must explain to Murray that a good life-size solidograph of me portraying naked agony would do just as well, or even better, for his mosaic, and free me to go back to the La Cruz Theater in the Sphere, where I was needed and could express my own varied inward visions, not just one of his. By now the burning sensation had traveled up into my calves. Into my darkened mind there floated a dim picture of Vachel and Faninowitz gloating over me, the latter saying, "Clearly he will require no other restraint," the girl agreeing, "That's for sure, Fanny. He looks as if he'd been glued down yesterday with a quart of stick-tight, or like a mashed giant spider." So Terra's most hysterical personality changer had also been a sadist. I hoped I had paid back my tall inamorata well in the only coin women understand before returning to the sack. Why in Pluto's name had Murray tied me down so cruelly? I wished there weren't so many gaps in my memory of the last half of my trip to Terra. Evidently, when gravitation sickness had struck, it had struck hard. The picture was replaced by a motion one of Faninowitz battling wildly with Chase and Hunt. The professor's mouth was open and working, as if he were shouting at them, although I now heard nothing. From time to time he pointed behind me. He was the more active fighter, but the two bigger men were drunkenly getting the better of him. A bottle crashed and splashed soundlessly. For some reason Faninowitz was on my side, and I desperately wanted him to win. It didn't make sense. Then the vampire's smiling Vachel floated back again, but this time with her father. Suddenly I could remember sounds again, for Lamar was saying, "Don't you fret, sugar. We'll get those papers out of him if we have to skin him alive." For some unknown reason, this grisly sentiment made me laugh uproariously. The laughter came out as a strangling and highly painful series of dry croaks, but it helped wake me up. I dragged my eyes open. My surmise had been correct. I was glued to Murray's masterpiece. But something must be very wrong with my memory, because I didn't recall his sack-famed mosaic being anything this huge or violently colored. He must have extended it and touched it up with 17 different hues of paint, and Murray was an artist who favored sallow tones, such as me and my skin. And wouldn't even a clot of an artist have too much taste or mere brute instinct than to paint over the ghostly shades of moon marble? And why, besides myself, had Murray also glued to his revised mosaic many jagged fragments of brown, green, and clear glass, several smashed chairs and tables? How had he ever wangled those out of the Museum of Terran Domestic Artifacts and got permission to destroy them? Numerous pillows, a lightning pistol, an intact monocle, and, flat on his back, Mayor Atomic Bill Burleson of Dallas, Texas. That last brought me back to reality with a bang. I simply couldn't see Burleson sacrificing himself for a work of art, especially another man's, something I myself might do in certain moods. No, I clearly was back in Governor Lamar's patio, and there had been a sizable brawl last night. Burleson, I now noted, had his head on a pillow and was snoring in the shade like a drunkard still well soused, while the burning sensation in my lower extremities, which had now reached my knees, was the morning sunlight creeping across the patio. I must do something before it crawled high as my belly and chest, I told myself for a long frantic moment that ended as soon as I faced up to my helplessness. My exoskeleton and sack suit were gone. The million invisible hairs pinning me down were simply the force of Terran gravity. I could wriggle my fingers and toes, I could open and shut my lower jaw. Otherwise I could not bend a joint. The way my head was placed, I could not even look down at my body. I only got a foreshortened view of my left arm coming out from under my cheek. I let my gaze wander out. The landscape, which last night had been romantic, now looked dismal and sun-blasted, almost like Luna's. The few trees drooped. The truncated cones, small and large, shimmered in the heat waves like chess pieces designed by a computer. Else there was nothing but a plain of pale brown dust. Except for the big swimming pool, everything looked as dry as the inside of my mouth felt. Even the faintly blue sky appeared dehydrated, while I was robbed of billions of molecules of my slender supply of moisture by each breath I drew of the desiccated air. Now through the last there came flapping across the pool 2 tiny swatches. Yes, Rachel's description had been precise, of black and orange batik. With a longing that was almost worship, my eyes followed the delightfully erratic movements of the flutterby. For that must be the true derivation, mangled by comedians. How can butter fly? Every atom of me yearned toward and revered the delicate, whimsical creature. She had conquered gravity, while Homo Christophorus Sculliensis definitely had not. She fluttered out of sight. My longing altered without changing direction. Now I passionately wanted my exoskeleton, as if it were my metal Siamese twin brother or a new-wed robot wife. It must have been removed from me last night while I was still unconscious from the touch of Rachel's black wand, or from further shocking or drugging, perhaps on the pretext of rendering me helpless or tormenting me, but ultimately so that Vachel and her father could remove my sack suit and hunt through it for the claim to and the map of the lost Crazy Russian pitchblende mine. That made me chuckle again, despite torment to my uvula. I scanned all the patio I could. Trusty old titanium was nowhere in sight, though she, might lie hidden behind one of the couches. Perhaps I was foolish to believe my exoskeleton would have been left in the patio, but I thought not. True, Faninowitz would have taken it away with him if at all possible, but my last recollection of the professor was his enthusiastic manhandling by Chase and Hunt. Most likely he had departed under restraint or on a stretcher. Someone else with a rudimentary sense of caution or tidiness would have taken it away. Why, they hadn't even bothered to take away Burleson, who lay snoring as sincerely as ever. Most of the others would have been close to dead drunk, too. Might Rachel have taken it away, to fondle it in bed? Ridiculous! She hated me. I recalled Faninowitz pointing over me during the fight. At what? My stripped-off exoskeleton, I suddenly felt sure. Why would I have felt involved in the fight unless it had been about my exoskeleton? I yearned for the impossible, that I could turn over and peer behind me. Though what use just looking at it would do me, I did not know, except to make me more miserable, if that were possible. Then another reason occurred to me why my exo might have been carelessly left behind. All the Texans would have assumed that I would be utterly unable to stir without it. They would have forgotten, as I myself had up to this moment, the preternatural power in my fingers, toes, and jaw. And, come to think of it, not even Rachel had seen my handshake fight with El Toro. With a shudder of hope that made my hair rise, small but auspicious victory over gravity, I walked my left hand to my thigh, dragging my flaccid arm behind it. It was easy. My fingers found purchase in the cracks between the tessellations, and hardly felt the weight they dragged behind them. Now the task was more difficult, to walk my hand across my body, lifting the dead weight of my arm during the first half of the trip. But I am moderately hirsute around my crotch. By pinching hold of tufts of hair with outstretched fingers, and then crooking them sharply, and by digging my rather thick, long fingernails into my flesh, careless of pain, I swiftly accomplished the job. Indeed, my hen proved to be a most able little five-limbed mountain climber. During the trip, my fingers felt the heat of direct sunlight, reminding me I had no time to lose. The descent had been a breeze, despite the friction between my dragged left arm and body. Now my left fingers blindly found cracks again, and began to walk both away from my body and up toward the line of my shoulders. Meanwhile, I walked my right hand up toward my right armpit to provide a cushion for my head when and if it turned over, and also to be a brace and obstacle, so that my left hand would have its chance to turn my body over, not slide it across the pavement. At the same time, by moving my jaw, first right, then left, I started to walk my head off my left shoulder, which had begun to lift, and across my chest. The stubble on my chin, I had not shaved since departure from Circumluna, helped, though in this area I made little progress. My left fingers were really working hard now. Thumb and middle finger would crook in a crack, while my forefinger and ring finger groped forward, seeking another crack, in which they could seat their tips and take up the crooking or pulling job. Little finger helped which pair needed her most. A quarter of my back was lifted off the pavement now. There was a sharp pain in my left shoulder. I feared it would dislocate. Ghost muscles are little use in holding together joints subjected to strain. My eyes, slit-lidded, were looking almost straight up into the bright pale sky. There was a moment when I feared I'd never make it. But then my fingers found a providentially wide and suitably curving crack in which they could all pull together. My head rolled over so that it lay with temple on right shoulder, chin on right fist. My hips turned then, so that left was directly above right. For the present I let them remain that way, my body lying on my right side. Most of the front of my body was in shade at last, though other areas of it were newly exposed to the bright sunlight, which had now moved as high as my hips and was stinging me hard. Suddenly, feeling very apprehensive, I blinked my eyes twice, then forced them to look dispassionately toward the house end of the patio. Facing me and grotesquely seated in a chair not 4 meters away was my exoskeleton with my sack suit tossed across it. But both my titanium humeri and femurs had been bent almost double, so that their cables curled and dangled. The delicate lattice of my ribs had been crushed in almost out of recognition. My head basket had numerous dents. One cheek plate had been bent out, while my sack suit had been slashed to black ribbons. Really, it had considerable power as a semi-accidental work of art. In fact, it brought tears to my eyes, tears that I hated because I now loathed any power of Texans to make me emote, but more because tears robbed me of moisture I could ill afford to lose. For now my most urgent need was water, along with some sort of relief from the unending strain of gravity and the burning, dehydrating heat of the sun. I would not ask Texans for help, even if anyone would come in answer to my croaking calls. I resolutely repressed from my mind the vision of Chase and Hunt demonstrating their drunken strength last night by bending my exohumeri and femurs and tromping my rib cage. It had been to prevent that, of course, that Faninowitz had fought them. He loved my exo even if he didn't love me. There was no use whatever in regretting the past, or in gloating with a masochistic self-pity over the indignities done me and my dear exo. My body must have known my intentions before I did, or else, already in the fringes of dehydration delirium, I was beginning to act by instinct rather than reason. For while I had been thinking those thoughts, my left hand had toppled my body over onto my chest. Now, aided by my fresh right fingers crooking and crawling under my chin, it was walking in a direction that would hopefully drag my whole body around and head me for the swimming pool. My toppling over had left me with my right leg twisted under my left, but now my well-muscled toes got to work, first untwisting my legs, then finding cracks and aiding me to claw my way toward my new goal. At last I was turned enough so that I could see it. Because it was almost brim-full, my eyes could even glimpse from their slight altitude the great sheet of lovely, glimmering silver. It made me think of how comfortable and snug I'd felt, sandwiched between my water mattresses aboard the Tsiolkovsky, totally embraced by sheeted liquid, except for a hole over my face. My fingers and toes redoubled their efforts. I told myself that once I was floating on my back in that delectable H2O, its cool erasing the sun's sting, my whole body exquisitely hydrating again, that then I could ponder my next move and easily conceive some brilliant plan to thwart my captors. But for the present I must concentrate on finger, toe, and maybe even chin crawling, lugging my inert body to the reviving fluid. The whole course ahead of me was liberally scattered with broken glass. I chose a curving and recurving route that would take me close to Burleson's feet, but miss the worst of the glass. Most of it would be through direct sunlight, but that did not worry me as much, now that my belly and chest were in shade. I soon discovered that I could keep my head upright on my chin without the aid of my right hand, which was more efficiently employed, like my left, stretched far ahead and finding cracks by which to pull myself forward, a job that my toes had to do blindly. Quick work with my chin would keep my head from toppling to either side or from falling forward, robbing me of my vision. Of course, my chin was getting well scraped in the process, as was all of my ventral region, but this was inevitable. At first I would walk a hand to and with a finger flick out of my path any but the tiniest fragments of glass. But then my whistling breath, an increasing ache in my throat, dizzy spells, and a sense of being engulfed in almost unendurable heat made me realize I had only a very limited time left in which to reach the water which would save my life. Now I flicked out of the way only the largest and most wicked-looking fragments. My chin avoided most of the others, which accumulated under the top of my chest, where they scratched and stabbed. As I approached Burleson, in my giant inchworm fashion, I saw his eyes open and stare at me, at first incuriously, then with a certain groggy but not over-great horror, as if I were only one more grotesque denizen of the world of hangover. He lifted to his lips an open green bottle that his right hand had been snugged around, glug-glugged a while, and relapsed once more into his shut-eyed sprawl. It tells much about my desperation and depletion of resources at that time that I did not then see anything the least funny about his actions. I was merely glad to get past the big slob's huge shoes, one more landmark in my advance. I didn't bother any more about the glass, though I was aware of certain new sharp pains in my chest and belly, and also of a warm slime that made travel easier. Actually, I no longer saw even the glass. I saw only my watery goal. My fingers, toes, and chin were moving on their own initiative. I had turned into a team of 2 hands, 2 feet, and a jaw, harnessed to a vast, indefinite load that had to be dragged like a travoy. My brain filled with useless visions of free-fall swims in the huge, high-surface tension water drop that is Circumluna's pride, of Elmo haranguing me on the grandeurs and glories of Texas, of my mother nursing me, of my father trying to explain to me what oceans were, and so on. As my fingers touched at last the edge of the pool, and longed to climb down in at once, a measure of sanity returned to me. I realized it would be a tricky business to get myself into the pool on my back, for if I floated on my face, I would have no way to get my nose and mouth out of the water. Accordingly, although my consciousness was now wavering, and every cell of my body screaming for moisture, I made myself crawl through a curve until the entire right side of my body was lying along the edge of the pool. Then I walked my left foot back of my right, so my legs were again crossed. Next I worked my right hand under my chin, clutching the edge of the pool with it, and walked my left hand as far ahead as I could, and then down over the edge of the pool, where it found a convenient negative ledge. All this while my eyes had been feasting on the water, as the thoughts of a lonely rocket pilot on his fuel. My right elbow, dipped in the stuff, knew chilly bliss, but there was a tiny admixture of apprehension. That water looked very deep. But I reminded myself that one floated as readily over 10 meters of water as over 2, or over 10 kilometers of H2O. Incredible oceanic datum. I strongly crooked the fingers of my left hand. My right hand stood up under my chin. I opened my mouth wide, and my head tipped over toward the pool. At the same time my left toes found the same negative ledge my left fingers had, and they crooked too. My left hip rose. As I teetered there, prolonging my agony a delicious moment, and reminding myself of the precautions to take in water, I decided I must have started hallucinating, for I saw a long pink snake uncoil its tail downward from a top-story window of the patio, and its long, pale pink head emerge and begin to sway. But maybe that super cobra wasn't hallucination, for next I saw Mayor Burleson sit up and stare at his feet. Then his gaze slowly followed what I realized must be the blood track I had left, until he was looking at me. I took a deep breath and toppled myself over. I landed with a splash on my back, precisely as I had planned. Cold shock almost knocked me senseless. Then, although consciousness was still wavering and vision blurring, I began to be happy. Water is ersatz free fall, but good ersatz. I let it into my mouth little by little. Nectar. I swiftly exhaled, remembering to do so through the nose, then took another deep breath. I discovered that the blurring was mostly water in my eyes. I rolled away from the pool side as far as the leash of my right arm let me, then in reaction rolled back. Through my one eye above water, I watched a Burleson reeling both from alcohol and from my disordered vision. As he followed my spoor to the pool side, his arms hung slackly, one still holding the green bottle. His head was bent down until his jowls were multiplied. He looked so much like a huge stupid dog who had been taught to walk on his hind legs and to guzzle, but nothing else, that I would have laughed, except I noted in time that my mouth and nose were both under water. Behind him, and even more out of focus, the hyper-serpent illusion, or reality, continued. Now the thicker section I had first taken for the serpent's head was midway to the ground. Perhaps it was something which the snake had swallowed in the top-story room. Burleson kept getting bigger and funnier. He was near enough for me to note the owlish solemnity of his downward gaze. Then he made a sloppy, swinging grab at my right hand, missed, and almost fell in beside me. After teetering a long second on the brink, a mountain about to topple over sideways, he got his balance again. His first act was to take 2 more slugs from the green bottle. Then he aimed his gaze very carefully at my hand, spread the fingers of his own free hand for a second grab, and was funny no longer. I did not want to be pulled from the pool only 1/4 restored. I did not want to be pulled from the pool, period. I did not want to fall again into the hands of Texans. The pool was not the best base of operations, but at least it was a base from which I might for a while be able to conduct independent negotiations. Besides, I did not want to be near Burleson if he fell or dived into the pool. The wave he created might well swamp or overturn me. So as he grabbed again, I boldly pushed off from the pool's wall with a brisk backhand flick of my right hand. I intended to paddle myself with my fin-clenched fingers to the pool's center and there await developments. The flick lifted my face from the water. I took another very deep breath. It was well for me that I did so, for the next thing that happened was that I began to sink. When I opened my eyes, I was looking up through several centimeters of water, centimeters that rather rapidly became decimeters. I energetically flapped my finger fins downward. It slightly slowed, but did not halt my descent. Too late, it was crystal clear what had happened to me. With my preponderance of bone and almost total lack of fat, I massed considerably more than an equivalent volume of water, and so was inevitably going down. I should have foreseen it, but whoever thinks of one specific gravity, especially in free fall? How I wished now that I had inherited my mother's picnic tendencies and grown up a fat, even though it would have almost certainly resulted in my becoming a comedian rather than a star of high tragedy. Mother would have floated like a butterball. I flatter myself that I sank with a certain dignity, though I continued to flap my finger fins industriously, and even made some tiny swimming motions with my ghost muscles, which worked a little now that gravity's clutch was slightly counterbalanced by my negative buoyancy. If I must die, let it be with a minimum of panic. Besides, the grip of gravity on a free-fall being tends to make him fatalistic. He is in the ubiquitous grip of a power greater far than himself. Soon, surely, I would be lying on the pool's bottom, nailed down almost as securely as I had been on the tessellated pavement above. Crawl then to the pool's side and climb out if there were cracks to climb by? I strongly doubted my oxygen supply would permit that, though I would make the attempt. 9. In the pool. Where the sea beasts, ranged all round, feed in the ooze of their pasture ground, where the sea snakes coil and twine, dry their mail and bask in the brine, where great whales come sailing by, sail and sail with unshut eye, round the world forever and aye. The Forsaken Merman, by Matthew Arnold. As I sank, I idly noted a dozen or so scarlet threads rising from my chest. The broken glass had pocked me deeply indeed. Now was the time for barracudas, piranhas, and small sharks, but Texans would surely use big ones, to come nosing up to the threads and then snap me to chunks, bits, and ribbons in a tumultuous swirl of chaotic water. That is, if this pool were filled with such carnivores, as Terran suspense fiction had assured me was a custom of all evil millionaires, wealthy criminals, and politicos. What actually happened was worse. I got the impression a white whale had dived into the pool, or a medium-sized white submarine had been launched into it. The crash of its entry deafened me. Subsurface waves struck me. The water was vastly disordered. All the artistically curving scarlet threads vanished in a pink swish. Then a pale monster approached and glided under me. I awaited with minimal tranquillity the half-turn of the white shark and the great bite of its razor teeth. Considering my slenderness, I would doubtless be cut in two. In any case, it would all be over swiftly, the books agreed. I would emit one horrific groaning scream, and what actually happened was that arms embraced me. I felt a female form long as my own against my back, while powerful kicks swiftly propelled me to the surface. As I emerged, I blew explosively and gulped down great lungfuls of thick Terran air, which now seemed sweeter than the sax. One strong hand shifted to my armpit. The other cradled the back of my head. I faintly heard the kicks that were keeping us both afloat. My whole face and some of my chest were above water. Then from behind me, in strangely muffled tones, Vachel said, "You okay, Captain Skull?" "Yes," I replied, "but I can't hear you." "Water in your ears. I'll fix that." Lips and a tongue expertly glued themselves to each of my ears in turn and sucked. Then in a roar, "How's that?" "Perfect, Princess. You needn't shout," I replied. "And now, if it is possible, could you turn me over so that my chest and belly are not in direct sunlight?" "Of course. But why?" "So we can look into each other's eyes. There's another reason, but it's too complicated to explain." By that time Vachel had me turned and was supporting me with a hand under my chin. Framed by plastered-down silvery hair, her face was more beautiful than I'd recalled. Her skull was well formed. She had the makings of a good thin. She was grinning as if in the highest spirits. Whatever her motives for rescuing me, generous, sneaky, or crazy, I suddenly felt so much gratitude and tender admiration that only poetry could express it. Accordingly I recited, "Vachel, thy beauty is to me like those Nicean barks of yore, that gently o'er a perfumed sea the weary, way-worn wanderer bore to his own native shore." "By courtesy of Edgar Poe," I added. "That's just plumb beautiful, Scully," she sighed, "even if this pool ain't perfumed." "It is now, Princess," I told her, looking deeply into her shining eyes. "Oh, what a courtier!" she exclaimed. Then, chuckling, "So you think of me as a bark, Scully? A great big clumsy ocean-going vessel?" "You are an ocean-going goddess," I told her, "while I am surely a most grateful, weary, way-worn one." A great wave of weakness washed over me, almost blacking out my vision. I heard Vachel calling faintly as if from a great distance, "Glorioski! I forgot your pills. Is one of each color right?" "Yes, 2 browns," I managed to reply. I felt her wet fingers place 4 pills on my tongue. I crushed them between my molars for swifter effect, and downed them with a half-mouthful of pool. When my vision cleared, she was still trying to close with one hand a small pink case tied around her neck by a pink ribbon. Her other hand was occupied supporting me. She got it shut, but not before I noted inside, besides the pills that she must have taken from my exo's cheek plate, a small dialed box and a half-dozen or so mini tapes. Referring to the last, I asked politely as we bobbed up and down, "Some of your manuscripts, Princess?" "Yes," she replied, "includin' Houston's Afire and Storm over El Paso. Scully, you're a skunk. Or at least you were last night, when you told Daddy about my lingerie drawers. He bust 'em all up, looking for subversive literature, and would have found the secret drawer for sure, except I was getting undressed so fast he had to scuttle out. He likes me to hand him out my clothes through a door open about 6 inches before he locks it." "But, Princess," I told her gravely, "you did me, my father, and my family a great wrong when you revealed to your father the secret of the lost, crazy Russian pitch-blende mine, and that I carried it on my person. Only a very odd circumstance prevented your father from getting hold of the map and claim when he searched and slashed up my sack suit." "Scully, you're a numbskull," she snapped at me. "Sorry I got to tell you this, but that map claim business is pure dream. Bought from an Aleut who had it off a Cree Injun. Why, that's the oldest swindle goin'. Scully, you got no more chance of making money out of that mining claim than you have of making time with La Cucaracha when I'm around. Last night I brought it up just as a red herring to distract Daddy and win back some favor with him. He'll believe anything, long as it means more money for him. Scully, you don't know the rudiments of high revolutionary intrigue." "But, Princess," I began injuredly. Truly I was shaken. At that moment a shouting started at the poolside. Rachel turned my face so that I too could see Burleson, hands on knees, yet still reeling a little, as he yelled over shoulder toward the gringo door. "Hey, Governor! Come out if you can hear me! Come out a-rushing! Your honorable daughter's swimming bare naked with that skin-and-bones revolutionary from outer space. He's bare naked, too." I was impressed by the relish with which Burleson reported to Lamar his daughter's misbehavior. "Sure you don't need a little mouth-to-mouth resuscitation?" Rachel asked sportively. "You look peaked, you know. It'd make Bilious Burley boil, besides driving lushy Lamar plumb loco if he gets here in time. Incidentally, I'm not quite bare naked, as those fat asses insist on describing the highly civilized state of total nudity. I'm wearing my flesh-toned mini underwear, which is all the clothes Daddy allowed me when he locked me up, unless you count the profusion of unshocked pink sheets I knotted together for my escape." "Bussing would be beautiful, but—" I began. She was already off again with, "You know, I think Daddy's got a great big sex thing going for me, maybe unconscious, but maybe not. Else why this eternal lock-in in bedrooms and taking away all the clothes except a tease minimum? You know how he's always picking off his coat and pants lint that ain't there? I bet those are snowflakes from the blizzard of puritanic guilt that's forever buffeting him." "Excellent armchair analysis, Princess," I agreed. "But shouldn't we be doing something? Soon the houseboys will come running, and then rangers, I suppose, and between them they'll be able to figure out a way to capture us. Surely some of them, besides yourself, can swim? And is there not a cowboy Waldo called a lasso? Have you your horse or swifter vehicle nearby? Then there may still be time for you to swim me to the shore away from Burleson and carry me— I am featherweight, you are strong— to that vehicle and—" "Hush up and stop frettin', Scully," she ordered gaily. "Everything's under control and proceeding according to schedule. Now take the houseboys. Not a one of them turned up this morning. That great speech of yours last night sure started a bully ruckus. El Toro says you're guilty of premature activism and romantical individualism, but he's playing along. Jeepers, what I'd give for your actin' skill! But you'll teach me everything, darling, won't you? Why, there's rumors the remains of the late Austin's Praetorian Guard are holed up in Greasertown. Hunty once having conniptions deciding whether to rush, besiege, or atom bomb. Hey, here come Daddy and Bigfoot. Hiya, Lushy Lamar. Mornin', Bilious Burley. Greetin's, Chinchy Chase. Come on in, all of you. The water's fine. We're having fun." And with that she kissed me passionately until we had sunk at least 3 feet, whereupon, with 2 powerful kicks, she surfaced us again, and I was able to honor that kiss with a gasp it deserved. "You swim here at once, sugar, you hear me?" Lamar was raving, tearing his hair with one hand and pointing at us with the other. "It's a million bedroom years I'm going to give you this time, and no clothes at all." "Why, Daddy, I think you'd be happy you'd left me those 2 scraps of panties and bra," she called back sweetly. "For all you know, I may be wearing 'em now. That is, if you're lucky. Tell me, Scully, have I got my pants on?" As I groped for an answer that would be offensive to Lamar, yet still gallant, a large, smooth metal hook settled around my neck. Rachel whipped it off barely in time. She shoved it away from us, then yanked it back. On the pool side, Sheriff Chase staggered and lost hold of the 10-foot pole on which the hook was mounted. It floated in the pool. "Sugar, I'm begging you," Lamar called, on his knees now and wringing his hands. "Why, there hasn't been a like scandal since Jefferson Davis, looking for a place to smoke and purely by accident, walked in on Portia Calpurnia Lamar while she was taking a spit bath. Swim to your daddy, Sugar." Rachel called back, "Daddy, why don't you buy yourself a townhouse of teenage sportin' gals? Come to terms with life, Governor." "But that's not the same thing, Sugar." During this interchange, 3 rangers with laser rifles had come hurrying, as far as Texans ever do, out of the gringo door. Chase conferred with them. One retrieved the pole and started around the pool with it. Chase took out of his pocket one of those black squeeze cylinders Hunt had been playing with yesterday, and he inspected it narrowly. Simultaneously, Burleson drew from a holster at his side a revolver of ancient aspect and goggled at it, somewhat wonderingly. "Princess, we can't talk our way out of this. We must do something," I whispered urgently. "Scully, I told you everything's on," she whispered loudly back. "But if it makes you feel any better—" She opened her pink purse one-handed and clicked a lever on the tiny box inside. "Black Madonna calling submarine. Come in, submarine," she softly said to it, holding it close to her mouth and ear, all 3 just above water. I heard, but could not distinguish the words of her reply. She continued, "Roger, look here. Me and La Muerte are pool center, and we're going to be in trouble in about 30 seconds. You'll be here in 25? Swell." Clicking it off and shutting her purse, she whispered, "Antique crystal AM radio. Baffles the Rangers." I did my best to feel encouraged. Did the pool connect with a river or underground lake? It sounded difficult. Still, the pool was deep. There was a big bang, and something very solid splattered the water a foot from my head. Blast stung my skin. I saw Burleson leveling his smoking revolver toward me, swinging it in arcs of about 20 degrees. Rachel trod water strongly and swung me around so she was between me and the gun. Meanwhile she yelped, "Daddy, you going to let him kill me? You want your lovin' Rachel with holes in her, deader than the Laredo cowboy?" Lamar sprang up and grappled with the mare, who protested, "Just firing a shot across their bows, Governor. Maybe pick off the sky greaser. No harm meant, your precious one." Chase shouted, "Come out, Miss Lamar, and tug La Cruz with you. No back talk either. We've quit foolin'. Boys, get ready to boil the water around them." The laser rifles were leveled to either side of us. Their heat surely couldn't boil the whole pool, but maybe if the beams were kept close enough. Rachel put my hands behind her neck and then embraced me. "Hold me tight, Scully," she said, treading water so that I faced away from the patio. Perhaps she meant us to die together. Little I could do. The 3rd Ranger was reaching the hook toward us, but before I could warn Rachel, he jerked it away in a wide circle as he turned. Weaving its way toward us among the cryptic towers was a menacing plume of brown dust. It grew larger and higher by seconds. I began to hear a roar. "It's a twister! Run for your lives!" the ranger cried, dropping the hook and pounding back around the pool. Rachel turned us so that I was the one facing the patio. My hands were clasped together behind her neck. My chin rested on her shoulder. I closed my teeth on my wrist to make sure my head stayed up. Even if Rachel, my beloved, decided to sink us, I was going to stay up as long as possible. The roaring was louder, closer. The 2 other Rangers and Lamar were shouldering each other to the gringo door, with Burleson a couple of groggy steps behind, while the 3rd Ranger was about to pass him. Chase, still at the pool side, was pointing something. Then it was as if an invisible hand and pen had very swiftly drawn a narrowing black line from him to us. Its end struck Rachel's back below my clasped hands, and I felt her muscles go slack, even as leaked electricity tingled through me, almost making me unclasp my hands. As we started to sink, because she was no longer treading water, and as Chase turned and lumbered after the others, the roar became deafening. The pool-wide plume of dust hit the pool and became a vast plume of white spray. I had time to suck in a big breath before it struck us. Amid blasting spray, we were tugged upward a few centimeters, then shoved under water by a great hand of wind. Rachel's positive buoyancy more than counterbalanced my negative, but as we began to rise, we were again shoved under. Coming up a second time, we made it. I blew through my nostrils, gasped through my wrist-obstructed mouth. The tornado had halted over the patio, unable to decide whether to enter the house, climb over it, or back out. It was still shooting up spray from the end of the pool a few meters away. "Scully, I'm paralyzed below the neck. Don't let go of me," Rachel gasped in my ear, her voice barely audible in the roaring. "Don't worry about that, Princess," I replied grimly, though my voice was much muffled by my wrist in my mouth. "Let go of her? She was my float." The tornado made decision 3. Once more we were pushed under. When we came up for the third time, we were inside a weird, dim, tall igloo of spray. The tornado's eye, I told myself, doubtful if there were such a thing in Terran nature. The whole nature theory lost ground when I saw, vanishing upward, my bent exoskeleton and slashed sack suit, both in the grip of some metal claws on the end of a line. My hands shifted their grip from each other to Rachel's hair, in which they knotted themselves. Unclasping my jaws, I let my head fall back. Directly above, through what might be a large circular hole in spray-dashed transparent plastic, a fierce copper-hued face, made fiercer by lines of red and white paint and black topknot, was peering. Something snaked down and landed across my head and Rachel's. Unsmiling thin lips opened to command, "Grab on, pale-faces! Must move now!" What had fallen was a rope with knots every quarter-meter. I clenched my teeth on it, then crawled one hand out of Rachel's hair to clench the rope with that too. The rope straightened as it began to lift me from the water by head and hand. With the other hand I gripped Rachel's fortunately thick hair as strongly as I could. As my body lifted from the water, I felt my neck stretching and hastily let loose my teeth. It had been a grand gesture, but I didn't want my spinal cord snapped. However, I told myself heroically, I would hang on with my hands to the rope and Rachel to the point of shoulder dislocation and beyond. My head flopped, and I was looking down. As I felt my shoulders begin to dislocate in stabs of pain, I saw Rachel come to and grab the rope herself strongly, with both hands and teeth also. At that moment I had an utterly convincing premonition. Some day she and I would be a great aerial or even free-fall team. We were swiftly drawn through the hole and found ourselves sprawled in a vehicle that mostly wasn't there. By that I mean it was constructed chiefly of a clear plastic with the same refractive index as Terran atmosphere. Here and there parts of it were visible: motors, a shaft, some rods, and its crew of 2. They were the Amerind who had hoisted us, and, sitting at a medley of metal and plastic controls, Gusher. He grinned at us, but spoke no word. Beyond the plastic enclosing us, brown dust was pouring upward on all sides. Overhead, great, swift-flashing invisible blades cut through it. "It's a CAC, CACC, Combo Air Cushion and Copter," Rachel explained over the roar, crawling toward me. Rulers straight, lightning bolts flashed through the dust, turning it all dark red. Gusher chortled. I felt the vehicle sharply tilt and rise. We were free of the dust, though no more red lightning bolts came. Rachel cradled my aching neck and my head, turning the latter so I could see how one of the big towers cut us off from Lamar's ranch and the laser rifles of the Rangers. Gusher said, flashing teeth, "We ride in the tall boy rig cover shadow until we're out of range." The Amerindian said, "No dead Indian, no dead nigger, no dead palefaces. Good." I looked around with my eyes somewhat listlessly. Even sight of my poor exo and sack suit didn't make me sad or mad. The last hour had been a very full one. The sophistication of the vehicle clashed with the air of revolutionary simplicity and poverty I had encountered in the church and cemetery last night. "If it's cack, why do you call it submarine?" I asked Rachel, and yawned. "Because it ain't one," she answered. She was dabbing antiseptics and fixing adhesive bandages on my chest. "'Nother red herring for the Rangers." "And you're not Black Madonna, you're Mary Magdalene," I observed lazily. "You hush up." I noted, stamped in black letters on the plastic near me, "Pacific Pay, Ac Blay, E Public Cray." Slowly and with difficulty, I translated that from Pig Latin to Pacific Black Republic. "Oh, well," I thought languidly, "all revolutions are poorer than third political parties and must accept foreign financing and military aid." Then I passed out, or simply went to sleep. 10. Riding the Whirlwind. Ho for Texas, land that restores us when houses choke us and great books bore us. The Santa Fe Trail by Vachel. Note: Kansas in the original, but changed to Texas when the de facto annexation of Kansas by Texas was made public. End note. Once again I woke in the sack, but this time my stay was shorter. Mother was cradling me in her plump arms against her pneumatic bosom. There was a rhythmic, sharp tapping. Father must be throwing a set together a few hours before curtain time. I pictured him slowly twisting in free fall, two plastic scantlings and a nail gripped in one hand, a nervous hammer in the other. But then my nose was tickled by the acrid odor of hot metal. Was Father spot welding again, against all safety regulations established by Circumluna for the sack? Very likely. Father often broke regulations, but always for the sake of the theater and art, at least as he explained it. Then why the hammering, which really was in a more deliberate rhythm than Father's? Why ask questions? I wasn't hurting, and I was where I wanted to be. Stay shut-eyed. Sleep. Along with the tapping, I heard Father's panting breath, rhythmic gasps. Anxiety stirred. Father mustn't work so hard. He would die. One of my earliest secret fears was that Father would soon die. He looked so much like a skeleton. That was before I understood about thins, fats, and muscles. The imagined scene altered, dropping back 10,000 years or more. We were a cave family at home. I could feel against my chin and cheek the coarse fur of the bear's hide Mother wore. The hoarse breath was that of a dragon snuffing outside the cave. At a tiny hot fire, Father was forging the copper sword with which he would slay the dragon. I opened my eyes. The last vision was closer to truth. I lay in a cave with stubby round spears of rock pointing down. I was softly cushioned against gravity, my head propped up. Long-haired fur covered me to my chin. Across from me, an Indian sat behind a small walled fire, the heat of which I could feel. Wraith-like flames rose from the small red bed whenever I heard the snuffing. It was a bellows. Yes, he worked it by his knee. Across the open furnace lay a femur of my exoskeleton, its cables removed. It glowed red in the middle where the bend was. The bend was not as great as I recalled. Pads shielding his palms, the Indian lay the femur across an anvil and began straightening the exo-bone further with taps of a tiny-headed sledge. The femur was still attached to the rest of my exoskeleton. The other bends had all been straightened. The metal where they had been was discolored. The rib cage was gone. The shallow dents were still in my head basket. The Indian was not the one who had been in the cack. This one's hair was silvery, his face a mass of wrinkles. Out of them his black eyes watched me as he hammered. Nearby were piled my 3 cushion cases. That pleased me. The red in my femur faded, but the bend was gone. The Indian pointed his sledge at me. He said, "I have learned one thing, Death. Without your armor you are very weak. I have always suspected that." I smiled at him and nodded a forefinger. I did not think he would note the latter, but his eyes shifted to it. Perhaps my hand lay outside the buffalo robe covering me. I also later learned that what pillowed me so softly, with some effect of free fall, were 3 eiderdown mattresses. I bless those gravity-conquering birds who think so much of their young that they line their nests with down plucked from their breasts. I felt thirsty and hungry. As if the mere feeling were a cue, Vachel and La Cucaracha walked, smiling, into view, the hand of the former resting lightly on the shoulder of the latter. They both looked lovely in the red glow. Rachel had on her black Madonna garb, while La Cucaracha wore a flaming red dress with belt and necklace of hammered silver plates. She walked proudly. Rachel had to dodge stalactites with her head. Without a word, Rachel drew down my buffalo robe and began to inspect my wounded chest, dripping on antiseptic here, renewing a bandage there, while La Cucaracha, using a corner of the furnace for stove, began to make a gruel of water and my protein food pellets. After getting a sip of water, I told the Mexo-Tex girl I liked to chew the pellets dry. She allowed me to do so with a couple. While the good food worked in me, I marveled lazily at the amity of the dear girls. Last time they had been battling for me like wolf against muskox. Now they had made a truce. I wondered what that portended for me. El Toro had entered and was standing before me, a hard grin on his swarthy face. "How do you feel, comrade?" he asked. "Very much better," I told him. "Bueno," he said, with a nod like a gavel rapping a speaker's rostrum. "Very good indeed. You shall begin your work for the revolution tomorrow with an appearance at Tulsa." "It will take longer than that, comrade," I informed him in my harshest bass. I mustn't let these little Marxists think they owned me. I must take a strong line from the start. Your metal-working comrades have done a passable job straightening my bones, as far as I can see, but I personally, with the Indians' help in holding and handling, of course, must rewind my cables, adjust their tension, and test every motor, lead, and part. "Not so," he snapped at me, and crooked a finger. There strode into view, yawning and rubbing sleep from his eyes, none other than Professor von Inowitz. He bumped his head on a stalactite and cursed. "Donnerwetter!" El Toro said proudly, "We had kidnapped him even before we rescued you from the pool. It is he who supervised the repairs to your skeleton. He worked through the night and into the afternoon. 3 hours ago we permitted him to rest." "Forced me to, you mean, you lazy and undisciplined subman?" Von Inowitz barked at him. He screwed a monocle into his right eye, and, standing very erect after a quick glance overhead, surveyed us all contemptuously. "Understand, please," he said curtly, "that I detest you all and your ignorant, sentimental revolution. When the Lone Star Republic, vessel of noblest fascism, arrests you, as is inevitable, I shall smile at your punishments, and hope they will be of the harshest. If death, then only after torture." "Why, Fanny," Rachel said under her breath, in hurt tones. Ignoring her, he aimed his glare at me. "And that goes for you, too, you miserable mummer from the slums of space?" Then he relaxed, lost height, and with a shrug that was surely only unconsciously Jewish, he smilingly said to me, "However, I am hopelessly enamored of your peerless exoskeleton. It is monomania, an idée fixe, against which even my sternest military compulsions and compunctions are powerless. Within 12 hours, your exoskeleton will be in finer shape than when you received it from those Russo-American swine, the technicians of Circumluna." I had a great many doubts and reservations about that, but I did not voice them. El Toro, Cookie, Rachel, and even the old Indian were simply too happily self-satisfied and too infatuated with their revolutionary cunning in having used Faninowitz's monomania against him. Next day we skittered for Tulsa, Oklahoma, Texas, in 3 cacks, taking different routes. We flew under and through low clouds shot with lightning, navigating in part by an echo device called radar, which was new to me, since there are neither swarms of water droplets nor starless times in space. The cack's transparency made it seem as if we were swimming through a gray ocean. At any rate, the dank, dingy super soup with its electrical seasoning was not to my taste. But it cheered my comrades because, they said, it disordered communications and hid us from Lone Star Vulture planes. El Toro told me, with mixed pride and envy, that Texas newsmen have dubbed me the Specter, and that I have been declared public enemy #1 of the Republic. The Rangers have sworn to nail my hide to a barn door, which I hope is hypothetical, alongside those of Clyde and Bonnie, whoever they may be or have been. The search for us has become hot, El Toro affirmed, with both Hunt and Chase living up to their names. "They're going to burn you if they can, Sky Boy," Guchu assured me from the pilot's pad. "But have no fear. Death by fire is purifying." Faninowitz was not aboard our cack, which was a relief. The German is an insufferable combination of martinet, of me, and high priest, of my exo. But neither were Rachel and Cookie, which I found depressing and determined to remedy if we lived that long. I put in time talking with a gray-topped, much-bent Mex named Pedro Ramirez, who had been in a cyborged work gang for 20 years. He pulled his shirt off his knobby shoulder to show me the puckered scars where deep probing tubes at once fed tranquilizers, energizers, and hormones from his yoke into artery and vein. He also insisted I inspect the curious callosities in his ears, made by the common plugs that had been housed there daily for 2 decades. Meantime he began softly to hum, I think without realizing it, a medley of monotonous tunes, and once I caught the curious English words, "Every day 2 hours times 12, a million yokemen dig and delve." But when I questioned him about the details of his gang work, he became excited and emotional. I easily quieted him with a few calm and confident suggestions. I concluded that cyborging involves no direct control of the nervous system, but is merely a means of chemical and hypnotic supervision, the command plugs transmitting both an audio background of tranquilizing propaganda and also the orders of a Texan overseer observing the work site directly or by 3D, or the orders, El Toro told me, of a cyborged Mex straw boss, in turn overseen by a Texan, who can in this fashion control as many as a dozen work gangs. It struck me as a vastly overcomplicated, as well as degrading, system for work more easily done by machines, or for that matter by uncyborged workers energized by coca leaves and tranquilized by marijuana. I decided the Texans favored it because it allowed them to keep the Mexicans uneducated, and, probably more to the point, catered to the Texan conviction that Mexicans and other primitives are ineducable. "And those pitiful peones don't even know the work they do, Esquel." El Toro topped my guesses. They get powerful hypnotic commands, when the yoke is off, to forget the details and even nature of all labor they perform while cyborged. Hypersecurity, man, Gusher nodded. Sure than cutting out the tongue and popping the eye. A blind mute can gesture and draw and maybe write, but nobody can tell what he's forgot. I realized this was why my questions had disturbed Pedro Ramirez. Nevertheless, after administering soothing suggestions, I asked if he had done work within the outsize oil rig towers. Never in those, Senora Spectro, he assured me with a shuddering, wide-eyed headshake. No, never once. His denial struck me as too strong to be true, especially along with the dig and delve drone. But I had no desire to torment further in order to satisfy idle curiosity. So I calmed him once more, and shortly had him asleep, suggesting that he wake feeling well and happy. A leading actor who is not a passable hypnotist is hardly worth his salt. It occurred to me, as the trip grew long and I began to ache in my exo, that it would be pleasant if there were someone to hype me asleep. Somehow I did not want to do a self-hype. I recalled wistfully the tender nursing I had got from Rachel and the cucaracha in the cave. I had loved them as co-mothers then, nurses within gravity's womb. But now I reminded myself, slapping the rib cage of my trusty exo, that I loved them in quite a different fashion. The thought heartened me greatly. My rib cage was a new one, made of solid silver, weighing a few pounds more, but with a lovely dull shimmer. Its luxury contrasted nicely with my Marshall head basket, the dents in which had only imperfectly been beaten out. But by the time we reached the central square of the Tulsa greaser town, my mood was once more as low and dark as the weather continued to be. The girl's brief greetings raised it a bit, but it immediately dropped to a new low when El Toro whispered, "Just keep in mind, camarada, that 13 known informers have had their throats slit or been otherwise taken care of to safeguard tonight's gathering against interruption." It seemed a dismally high price for a performance. There'd been nothing about murder in my contract, and I feared I'd be a flop. Up to my entrance, I kept seeing those gaping gullets and also the pitiful bentbacks who had died at Dallas, inflamed by my rantings, while the lightning of electric whips and laser beams had been a frame for my thoughts. But as soon as I faced my audience, I was in a controlled revolutionary frenzy, sardonic and heartless as only death can be. It's a perpetual miracle how a part takes hold and carries one, even when one actively dislikes the role. I was afraid, too, that Faninowitz had booby-trapped my exoskeleton, perhaps by time bomb, but it actually continued to operate more smoothly than ever. What strange and contradictory compulsions fire men! At the end of my oration, I was so worked up that I wanted to lead the mob into Tulsa's Texas town to commit acts of violence. But locals did that, and I took off with El Toro and the rest for the abandoned atomic shelter that would be our camp, until we headed for Little Rock, Wichita, or Springfield, Missouri, as tactics dictated. I wondered at an atomic shelter being deserted in a world that had endured one nuclear war and now seemed minimally peaceful. But El Toro explained to me that radioactives were everywhere in such short supply, due to their military and industrial use, that they would no more be used again as major weapons than the last gasoline would have been used for Molotov cocktails. To my surprise, Faninowitz haughtily confirmed El Toro's explanation, though with a curse for a world that had lost with Germany the industry and patience to mine and smelt low-grade uranium ores, and also with a final sardonic smile that lingered in my memory. I pointed out that a small atomic bomb had been expended on Austin's Praetorian Guard. "A few tacticals left, yes," El Toro agreed. "Museum pieces, one might say. Texans are loco." "Your figures on the radioactives shortage are right, Tor," Gusher said. But you got the wrong analogy. Last gas wasn't used to run a motor, but to fry a black." He paused. "Or maybe a whitey, who knows?" He landed our cack in a drizzle where I saw only one darkness instead of earth. Then he turned toward me and said, "Real reason no earthling, except a few locos with bloated egos, would risk more fallout is that we all know we still got a little death ticking in our bones from the big poison war. Even you're getting a little of that death into you, Mr. Death, every day you stay here. No, Tor, we got to have a confrontation. That's the trouble with you Mexes, always being gracious to people, to Whitey even, and smoothing things out. Combo, I guess, of the old Hidalgo dream and your Indian ability to take anything that's handed to you and endure it, like your yokes, without striking back except for an occasional knife in the dark. No, we got to tell Mr. Death here the truth, such as the real reasons A-shelters are taboo. One, a lot of them got worse poisoned from fallout than the toplands, through groundwater and kinked ventilation systems, and because who hits low gets hit low back. Now don't get edgy about that, Sky Boy. Any Cobalt 90 in this shelter has been ticking 100 years. Two, Whitey thinks the shelters have got hants in them, and he's scared, though he won't admit it. Ghosts I could laugh at, and did. Before we entered the shelter, I peered vainly for the moon. El Toro asked with a sympathy that surprised me whether I were homesick. I replied with minimal untruth that no, I just wanted to know the date. I was uncertain how long I had been in the cave. "It is the 27th of Alamo, Esquel," he told me. "Come down now." I decided that the Texan calendar would have to do for me for my stay on Terra, or until I glimpsed Luna once more. Ghosts did not seem so laughable when I was in the huge and shadowy shelter where our camp was dwarfed and faint echoes returned from black unexplored corridors. But I saw no cracks or other bomb damage. Tulsa, I reminded myself, had lain inside the Texas bunker. Dinner cheered me further, and during it, while still stirred with after-show excitement, I began with La Cucaracha a discussion of history, which we carried into the curtained space I thought of as my star dressing room. It turned out that she has a bright, hard head on that exciting little athletic body. She pointed out rather bitterly that a Mexo-Tex female is the lowest of the low and must have 10 times the brains of a man to get anywhere. She insisted that most of the Texas history Elmo had fed me was pure Texas brag, though she did admit that back at the time of the annexation in 1845, Sam Houston had cowed Washington with the prediction that if Texas weren't admitted to the Union on generous terms, such as permission to divide into 5 states with 10 senators whenever desired, then Texas would engulf all the west to the Pacific and assume leadership of the southern states when the inevitable break over slavery came. No, Esqueleto Amado. In verity it was like this. The wealthy gringo junta that arranged the assassination of President Kennedy soon became the entire heart of the Texas establishment. Thereafter things happened much as you've been told. The blacks, reckless and inspired as their Zulu and Mahdi progenitors, carved out their countries to southeast and southwest during the disorders following the atomic war. We've forgotten Mexes, fiery but incurably fatalistic, indolent yet good workers and breeders, remained the undercats and grew into the new servile class. I asked her what had happened to Elmo. She said that she had no idea, but that he was resourceful and shrewd under his blather, and whatever happened would land on his feet. I agreed he had big ones. She admitted she had an affection for the man despite, or perhaps because of, his genially bullying ways. This led me to inquire indirectly whether she wasn't now lonely. I was on the point of making time with her when, with consummate disregard of privacy, Vachel wandered in. I expected another brouhaha, but the Black Madonna appeared not to note that Cookie and I were moving toward intimacies. Shortly the 2 girls departed, leaving me aroused and frustrated. I damned them heartily, summoned El Toro to help me out of my exo, refused to see Faninowitz, downed a pill, and slept. Our next revolutionary gathering was on Alamo 29th at Wichita, Kansas, Texas, a city much like Dallas or Tulsa, except I began to note scars of the atomic war and also short Texans, poor whites and northerners not given the hormone. El Toro kept me unpleasantly aware of the price being paid for my performances by telling me about the diversionary riots being staged in Little Rock and Colorado Springs to keep the Rangers' attention off Wichita. He also informed me that I am creating a panic across Texas. Not only is the Mex world in a fever of excitement at the coming of El Escalado, but the tall world has got the jitters. There have been rumors and reports of the dread skeleton man everywhere. I was simultaneously leading mobs in Denver and Corpus Christi. 20 minutes later, I was captured in Memphis. Meanwhile, I was seen grinning horrendously down from a copter that buzzed the streets of El Paso, etc. I was flattered, yet unimpressed. I asked El Toro how the revolution we've stirred up is going in the South. I got evasive answers. More dead bentbacks, I supposed. I told myself not to think about that, but to remember I am Christopher Crockett LaCruz, touring Texas with the Revolutionary Ramblers on a physiologically limited engagement. No joke about that last. I was suffering from digestive disorders, while gravity became a deadly drag despite my exo and eiderdowns. I insisted on a warm bath at last, with a support net to keep me from sinking. Little relief. Could I be provided with a tub of heavy water? That might float me. I was laughed at, especially by Rachel, who said I had more expensive notions than Daddy. Nevertheless, she and I had a cozy chat together, which again turned toward history. In different ways, we both became nostalgic about the vanished USA, the industrial and scientific inspiration it gave the world, and its truly great men, Franklin, Jefferson, Houston, Poe, Lincoln, Edwin Booth, Ingersoll, David Griffith, Roosevelt, too, though she, like Elmo, thought him a figurehead, Dr. King, and so on. It had been an ideal country for men with grand imaginations, for geographical and industrial pioneers, until they turned the grandeur to grandiosity and began to broadcast it over the newly discovered mass media. We grieved at that robust and shrewd land's fatal weakness for making right, then wrong, decisions, and standing by the latter beyond all reason and with puritanic perversity. The Civil War, which freed the slaves, and the deals of the 1870s, which again crushed the blacks, recreating tensions and problems that had to be solved with violence 100 years later. The great experiment of prohibiting alcoholic beverages, which nurtured America's wealthy criminal class and allowed it to entrench itself. The later hysterical agitation against marijuana, with exactly the same results. I was surprised to discover, from Rachel, how much, according to her thinking, Texas's sly legalization of weed, a Mex smoke to start with, helped lead Texas to her primacy among the states and also her domination of Latin Americans. The First World War, followed by isolationism and repudiation of the League of Nations. The brief dream of a monopoly of atomic power, followed by unending nightmares. The long adventure in Indochina, with its tragic consequences for all Terra. A nation nurtured on cowboy tales and the illusion of eternal righteousness, perpetual victory. A nation that sought to create simultaneously, in the same people, a glutton's greed for food, comfort, and possessions, and a puritanic morality. Merciless competition and docile cooperation. Timid safety-mindedness and reckless self-sacrifice. A hard-boiled but docile young. Worship of success so long as it could be thought due to luck, and hatred of outstandingness granted by nature and or hard work. Great scientists and scholars, and a contempt for same. The welfare state and entrenched wealth. The brotherhood of man and racial discrimination. In short, null program. Order, counter-order, disorder. No wonder even Texas made more sense than that. Rachel told me that Kookie's views of the Texas establishment were much oversimplified, but admitted her father's power was derived ultimately from the Texan cabal, which dominated American policies from the middle of the 20th century. She laughingly revealed she had no notion whatever as to whether she and her father were actually related by blood to the second president of the Lone Star Republic. Likely, Lamar had been a political name taken by one of her more recent ancestors during the bloody years after the Atomic War, when Texas conquered, for its own good, most of a bomb-shattered and fallout-diseased USA, and also Mexico, Central America, and Canada, finally establishing the atom-scarred Stickeen and Mackenzie Mountains as a Russo-Texan boundary. I pointed out to the Black Madonna that she and Captain Skull proved by their sentimentalizing over the USA that they were both hopeless romantics addicted to lost causes. She liked that, and I was getting primal places with her when Kookie popped into my supposedly private room in the deserted country mental hospital, no longer approachable by wheeled vehicles, where our company was bivouacking. Once again there was no fracas whatever, no observable hard feelings. Once again the girls tripped off together, and once again I was left tense and uncatharsized. I decided to give up women, at least on Terra, and certainly for that night. On Alamo 30th, the weather stayed overcast, likewise my spirits. We played Topeka. It was a rerun of Wichita. Outside of myself, the performance was strictly amateur. I rewrote the script, giving Kookie and Rachel brief appearances. Thumbs were turned down on my innovations by El Toro, Guchu, Father Francisco. Latins and Indians resent women getting the spotlight, they said. The committee was also shocked by my suggestion that I wear my blonde wig for variety. Later, El Toro approached me privately about elocution lessons. I agreed to give him same, in strict secrecy, as far as his bull voice permitted. At least I might be able to get him to cut down on the muscle show. I decided R.V. and La C. had entered into some private agreement about me. I played it very cool with them. No more tete-a-tetes. I couldn't stand another interruption. For that matter, I would have found it difficult to be private with a woman if I had desired. Faninowitz was forever at my heels, wanting to test my XO, check batteries, increase power, try out new wirings. His concern and new ideas were limitless. I felt like Frankenstein's monster pursued by Thomas Edison. I decided all Germans are maniacs. Yet El Toro insisted I humor the beady-eyed Bavarian as much as possible. And truly, my XO was kept perfectly tuned. But my physical condition was deteriorating, though I mentioned this to no one. No stiff upper lip, just didn't want to be fussed over. The monocled monster might have announced he is doctor of flesh medicine also. I kept reminding myself that my only real aim was, 1. Get to Yellowknife, 2. Check and double-check on the lost crazy Russian pitchblende mine, despite Rachel's damnably plausible discouragements, 3. Put the bite on the committee and use my circumlunan passport to hightail it for the sack on the first ship available. Rachel asked me why worry about the mine, since it had been clearly proved I don't have the claim with me, either in my baggage or on my person. I wondered if I should tell her the truth. Concluded, definitely not. At Kansas City, Kansas, Texas, on Spindletop 1st, El Toro decided I needed a holiday. He took me and La Cucaracha to a bullfight at the stadium of the former Wyandotte High School. I was disguised by a big hat, big boots, padded suit over my XO, and vast blonde mustache over cheek plates. El Toro and Kookie were my servants. We got by. My ability to pass as a Texan, at least under casual inspection, struck me as something that might prove useful. The bullfight was delightful. They used hormoned bulls, huge and slow, true cathedrals, while the matadors were young mexes, male and female, who dodged the bull acrobatically and even did knee swings and giant swings on horns, like ancient Crete. Kuki told me she had trained as a bullfighter, then decided life as a sociable secretary provided greater financial satisfactions and revolutionary work greater emotional ones, while acrobatics were useful in both activities. This with a hearty wink. I remembered in time not to start flirting with her. Play it cool, even cold, is a motto of La Muerte Alta, I told myself. What did I need with women? Besides, if I held out, one of them would be sure to give in. Our revolutionary gathering that night was in the huge and struggling greaser town along the Kansas River in Kansas City, Missouri, Texas. The greatest stockyards in the world, I was told, before it had taken a direct nuclear hit. Decades later, when radioactivity had dropped to a tolerable level, the Mexes had slowly built their way into it, partly forced by local population pressure and partly spontaneously, with the residual radioactivity providing some assurance that their masters would stay out, or at least cut their visits short. I felt nervy from the start. Our stage was in front of a riverside warehouse with thick brick walls, which above the second floor had been melted into a hillocky glazed dome, from which there still thrust the huge, twisted, rust-brown fingers of old steel beams. Underfoot was a swept, randomly crackled, greenish and brownish tessellation of fused soil, its fissures filled with new dirt. Around this rough nuclear plaza, in front of the shacks they dwelt in, our audience began to gather silently, intent, sallow, and brown faces with a large scattering of darker ones. Stay-behind blacks who were incurably rooted here, or at any rate hadn't yet made it to Pacific Republic or Florida democracy. But it was hard to make out even faces. Our stage lighting was dim, despite the continuing overcast. I was standing with the rest of the company in the dark inside the warehouse, back from its central doorway. A few minutes before curtain time there was a commotion as a gang of locals set up a wide-spaced lattice of narrow black rods in front of and over our stage, making it even smaller. No one could or would explain to me why, El Toro being away at the moment. It seemed theatrical insanity, further spoiling the audience's view of the actors and making them feel like beasts in a cage. At least, I felt like one. I fumed impotently, knowing that my comrades had little or no idea of what makes good theater. I scented trouble. I grew nervier. I wished the girls weren't there, but felt unable to talk to either of them. And then, a minute before my entrance, running over my opening lines in my head, I drew a blank. It was as if I had forgotten Spanish and English both, and probably Russian too. Instead, a wordless sight slid across my mind, wiping out all other reality. I was in the same huge room. It was filled with white light, so there was not a shadow. Files of beasts lumbered into it. Men with unconcerned faces but spattered robes struck the horned heads with great mallets, adroitly cut the sleek furred throats, each man had his one monotonous job, flayed off the hides, dismembered and disemboweled the carcasses. My ears were filled with hoof clampings and great thuddings, with bestial grunts and screams. My nostrils were likewise crammed with the stench of frightened animals, their copious excrement, and the floods of their rich, sweet blood. Other men with unconcerned faces constantly hosed the killing floor. What startled me most was that the spurting, streaming, flooding, omnipresent blood was not a darkish crimson, as I had always thought of blood in quantity, something I had never seen, but a phosphorescent carmine just off fuchsia, suggestive of tropical blooms and lipstick and giddy body paint. Then I was being nudged in the side, not gently, and the vision shot aside. La Cucaracha was reminding me that my entrance cue had been spoken. I strode on stage in a near trance, my entrance applause a distant, soft thudding no louder than the beat of blood in my ears. I had always tested negative for psi in the sack, but now I wondered how imagination alone could have created so vivid a vision of a slaughterhouse. Someone else than I said, "Yo soy la muerte," and for at least the first 5 minutes I felt like a beetle lodged behind the visor of an animated and vocal suit of armor. Then either the slaughterhouse vision lost its power, or else I grew big enough to take over the role of Death the Universal. The laughs I got were few and low, the cheers low too, but gutty. I think I never held an audience so well before. In fact, I did too well. I must have hypnotized the lookouts and my own comrades, for as I came to the finger-shaking bit and "We must risk death, and if necessary deal death," I believe I was the first one to hear the faint rushes of air and soft drones overhead, and glance cautiously up, and in one snapshot look see poised above us 6 copters with antennae and coils and searchlights and other electronic items where landing gear should be. Then, but not before my eyes were slits, the plaza was flooded with hot, raw, white light. There was time for each member of the audience to spring up, to take one look or one step. Then I felt the faintest tingling and numbing in my flesh. At the same instant, each member of the audience froze like a statue, paralyzed in posture and expression. About a third of them, off balance at the moment, tumbled down, but without an iota of change in the look of the face or the contortion, however grotesque, of the body. I shot a glance over shoulder, noting that my actions were slowed down a trifle. My comrades were moving about in slow motion, as if running through invisible water. Gusher was making toward me, where I stood stage front. The others were headed for the warehouse doorway or already through it. I looked back at the audience, and, utterly fascinated, began to scan their faces one by one. Being an actor, expression is a mania with me. Now I found great confirmation for Leonardo's dictum that the grimaces of agony and ecstasy are almost indistinguishable, though I noted many an interesting trace of surprise, fear, and rage. In their statuesque totality, the mob was a greater work of art than Murray's Slaves of Gravity, where 793 tiny figures are depicted, struggling waist, shoulder, neck, or mouth deep from a curving surface of moon marble, which might be a section of Luna herself. It occurred to me that the crowd constituted a semi-accidental work of art that could have been titled, with apt ambiguity, Field Slaves. For now that I saw rangers dropping from the copters on spinning shoulder vanes, and also charging into the plaza afoot, all of them clad in oversuits of copper netting, I realized that the copter's electronic gear was projecting a paralysis field from which my comrades were protected in part by the copper or other metal cores in the black painted bars around us, but I altogether by the secondary Faraday cage of my exoskeleton. The rangers, who also wore owl-eyed black gas masks, were a superb sight in themselves, black giants who were a tessellation of small ebon diamonds morticed with gold. Gusher's upstretched fingers slowly clamped on my elbow and dragged on it. "Come on, Scully," he gasped effortfully. "Make that effort, man. You can do it." "Certainly," I agreed, turning swiftly. I was greatly irritated to be jerked from my supreme artistic reverie, Death contemplates his victims, but realized the black had a point. An emergency was certainly developing. So I forced myself to use the most courteous tones as I asked, "But do what?" "Beat it through the warehouse, you dumb oaf, he exclaimed, with such an attempt at vociferousness and speed, and rage at the readiness with which I moved, that he slumped on my arm, and the last 3 words came on the in-gasp. Since his rebuke was instantly provided with a multiple exclamation point of many objects clattering on the roof of our cage and several dropping through, I realized that Gusher had been altogether right, and my attempt to be a crisis observer wrong, as always. Yet it had been so fascinating. Instinctively we both took deep breaths. Then utter inky blackness exploded rather than flowed from the canisters, one of which had fallen at our feet. I took one sight on the door into the warehouse. Then, since the erupting blackness prickled me through my sack suit, I instantly closed tight my eyes, mouth, and nostrils, clamping the latter together with finger and thumb, while my other hand gripped Guchu as I made giant strides toward my target. My face and hands prickled and stung, but not enough to incapacitate me. Another object thudded in the dark somewhere near us, and began to say self-importantly, "I am a 60-second bomb, 59, 58, 57, 50, and I'm a 90-year man, bomb, with decades to go." Guchu answered the thing, and paid for his rash defiance with a horrendous coughing fit. I continued to make tracks. Fortunately, my elocutionary activities have given me a lung capacity unusual in Circumluna, something which had also helped me in Governor, or would it now be President, Lamar's patio pool. When counting strides told me I was well inside the warehouse, I swabbed my eyelids with water from my cheek plate and risked another quick sighting. We were almost out of the smoke. From a trapdoor 5 long strides, La Cucaracha waved us on, her eyes streaming, her other hand shutting her mouth and nose. I made the trapdoor, my eyes stinging, and flickered a downward glance. There was a round well 5 meters deep, with ladder rungs embedded in one side, and with Father Francisco peering anxiously up from the bottom. La Cucaracha scuttled down. I got Guchu's feet and hands on the rungs. He was blind and retching from the gas, and followed him as swiftly as I could. Cookie called, "Close the trap!" As I reached up, an incandescently scarlet laser beam missed my hand, spattered against and was also reflected downward from the trap's metal in-face. I felt heat between thigh and right knee, and that leg went limp. I heard Father Francisco gasp hissingly with pain. I shut and bolted the trap, then made it down on arms alone. Then I was hopping along a corridor I had to crouch in, supported to either side by Cookie and the Padre. There was an explosion that shook the floor. Behind us, Guchu gasped out, "Bomb weren't bluffing anyhow. I hate a liar," and managed a croaking laugh. I wondered if he knew what bomb he was talking about. Around that time, I discovered my right leg was useless because one of the femur cables had been melted through. The 2 ends dangled and jigged. I also noted that the reflected laser beam had creased Father Francisco's arm. The wound would have bled, but the beam's heat had cauterized it. Then I was being helped to crawl through a circular port. I found myself sprawled in semi-dark among my comrades in a flattened cylinder. Someone had closed the port and was locking it with a wheel. Opposite the port was a window into darkness. Then a great white snout peered in with unwinking eyes and with long white feelers around its jaws. The cylinder began to rock and to move in surges. Shortly later, I was told that we were in a river submarine, called Airplane, of course, with consummate revolutionary duplicity, and that the white monster had been a mutated and haploid catfish. We rode the currents of the Kansas and Missouri for weary hours without incident, except for a few bottom scrapings and glimpses of exotic river life. On his insistence, I told El Toro about the government of Circumluna. He expressed horror at what he dubbed sacabondage, and insisted I carry the revolution there. As soon as I had made him understand vacuum and decompression, he saw endless possibilities in bombs artfully placed. I let him elaborate his nonsense, and rested my eyes on Rachel, Vachel, and La Cucaracha sleeping in each other's arms. I decided that, if I escaped alive from this mortal Terran brouhaha, and were able to carry anything back to the sack, it would be something very different from revolution, unless one considers all female conspirators and destructors by nature. We landed at dawn at a swamp-circled hideout short of Missouri City. Faninowitz was one of the few awake and on hand to observe our limping and dispirited arrival. Ho, ho, he mocked. I see you have had a brush with the Rangers. Next time, Ka! And while making this nasty noise at the back of his tongue, he drew his thumb across his throat. And as for you, you Schafskopf, you bummer, you are no more fit to be trusted with your exoskeleton than a child with a computer. That's how the Circumlunans teach their children math, I told him as I hopped along. Splice my cable now, you Texo-Prussian paranoid. 11. In the coal mine. There are only two things in life you can be sure of, death and Texas. Old Texan proverb. Infierno de los diablos! El Toro cursed genially but seriously behind me in the silvery dark. What are you doing up here, Esquel? Hunting for Texas owl planes? I assure you they will spot you first. Your exo will stand out in their radar like a metal tree. I did not remove the borrowed binoculars from my orbits, but lowered their electronic gain best to observe the dark and glinting speck somewhere between my eyes and Luna's bright, crinkled border. When the almost point-tiny spangle had climbed a low mountainside and off the moon, I knew for certain it was Circumluna and the sack in transit. I shifted my field to the stars around Luna. From the pale few I could see, so different from the multitude of the sack's blazing nights, I recognized Taurus by the doubles around Aldebaran on one side of the moon and the Pleiades on the other. That meant that, for the sack, Terra lay at the heavens' antipodes in Scorpio beneath my feet. El Toro pounded lightly with his fist against my leg, just above my knee motor. I understand now, Esquel, he said. It is the first night the weather has let you see the cold, silver sun around which your little world revolves. I nodded, but the point seemed to me that he couldn't possibly understand, not to any degree. For instance, my almost painful surge of relief at knowing the real date, not this grotesque spindle-top 4th, but the real date, Sunth of Leo, Terranth of Scorpio, Lunth of Capricorn. The scientific Circumlunans still measure time by Greenwich, an invisible line 250,000 miles away earthward and infinity away starward. But we Sacabons depend primarily on the times it takes sun, earth, and moon to move across one of the 12 constellations of the zodiac, Sunth, Terranth, and Lunth. Our Lunth is about half an Earth hour, making our sack day about 6 Earth hours long, the time it takes Circumluna sack to orbit the moon. 12 Lunths make a sack day, 10 sack days make a Terranth, 12 Terranths make a Sunth, Earth's month, 12 Sunth make a Starth, our sack name for a year. It's an impossible system if you try to make it precise, but okay and highly aesthetic if you've grown up with it. Who needs minutes and seconds? Except in the clutches, and then you need only speed. Besides, any good actor can count stage seconds perfectly in his head. Or what could El Toro know about the momentary shivering illusion of free fall I felt as I permitted myself a final glimpse of the dark sequin that was my home? I lowered my binoculars and surveyed Terra's horizon from the low hillock where I stood. Southward, the silent Ohio River gleaming like a black nebula. Eastward, the blackened steel and masonry stumps of Evansville thrusting up through the undergrowth. Northward, prairie. Westward, the ruined works of the abandoned coal mine that was our camp. Rapping again above my knee, El Toro said, "Come on now, Esquel. You've tempted the Texan bull long enough, and we have a job for you." I looked down at his swarthy, handsome face. A wide grin showed the pearls of his teeth. I envied him his chunky, vigorous body, which stood his full 4'10" with ease in the killing terragrav, while my 8'6" sagged in its frame. I nodded and started down through the dusk, taking short, careful steps. "You are tired, Esquel," he said. "Your exo stands straight, but sometimes you hang from it, God pardon me, like the crucified one. I am neither a religious nor a secular hero, Not even of the dubious revolutionary breed, I told him somewhat brusquely. In fact, I spit on all such. I am just an actor working his way toward Spaceport Yellowknife. As for yokes, your cyborged countrymen must carry theirs, while mine carries me. Who is the better off? If you have to work out your somewhat grandiose sympathies, you really belong in grand opera. Light me a reefer. I was sharp with him, because my support bands truly were cutting me cruelly. The 3 days since Kansas City had marked and drained me. To a person unused even to one lunagrav, 6 play hob with a gut, packed into the belly like a length of limp pipe the Creator did not even bother to coil. Kansas City, Columbia, St. Louis, Carbondale, 4 revolutionary one-night stands without a layoff. Surely Terran actors of the 19th and early 20th century must have been a hardy breed. Columbia. My memories of our brush with the Rangers at KC had made me shake so that my exo rattled, until I made my entrance. St. Louis. A gargantuan, half-lived-in graveyard, its skyscrapers a cemetery of melted Behemothean tombs from the Atom War. But the biggest audience yet. Carbondale. A whistle stop, except for a host of cyborgs working in 2 of the gigantic tower-masked drilling rigs, from each of which a twisting trail of giant rock-laden trucks centipeded night and day to build a wall somewhere north. Diana knows why, or most likely she doesn't. Along the path that zigzagged through undergrowth, El Toro and I felt our way to the ramp leading down into the shallow, worked-out coal mine. Ahead and below, a small, squat rectangle of light glowed. I sipped my stick, drinking deep of the evergreen smoke and holding it in my lungs. But although our footsteps began to syncopate, there was no soothing of pain. El Toro said, "You draw apart from us, Esquel. You hug your hurt and loneliness. The girls in particular are distressed. I am sure that if you spoke a few gallant and sugary zeros into the ear of either, well, we have a saying that 1 night's sleep with is more restorative than a week's without. That is, if a man can imagine the latter." I did not tell him of Rachel's and Cookie's trick of the one interrupting us whenever I was alone with the other, or of my determination to hold out against them both until one or the other surrendered unconditionally. I said instead, harshly, "For me this is a business trip, not a romance, either with giddy, easily won females or the bent-back revolution, which appears to be killing 100 Mexes for every Tex, and acting, done in professional fashion, is the most tiring business." I unintentionally kicked a bit of gravel that clattered down the slope. Instantly a near-blinding search beam shot up from the depths. Around it I made out the blurs of armed guards. I was both reassured and irked by this evidence of revolutionary preparedness. El Toro observed, using a hand to shade his eyes from below, "It is odd to think that even death should become weary." "So my performances are falling off," I replied, quick to catch at any hint of criticism. "Soon, instead of firing your revolution, I shall be a cold rocket tube that coughs once and dies forever, reeking of hydrazine." "No, no, no," he protested, a little too much. "Why, only last night I was admiring your new gag, of pretending a duel with Ranger Hunt and President Lamar." We'd had certain news that Governor Lamar had been made President of Texas in a hurry-up inauguration. Vachel had said this advancement of her daddy meant certain doom for the Lone Star Republic. I was doubtful. Apart from this idiot involvement with his daughter and his compulsive lint-picking, Lamar had seemed to me a shrewd man and suave for a Texan. El Toro went on eagerly. "The gag made my mind buzz. How would it be if we had 2 tall dummies representing El Presidente y El Jefe? Inside the empty clothes of each would be a nimble comrade moving the hated head on a pole. Besides providing extra realism, they would give the audience something to throw things at." "Not a bad idea," I told him, breaking it gently. From what I had seen of the marksmanship of most Mexes, they would be hitting me as often as the dummies. If you can figure out a foolproof way for the men inside to see out uninterruptedly, so they don't fall off the stage, and if they'll follow my directions to the letter, and if you have foamed plastic or even papier-mâché to make the heads, and if you have a good caricaturist sculptor. I did not mention that I was an expert at the last. Enough ifs, El Toro protested. You always drown anyone else's ideas, especially if they involve you sharing the stage with another. I looked down at El Toro. It was the first even mildly spiteful remark I had ever heard him make. Had he caught acting in only a week? But it is a most infectious profession, and with it go its vain and gossipy habits. Besides, a star must always expect jealousy. Not so, I told him mildly. I have already suggested that the Señoritas Lamar and Morales— And I have told you why that is impossible, he shot back. Women on the stage! Unheard of! Oh, in the cosmic or erotic, perhaps, but this is serious revolutionary drama. Serious revolutionary farce, I corrected. Also, there is one fatal objection to your excellent idea. The dummies of Lamar and Hunt would have to wield swords back at me, else it would be only cruel slaughter. But my people enjoy cruel slaughter. Consider the bullfight. The bull has horns, I reminded him. Nevertheless, I could manage it. Observe, he retorted, striking a position. With my left hand, I hold the headed pole upright. So, he continued with great earnestness. With my upstretched right, I manage my sword, which is lashed to the end of a pole, while my eyes peer through a large, one-way transparent window in the middle of Lamar's robe. Hunt could be played by El Tacito, he added, mentioning a Mex who acted as my bodyguard, though tonight I had eluded him. Someone laughed. Guchu it was, and I was myself hard put to avoid grinning at the image of El Toro as a working mechanism of a giant puppet. We were now past the guards and searchlight, which had been turned off, and in a vast gallery of the mine, so low I had to duck a little, and dotted with massive, crunch-ended posts of ancient wood supporting spooky megatons of solidity. You mentioned a job for me, I reminded El Toro. The acting light died in his eyes. He pointed at two stringily muscular bentbacks, one old, one older, crouching by Guchu, and regarding me with considerable apprehension. He said, Here are two who have worked in the great towers which you, and we too, want to know about. Perhaps you will try your hypnotic skills on them, as you did on Pedro Ramirez. I moved toward them, curving my lips in a friendly smile. I noted, in the ears of both, the callosities of the cyborg. Their ragged clothing revealed many burn scars, some pale and stretched, others lumpy and twisting. Death is not the ideal figure for a hypnotist, though he eventually summons each of us off stage with a mesmeric command. Few find his presence sympathetic or reassuring. I got the old man under, but I was unable to get past the block on his memories of the work he did in the towers, except that he began, barely audibly, droning an unintelligible chant in the same rhythm as the two dig and delve lines I had got out of Pedro Ramirez. He kept it up faintly, even when I told him to sleep. Perhaps the older man, being closer to death himself, was not so intimidated by me. Perhaps he even felt a certain curiosity. At any rate, he eyed me bravely, and when I questioned him about his work in the great towers, his mouth eagerly formed words. But no sounds accompanied them, and none of us, including El Toro, could lip-read them. I had broken the block for his upper speaking parts, but not for his vocal cords and lungs, perhaps because of a literal interpretation on the part of his unconscious mind of some prior hypnotic command, such as, keep silent. He could form words, because he wanted to, but he could not make a noise. Then I had an inspiration. I quietly said to him, When I say go, Federico, Do the things you would do on a working day in one of the great towers. Perform each action fully, but move on to the next action when I say next. Begin at the doorway to the tower. Go." He got to his feet, his bent spine more noticeable now, the muscles of his torso and legs stiffening a little, as if from the weight of the yoke, and he took 3 steps in a straight line. "Next," I said, as he was making the 4th step, and incidentally nearing a post. Federico made a quarter turn and stopped, gazing respectfully at emptiness. Then he straddled his legs, held out to either side his arms with hands hanging limply, and opened his mouth wide. It occurred to me that he might be submitting himself to a medical examination, or more likely a search. He turned in the direction he had first been going. Gusher guided him deftly past the post. We all followed. It was an eerie performance in the low-ceilinged, dim-lit forest of dead tree sections. This time I said "next" on his 5th step. He stopped and stood relaxedly, right hand lightly gripping something at shoulder level. At first I thought it a tool, then as he made no further movement, except to sag apathetically, I decided that it was the support by which he steadied himself. Yet he was making other movements, tiny squirmings and hunchings, as if accommodating himself to other beings moving past and next to him. Gradually his legs pressed together and his elbows close to his sides. The imaginary support was almost at his shoulder now. I saw him as one of a tight-packed crowd of beings, Texo-Mex cyborgs like himself, I presumed. I could almost hallucinate them, so strong was the illusion he created. Without warning, he straightened up, his neck stretched, and his head was thrown back a little. At the same time, he stood almost on tiptoe, and yet he seemed to exert no muscular effort to do all of this, or somehow the effort was cleverly masked. Truly, the body's memory can do wonderful, perhaps miraculous things under hypnotic suggestion. It can create illusions. I knew what the illusion was at once, for I know free fall when I see it. Inside the great tower his imagination had recreated, Federico was falling, and almost certainly with a group of others, in an elevator accelerating downward swiftly, probably almost at a terragrav, for the illusion was strong that he almost floated, right hand loosely linked around invisible grip. I realized I did not know how long he had been falling, and I was pleased to see an associate of El Toro, one Carlos Mendoza, holding a wristwatch between himself and Federico. Suddenly Federico's feet were flat on the ground, his knees bent, the extensor muscles of his legs bulged. His free arm clapped across his guts, his other dragged heavily on the imaginary support. His jaws, his whole face, clenched together. It was all over in not much more than a second, yet I think all of us winced with him at the strain of that illusionary deceleration. "1.25 miles," Carlos Mendoza announced softly. I looked a question at this camarada I hardly knew. "Bet he fell," Mendoza replied, "or his cage." Meanwhile Federico was nonchalantly marching again. When I said "next," he lightly gripped another support and sagged. The whole pantomime of rapid descent and sudden deceleration was repeated. This time I remembered a stage count. The fall took 20 seconds. That worked out to a distance of 2 kilometers, I calculated, dredging from the depths of my boring physics instruction the formula of distance equals 1/2 times 6 lunagravs, 1 decimeter, multiplied by time in seconds squared. "Again 1.25 miles," Mendoza whispered, agreeing well enough with my calculation. Once more Federico marched, grasped, and fell for 20 seconds. This time his face and body broke out in sweat, and he gasped for breath. "It becomes hot 3¾ miles underground," Mendoza said tersely. Or 6 kilometers, I thought, translating. I frankly felt frightened at the thought of penetrating so far into solidity. What it implied about the vast solid mass of earth horrified me, as it would anyone knowing only life in freefall. At last the blank datum, Earth has a diameter of almost 13,000 kilometers, became terrifyingly real to me. This time old Federico showed a new behavior. Crouching, he lowered his hands and lifted slowly one foot, then the other. Next, his hands gripped something and moved slowly upward. Clearly he was drawing on a heavy suit of some sort. One could see his arms working into gloved sleeves. Next there was pantomimed zipping. Finally he lifted something invisible onto his head. "It is like a space suit," I whispered. His breathing changed. He inhaled through tinily puckered lips, exhaled through his nostrils. "And the suit is refrigerated," Mendoza whispered beside me. I caught his point. Old Federico had stopped sweating. The beads were evaporating. I waited with interest. Now we would see the actions involved in his underground work, and perhaps be able to interpret its nature. He marched until I said, "Next," then grasped an invisible handhold, and again dropped 2 kilometers. And again, and again, and again, taking him 14 kilometers below the surface of the earth, and each time he dropped, he seemed almost to float. We all watched with intense, even horrified interest. Nearby, the intent faces of El Toro, Guchu, Mendoza, El Tacito, and a couple more. I was sure each was pale under his shade of brown. Farther off, Vachel, La Cucaracha, and Feninowitz with his guards. Only the German's expression jarred. He wore a sneer of incredulity and contempt. I suppose that for an outsider, my having the appearance of a tall and stooping death might have added to the eldritch atmosphere. The other old Mex, still in hypnotic sleep, continued his rhythmic drone. That was the only sound. Environment added to the horror. That we should be in a dim-lit, oppressively low-ceilinged coal mine, its great close-set pillars marked by the strain of the weight they bore, all these things intensified the horror of the thought of a mine going already 100 times as deep. And yet it was all in the kingdom of the imagination. We half-dozen amateur actors, including one thoroughgoing professional, were witnessing a pantomime based only on muscular and physiological memory, which created an illusion far more gripping than any of us could have managed, perhaps even I. Federico repeated the drop 18 more times, until by my calculation he was 40 kilometers below Terra's surface, which agreed well enough with Mendoza's 25 miles. "Madre de Dios!" the latter exclaimed softly. "That is the thickness given for Earth's crust. He must be near the molten mantle." At last Federico changed his act. Hoisting up a heavy something, he directed it downward between his feet. Bracing his forearms against his belly and hips, he began to shake in a taut, violent way, so that his hard sandals beat a tattoo against the rock floor. As if that sound had been a signal, the other old Mex's drone became louder and changed into execrably pronounced and accented English words, which it took me 3 or 4 repetitions wholly to understand. "Every day, 2 hours times 12, 1,000,000 yokemen dig and delve. In your earplugs comes the boss's yell. You'll keep on drilling till you get to hell. So drill, you yokemen, drill. Drill, you cyborgs, drill. It's drill blacked out in heat and pain for your women and rum and Mary Jane. And blast and fire." As I was listening, hypnotized myself, to the 5th repetition of that eerie chant, old Federico swayed, stopped shaking, paled, swayed again, and collapsed on the rock before any of us could catch him. Perhaps the weirdest thing for me was that, as I swiftly moved to stoop beside him, I made a point of stepping over the drill that wasn't there. We assured ourselves that Federico was suffering from no more than exhaustion. I brought both him and the chanting Mex out of their trances. We saw them comfortably at rest. And then we talked. "Hombre," El Toro asked for us, "what can the Texans be wanting with mines 25 miles deep?" "Gold and silver," El Tacito suggested romantically, for once belying his name of the Silent One. "Diamonds big as cacks." "They seem to be on the verge of creating artificial volcanoes," Mendoza said soberly. "But why?" I asked. "Why?" La Cucaracha said excitedly, "Texans already have big winds, big heats, big colds, tornadoes, floods, hurricanes, tidal waves. Now they want volcanoes and earthquakes too. Everything big." I could agree with her on the last. The whole thing seemed like delirium. But then I had always felt horror at the thought of the innards of planets, the lair of gravity. Vachel said, "I wish I'd spied on this more while I was with Daddy." Guchu suggested, "Maybe they're building a doomsday machine, going to stuff those deep holes with H-bombs. If they start losing to Russia or China, or the mood hits them, they blow up all Texas like one Alamo. Maybe blow up the world. Taking your enemies with you, I think it's called." El Toro extended a menacing arm at Faninowitz. "You should know about them," he asserted. "What is their purpose?" The German laughed harshly. "I do indeed. What you call the great towers merely house bigger drilling rigs, designed to probe for petroleum at depths of 10 to 20 kilometers. Oil is being found in rock hitherto thought azoic. But this notion of great mines 40 kilometers deep is nonsense. They would collapse from the pressures. And can you imagine anyone using a hand drill, even in a refrigerated suit, at temperatures of 1800 to 2000 degrees Fahrenheit? Ridiculous! No, my dear sirs, you have let yourself be deceived by an amateur hypnotist and a subject who kept on repeating an action that impressed you, while your theorizations are all laughable." I could tell from El Toro's expression that he was mightily tempted to use force on the exasperating Teuton, but persuaded from it because of the latter's usefulness in regard to my exoskeleton and other mechanical matters. Besides, I believe we were all impressed by his logic. Germans are most convincing maniacs. There had already begun to seem something fabulous in the ideas Federico's behavior had generated. My only thought was what an unaesthetic clot, worse than a circumlunan, the professor was, not to have appreciated the theatric grandeur of Federico's, and my, performance. To tell the truth, I wasn't having many thoughts by then. I was too tired. In fact, I was more than tired. Supervising Federico's performance had taken me out of myself, but now I was feeling nothing but Terra Grav's horrible drag, as if I were perpetually in the agony of sudden deceleration Federico had portrayed at the end of each of his 2-kilometer drops. Vachel and La Cucaracha smiled at me side by side, inviting me to gossip with them, but threesome, not twosome. I was having none of that. Signing to El Tacito, I walked to my quarters and was asleep before my head basket thudded softly into my pillow. 12. Slum-storming. One thing I'll say for Labour, the British Labour Party, and that is that it isn't as offensive as the corresponding mutatory force which now threatens culture in America. I refer to the force of business as a dominating motive in life and a persistent absorber of the strongest creative energies of the American people. This intensive commercialism is a force more basically dangerous and anti-cultural than labor ever has been, and threatens to build up an arrogant fabric which it will be very hard to overthrow or modify with civilized ideas. H. P. Lovecraft, 1929. The next 2 days I continued weary of body, heavy of mind, empty of emotion. Old Federico's pantomime, in fact the whole coal mine episode, seemed more a haunting, heavy-hued nightmare than a reality. The Ohio Valley turned out to be a miserable region. The general population has more short than tall Texans, and some of the former are in the Revolution. Poor whites! They are refused the hormone because they don't make enough money to support the extra poundage that goes with greater height. They say they don't want the hormone. Sour grapes in most cases, I think. Some of them are dwarfed enough to go through mech's doors, though the law forbids that. Most mexes accept them as fellow revolutionaries, though it frightens me to think how they must increase our security risks. The cities are as dwarfed as the people, ragged rings around atom-glazed wastes on which new building has only recently begun. I have taken to writing another new script to fill in time. Our show must somehow be improved. For instance, El Toro thinks he is learning acting from me, but is doing worse than when I began teaching him. The first night we gave a rotten performance in Louisville. The second, a worse one in Cincinnati. Even I was lousy, both shouting and turning silent back on audience to get their attention. At the end, they filed out silently. I doubt we sparked a single street-corner disturbance. I know who was at fault. Me. But an actor cannot play a role like Death night after night without emotional fuel. Accordingly, I waited until Rachel and Rosa were together, and then somewhat somberly invited them to my brick cabin in our quarters in a deserted motel beside a rusty-fenced freeway crossed by great gullies. I waited until they were comfortably seated, had lit up, and were gazing at me curiously. Then, ad-libbing all the way, for I had resolutely planned no set speech, I poured out my feelings to them. I described the vast loneliness of a free fall being on a gravity planet and in a strange culture. I explained the desolation of an actor playing a big role, especially an anti-human one such as death. I revealed my petty foibles and childish self-pity, as well as my idealisms. In short, I spoke nothing but the truth. It was a great relief to me, and it almost broke me up. But not quite. An actor remains an actor. Next I praised them both lavishly, telling them how I couldn't have made it without their imaginative help and comfort. I hinted at my further emotional and physiological needs. I ended by assuring them that I loved both of them greatly and equally. Only then did I remember that I had told them exactly the same thing in the church, and that they had both called me crazy. This time they were kinder. Perhaps. Rosa patted my knee and said, "Poor bones, man, my heart is torn." "Yeah, it's sure tough on you, Scully," Rachel agreed, patting my other knee. "But now let's get down to this bigamy thing you're trying to set up, if I read you right," she went on. "Which of us girls comes first?" "Indeed, yes," Rosa seconded, crossing her arms and beginning to tap the floor with the toe of her slipper. "That is for you to decide," I answered, not loftily, but with great simplicity and sincerity. Then I crossed my arms. "Sure you really don't like one of us more than the other?" Rachel asked, "and are trying to be kind to the loser?" "Kind," Rosa spat. "No," I said, and then went on to explain how various forms of polygamy, from the linear to the complex marriage, are found in the sack. Likewise for love affairs. "Well, that may work up in the sky," Rachel responded, when I paused for breath, "but down here we're not used to it." "Indeed, no," Rosa agreed. "I have no intention whatever of becoming a sociable secretary to you, Amado. My heart is involved." "Goes for me, too, Scully, dear," Rachel echoed with a sigh. "I'm too serious about you, see, to play around. Sure the balance don't teeter just a little bit more one way than the other?" I did not trust myself to speak. I only shook my head. "Well, then, that's that," Rachel said. She looked at Rosa. "Shall I tell him, Miss Morales?" "Yes, you tell him, Miss Lamar." "Well, Scully," Rachel began, leaning forward a little, elbows on knees, while Rosa sat up straight. "Us girls figured you might conceivably take that insane attitude, and so we worked out our answer beforehand, which is, you got to decide which one of us you want, and then speak out in the presence of both of us, so there's no chance for tricks." "But don't you see what you're demanding of me?" I burst out. "You're asking me to insult one of you unforgivably." "That one'll be able to take it," Rachel replied serenely. "You see, Scully, darling, Miss Morales and I have come to understand each other on this tour because of our mutual admiration of and attachment to you." "Si, querido," Rosa put in almost excitedly. "Whatever happens, whichever one of us you choose, you have created a friendship between us which can never be broken. We who were as cat and dog are now as lamb and lamb. You can always pride yourself on that, Amado." "But don't you see that makes a threesome even more workable?" I demanded, somewhat bewilderedly. "No, dearest," Rachel said with great conviction. Rosa said sharply, "Our undying friendship, you have that already. But as for love, it must be one or the other, never both." "Yeah, Scully, you got to make up your mind. It's the only way you'll ever have either of us." Once more I could only trust myself to shake my head. This time I added an unrehearsed shudder at the insanity of their behavior, at the torment to my own feelings, at the merciless perversity of the universe. "Scully," Rachel asked with sudden concern, "have you really got that gravity sickness? We get to thinking of you as tireless and superior to all mortal ills because you're the star and work by electricity. Haven't let your batteries run low?" "I know what," Rosa said with certainty. "The bee's bonnet has been sleeping in his skeleton." "And what if I have?" I growled back at her. "We're revolutionaries. We've got to be ready for emergencies. Weapons close at hand. Skeleton, on!" "You should have told us. We would have nursed you. We still will." "Yeah, Scully. Rosa and I'll be only too happy to help you off with your skeleton and tuck you in for the night, and help you on with it in the morning, and any other little thing you need. Worked fine back in the cave." Maybe then I made my big mistake. If I had gone along with their gag, one or the other would have been irresistibly tempted by my helplessness. Maybe. But I had no intention of finger-crawling across any more patio floors, even ones carpeted with ermine. "I do not want either of you as a nurse," I decreed, "or both of you for that matter. My wants run in entirely different directions." Rachel nodded sadly. "Well, I guess he's given us our walking papers, Rosa." La Cucaracha agreed with an emphatic nod, and with an upward look at a universe apparently as perversely incomprehensible as my own. "But let's not make it so much like a funeral," Rachel said. "No, to a bones man that would be far too cruel," Rosa agreed. "Let's pass around a goodbye reefer," Rachel suggested. "Rosa?" So, mostly in silence, we smoked a long stick of grass together, and then another. It was a gesture for which I was deeply grateful. It calmed my ruffled nerves and vanity. A little. But, contrary to many stories, the mild drug does not result in libidinous orgies, except for those who greatly desire such. So, when I had taken the last sip and pinched out the tiny butt of a third, the girls rose, and I lifted a hand in somber farewell. In the doorway they turned. Rachel said, "Scully, I'm sure I speak for both of us when I say that it's a rare privilege to work in the same company with a great actor such as you. We also think you're doing more for the revolution than anyone since Pancho Villa and Zapata and Cesar Chavez. We know the little things you're doing, too. The voice lessons you're giving El Toro, though we'll never mention them. The way you put up with Father Francisco, and play along with Guchu and humor that maniac Faninowitz. And, jokes about electric skeletons aside, the way you're plumb knocking yourself out to do everything you can for the show. But in that case, surely—" I left the question unfinished while I looked at them in naked yearning. They slowly shook their heads and softly closed the door. It stayed closed. It was still closed when the first glow of dawn glinted from cobwebs and dust grains on the windows. The dawn glow also showed me my hideous visage in a mirror appropriately spotted brown with age. I decided I was through with all women. perhaps forever. Even Idris McElwraith. If she had loved me even a little, she would have come to me across the cold 250,000 miles by flower-powered self-teleportation. Things always change, and infallibly, thank Diana, they change for the better when they're at the worst. On the next day, Spindletop 8th, we gave a great show at Indianapolis. I could have taken 10 curtain calls, but death is humble. Death is a friend of every man, his comrade throughout life, reminding him to waste no moment but live to the full. And if man has any comrade at all when life is ended, that comrade is death. After our flop in Cincinnati, the committee had seen reason and given me a free hand with my new script and the cast, making me director. Results. Father Francisco, wearing chest mic, was audible at last as he spoke his modernized, punchy prayers. Gusher stayed in the spotlight, and his psychedelic ravings all led to good revolutionary conclusions. He was an impressive figure, symbolically bringing to the revolution the mighty support of Africa, his race, and Asia, his religion. Vachel had at last a short but effective part as Wife of Death, reminding me as I go off to work on earth to take good care of my health, avoid chills, get enough to eat, and so on. She wore a skin-tight black suit with wide silver seams on the outside of her arms and legs to indicate bones. Other silver lines followed exactly her lower ribs, but went into whorls around her breasts. She had a narrow silver spine, girdle, and collarbones. Over this she wore a black cloak, while her platinum hair was tightly braided and coiled to suggest a helmet. El Toro's oration was topped by a shorter but snappier one by Rosa. I knew that girl had talent. She wore a red Phrygian freedom cap, from under which her dark hair flowed, red boots, and a short red dress on which were scattered in black the Isis cross and a symbol I did not know, a circle with a 3-armed Y in it. Then, while El Toro sang the old version of La Cucaracha, with its homely references to cockroaches, marijuana, and the Mexican revolutionary tradition, Rosa did a still snappier dance. Next, El Toro went into La Muerte Alta. I returned to the stage with Vachel, and soon we had the whole audience standing and singing with us. If our audience didn't rush out to riot, at least they departed in a happy and cocky mood, suffused with revolutionary enthusiasm, ready to assert themselves and use their wits, determined to take no crap from anyone. Later, El Toro, who has a good if untrained singing voice, asked me to give him lessons in grand opera. Why not? Of course, I was careful to make Rosa's and Vachel's parts equal and keep my relationship with them coolly professional. Father Francisco and El Toro rationalized the girls' being in the show by explaining to me that this far north there was a weakening of the Latin prejudices. True enough, there were as many short Texans and stay-behind blacks in the audience as Mexes. There were reports by AM Revolutionary Radio of big Ranger raids in Columbus, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. We had dodged back west just in time. Next night we had another smasheroo. It was in Chicago, a largely new, yet big city situated west of Chicago Bay, where devastation bombing let in the waters of Lake Michigan, and where rust-boned, melted, still radioactive skyscrapers dream deep below. Flying up to Chicago in our CAC, I noted in its transparent plastic small stamped medallions, the print in which had been obliterated. I found one the file had missed, and saw the familiar Cyrillic characters spelling out Novi Moskva, CCCP. For a moment I thought I was back in Circumluna, which remains stubbornly bilingual. Gusher readily admitted the CAC had been manufactured in Russia and only passed along by the Black Republic to the Revolution. "We're not up to those technologies, and neither is the Florida Democracy," he told me. "And we don't want to be. Outside of atoms to desalt our water and give us electricity, we operate by flower power. We don't have a big population. The unfit die young. What protects us from the Texans is the deserts and mountains, the free Injuns, and Afro-Russian aid, chiefly in atoms, which are getting hard to come by, the fissionable and fusionable ones, I mean. Novi Moskva, New Moscow, is near Lake Baikal, he tells me. Siberia has become the Russian Texas. I was lying down at the time, and also downwind of Guchu and the other 3 passengers, all Mexes, so far as the uncertain drafts inside the cack permitted. I log as much horizontal time as I can. I am troubled by heart palpitations, splitting headaches, diarrhea, and varicose veins. Lying down distributes the gravity strain, which abets, I believe, all these symptoms. The last time I unzipped my tights from calf and ankle, I was sickened by the purple varicosities, which grew larger as I watched. Since then I have not opened my tights except minimally, for sanitary reasons, and even then I glimpse a varicosity of the superficial femoral vein. To tell the truth, I have not been out of my carefully mended sack suit and also my exoskeleton, Rosa guessed right, since they raided us in Kansas City. So I have not had a complete bath for well over a week. So I stink and keep away from people, or at least downwind, when I can. I also have taken to rum, with which El Tacito, my bodyguard, supplies me. I intentionally spill some of the rum on me, but I drink as much as I can carry, too. It is a good analgesic as well as an acceptable male perfume. I refused to take off my exoskeleton, partly from resentment at the girls, Faninowitz, all of them, but chiefly from sheer panic fear. I know the support bands are producing rashes and small hemorrhages, chiefly subcutaneous, but I cannot bear the thought of the helplessness I experienced in the patio. I am haunted by dreams of the Rangers finding me away from my lively titanium bones. Or perhaps it is simpler. Perhaps I am just afraid of gravity, as men once were of empty space. I have also developed, from the soupy atmosphere, I should think, a deep hacking cough, which I can barely control on stage. The rum helps that a little, too. Thinking such thoughts as we took off from Chicago, I drifted into a horror dream. I was trapped amid the crushed and dying in a crumpled subway car in a collapsed tunnel in old Chicago. I struggled helpless for an eternity. Then the boiling water rushed in and seared me awake. A dream? A gravity nightmare? I know nothing of subways, but I suppose I may have run across them in history study materials. But how could I see crumpled advertisements so clearly? Atomin, the pain reliever that penetrates your every molecule. Coca-Cola, curb kinky curls. Prepare yourself for the future with LaSalle extension courses. Double your pleasure, double your fun with Double Mint gum. Moonlight showed choppy whitecaps in black water below as we raced north across Chicago Bay. Later I had chills and thought I was getting a fever. The explanation was much simpler, one I knew but had not kept in mind. On Terra, it gets colder as one moves toward either pole. After we played Milwaukee and Minneapolis, where we camped in an old hotel, it became clear that I must change to my winter clothes. I swore El Toro and El Tacito to secrecy and had them give me a bath. I did not permit them to remove my sack suit until I was in the hot water, with thought that its pressure might work somewhat as that of the suit, controlling varicosities. Being out of my exo produced in me spasms of fear hard to conceal. When they saw the shape I was in, El Toro exclaimed, "Madre de Dios!" El Tacito, true to his name, permitted himself only a grudgingly sympathetic grunt. I directed my gentle but thorough soaping, rinsing, and drying. El Toro wanted to call in a doctor, and also Faninowitz, but I reminded him of his oath. After my various surfaces had been powdered, salved antiseptically and analgesically, and most smoothly bandaged, they eased me into my cold weather suit, which is black and very like the other, but thicker, and containing a spider web of heating elements working off my batteries. Also, it has a hood snugly covering my skull, neck, and chin. Mask and gloves are available. The two mixes helped me into my exoskeleton, and I lay down to rest. I thanked and dismissed them, but El Toro persuaded me to take a slug of rum, poured a glass for himself, and stayed behind. "What do you think of our revolution?" he asked me. "I am earning my ticket to Amarillo Cuchillo," I replied, not at all inclined to bandy either platitudes or deep thoughts. I was relieved that I stank no more, and that I felt less surface pain, but the bath had exhausted me. He nodded. "There have been risings everywhere, even to the north. The news of El Escalado has gone ahead of us." Yet he did not sound enthusiastic. "Many dead bentbacks?" I asked. He grimaced. "And in Texas, a revolution has been crushed?" He said, "Badly battered, though not extinct. It has not been conquered, but it has been countered. The Texans have pacified many of my people with shorter working hours for the cyborged, with more fiestas and bullfights, with free rum and Coca-Cola, and with free reefers. But I asked you what you thought of our revolution." I finally answered, "I believe it is necessary, but that does not mean I enjoy it." "Comprendo, camarada," he said, and left me alone. With Winnipeg, Texas, we arrived in an area where tall Texans are a tiny elite. Managers, engineers, foremen, the police, the rangers, and their wives, and sometimes their children. The few short Texans are all embittered Canadians. They remember and use that name, though it is forbidden. The numerous Mexes are all cyborged workers, miners and farmhands and lumberjacks, shipped north with their cooks and women. Our meeting, I can hardly call it a show, was held in a supposedly forgotten atomic shelter which the Mexes reached by a short tunnel from one of their compounds, and which we entered by a longer tunnel, part of a disused drainage system. I had to go stooping, looking, I suppose, like a huge black bug. At the meeting there was little laughter. There was much hate. Midway there was a raid, and all but one of us actors escaped because our entrance tunnel had not been known to the rangers. I do not know what casualties our audience suffered. Now our chief is Carlos Mendoza, whom I hardly know, and I am no longer giving grand opera lessons. Next time I shall not be the first man to run. At least, such is my present boast. El Toro bought it. Our next stop, on Spindletop 17th, was Victory, Texas, once Saskatoon, but renamed when the Rangers routed an Anglo-Russian army in the Battle of Saskatchewan. We held our meeting by a windbreak in the wheat fields. Here the Mexes live in a shack city. No need for fenced compounds. Where could they run? Tall Texan elite smaller, but tougher. No women or children. The deeply hated engineers and cyborg foremen. The Rangers. Almost no short Texans, but some Indians who do not cyborg well. They generally take their lives after their first experience of the yoke. Mendoza, who is something of a bookman, told me that one reason this area has remained uncolonized and unexploited, except for wheat and wood and ores, is a growing world shortage of high-grade radioactives. Earth's oil is almost gone, her remaining coal hard to come by, while the atomic war actually increased Terran man's dependency on nuclear power. Even our CAC, for example, is powered by atomic batteries. Faninowitz heard Mendoza's little lecture and favored him with a contemptuous and knowing grin. Typical German arrogance only? 2 days after Victory, we arrived at Fort Johnson, Alberta, Texas, once Fort Murray. Much like Victory, except timbering again replaces wheat farming, and the Indians are more numerous. Here, I was told, is stationed a company of rangers with a red dress uniform, survival from the fabulous Canadian Mounties. The only uniforms, however, that I saw, from a safe distance, using electro-binoculars, were white fatigues. Toward evening I discovered the reason for them. Camouflage. Snow fell and everything turned bright white. Terra's weird natural phenomena still rouse in me a sense of wonder, despite my punished body and wearying mind. In the long silvery twilight, the flakes were like a ghostly Milky Way falling past a wheeling spaceship. I donned my gloves and mask. The latter, with its silver arabesques, makes me look like Death the Witch Doctor. Through the electrobinocs, I watched another of the huge towers in which cyborg mexes do their mysterious work. I recalled Federico's pantomime and the dig and delve chant, and I found myself shivering at being near a 40-kilometer hole up which, my childish imagination insisted, the dragon of gravity might crawl and come to hunt me down, suck me from any hiding place, and crush me flat against him. Not that I believed in such a hole. My mind shrank from the idea, and Faninowitz's arguments had been telling. Still, it seemed unlikely that the Texans would be drilling for oil here, where Mendoza tells me the sedimentary layers are thin, and the last glaciation has often exposed the underlying igneous rock. Basalt, obsidian, feldspar, tufa, pumice, granite, pitchstone, and their hideous confreres. But if not for oil, what? Whatever work is done in the towers, I could see that it produced much heat. This one steamed amid the falling snow and remained stubbornly black, like a giant finger protruding from inner earth. 13. The Gusher. When the 20th century was only 10 days old, Texas ushered in with a black skyward sweep the age of petroleum, the era of fast cars and the big trucks that would lick the railroads, the mighty tanks and jets that would dominate every subsequent war. With a roar that was heard around the industrial world, a tumult as mighty as Krakatoa's, but meaningful, at the sleepy town of Beaumont near the coast, where De Soto's men had noted oil seepage 338 years before, the Discovery well at Spindletop blew in. Within 6 months, the price of Beaumont land had risen 1,000-fold. Oil was 3 cents a cask, water 5 cents a cup. Within 60 years, 1 Texan in 8 was with an oil company, and 1 out of every 7 barrels of world oil came from Texas. Texas in brief and big. Houston House, Chicago, Texas. After twilight had darkened into night, and we took off on what I hoped would be the last lap of my Terra Hegira, our company was reduced to 1 cack and its occupants. Besides Guccio and myself, there were Carlos Mendoza, El Tacito, Father Francisco, Faninowitz, and Rachel and Rosa. The other 2 cacks were headed south, their ultimate destination Denver. Our tour was breaking up. The snow had stopped falling. It lay in a blanket a half-meter thick on the stunted evergreen forest below. The night was very clear, but the twinkling stars were dimmed by Luna riding low in the east and waxing again toward full. I had spent almost a month on Terra. I looked with tired longing at my mother's satellite, tethering point of the Sac and Circumluna, cosmically so near and yet so far. Luna was not the only rival to the stars. Ahead, ghostly green flames burned up toward the zenith, the northern lights, another remarkable Terran phenomenon. After about a half hour, Rosa noted that the stars had a third rival, a purple glow on the southern horizon directly astern. It was not so much a point of light as a small hemispherical shining. It appeared to originate near or at Fort Johnson. We speculated unsatisfactorily as to what it might be. A fire? Some part of the search for us? Even an atomic bomb was suggested, though that was contradicted by the steadiness of the glow. Besides, no sound or shock wave caught up with us. Faninowitz contributed to this interchange a knowing sneer. I said, "I wonder if the glow has anything to do with the drilling tower at Fort Johnson." The German's sneer wavered toward a scowl. Grand Emperor of Mechanics, I addressed him, are you merely contemptuous of us, or are you carrying a secret about the great towers? Secrets, he said, the sneer back in full. I am forced to carry thousands in this company simply because my mind holds a vast number of matters beyond your understanding. Especially in the intellectually inclined Teuton, the directional hormone produces taller minds as well as taller bodies. I feel no more contempt for you all than I do for chattering apes, I assure you. I gave him up as a bad German job. I tucked away in my memory the point that the Texas growth hormone was directional, whatever that jargon might mean. Then I incuriously watched the purple glow until our steady northward flight put it under the horizon. My earlier symptoms of gravity sickness had been replaced with a general lassitude that could not merge unaided into rest because of the pains of my deep bruises, rashes, and varicosities. The other passengers went to sleep. With the aid of rum, I followed them there, and found only nightmares of cyborged fiery dragons pursuing me through red-hot tunnels that by degrees melted my titanium. When I woke, unrefreshed, sunrise was reddening the eastern horizon. El Tacito had replaced Guchu at the controls. The snow-roofed forest below had become dwarfier. The land of little sticks, it is called. The ground below was without any but the smallest hills. There was no sign of human occupation. Our largely transparent cack made the situation seem like a nothingness crossing a desolation. Except for my pains, I would have felt disembodied. After we had breakfasted, each meagerly yet according to his taste, Rosa said, "May this one address you, Senor La Cruz?" So it has come to Senor, I thought. Most certainly, Senorita Morales, I replied. How do you propose to depart into the sky after we reach Amarillo Cuchillo? By way of the spaceport there, I told her. If one of Circumluna's ships is not in, I will have to wait. Ah, yes, the spaceport, she answered with a dubious nod. But how do you propose to wait in Amarillo Cuchillo, which is little more than a Texan working encampment? I have counted on the help of the Revolution in this matter, I told her anxiously. That was my understanding from our talks in Dallas. Ah, yes, Rosa replied. But Dallas is Dallas, and also what is said in Dallas, while Amarillo Cuchillo is another thing. Carlos, what are our contacts there? Among the Cree Indians, Mendoza replied. They are wanderers, though some live in encampments outside the town. And, of course, among the cyborged, but such have no station or influence. As for town-dwellers, I know of none. Perhaps— He broke off with a sharp headshake. I guessed that he had been about to say, perhaps El Toro knew, but neglected to inform me. Another matter occurred to me. There is also the lost crazy Russian pitchblende mine, I said. Though I know some of you think it a fable, I added with a glance at Rachel. Nevertheless, my sole reason for coming to Earth was to find it and lay claim to it if I can. To achieve the latter, I had hoped to make use of well-placed local revolutionaries as intermediaries. But even if there are none such, I must still make a full effort. Perhaps in making the claim, I can use my Texan disguise, which worked well enough for me in the Kansas City Plaza de Toros. Rachel interrupted with, But, Senor La Cruz, how will the matter of making the claim ever come up, since we know you don't have even the map with you? So she was senioring me too. I have the map here, I told her icily, touching my head. That was one thing about Terra I memorized in complete detail while still in the sack. If the mine exists, I can find it. Yes, and you may have the claim in your head, too, all perfectly memorized, Rachel rejoined. But a claim in the head isn't a document. It isn't seals and signatures. I carry the claim here, I told her, laying my hand on my chest over my heart. And as to how I propose to assert that claim, that is my business, Senorita Lamar. She shrank back a little with tipped shoulder, pretending to be withered. I could have kicked her. I caught Rosa quirking a grin. There was occupation for my other foot. Mendoza said with mild argumentativeness, "But if you truly have the claim, I do not see the need either for map or mine hunt. A claim describes the exact location of a mine." "This one does not," I asserted. Then, before any or all could accuse me of insanity, I went on. "However, the original crazy Russian who sold it to the Cree, who sold it to the Aleut, who sold it to my ancestor, that crazy Russian, whose name, by the way, was Nicholas Nimzovich Nissard, he, before disappearing forever, deposited with the then Yellowknife Registry of Mining Claims, in an envelope bearing his signature, samples of the unique mixture of pitchblende, syenite, pitchstone, and granite from his mine. On the basis of those samples, he was granted a provisional claim. If anyone can produce matching samples, plus a verifiable description of the mine's location, plus the provisional claim, then the claim becomes absolute." "The Russian was crazy like a fox," Mendoza observed, nodding his head wisely. "He was afraid that the registry, agent of capitalist government, might jump his claim." I said, "So all I need now is your help in finding the mine. I know you carry radioactivity detectors as standard safety equipment, while this CAC is a perfect vehicle in which to hunt for the landmarks of the mine. 3 large, low outcroppings of rock forming the apexes of an equilateral triangle with sides a kilometer long. The outcroppings to north and south are of pale granite, but the one to the west is of darker hue, and there lies the pitchblende." Mendoza nervously shook his head. "I fear I have not the authority to detach a revolutionary vehicle for such an individualistic enterprise." "Is true," Rosa supported him. "The revolution comes before all else." Rachel said, "I think it's a mercy not to encourage Senor La Cruz in his delusions about this non-existent mine." Kicking, I thought, is much too good for those 2 abominable females. However, I found myself too weary and dispirited to indulge even in sadistic fantasies. I deserve all this, I thought. To put my trust in a gang of utterly selfish traitors, such as constitute any revolutionary committee. Faninowitz's cackle of sardonic mirth was a final stab to the deflating balloon of my ego, flattening it completely. However, the cold laughter was followed by a warm chuckle. Guchu, whom I had thought to be asleep, had opened his bloodshot eyes, and now lifted up on an orange-robed elbow. "Ah, give the stupid square a square deal, I say. At first I agreed with you all. We'd used him, and now was the time to dump him along with Professor Faninowitz. But then he told his story, and man, it was so crazy that my sympathies were aroused in spite of myself. Loco-Russian to a Cree Injun to an Aleut to his bombed-out ancestor. Man, oh man!" Again came the warm chuckle. "Not that we owe him anything as Senor La Cruz from the sky. First principle of being a black is that he can't ever owe an Ofe anything. Ofes are a doomed breed, and it's a kindness to help them along toward extinction. And that goes for you too, Miss Lamar. But taking La Cruz just as an actor, pure ham, but at least lively and hard-working, I think we owe him a little help hunting this crazy mine of his." El Tacito looked back from the controls and nodded once. Mendoza looked around, shrugged, and nodded too, albeit unwillingly. I gazed at Guchu and opened my mouth to thank him. But the words that came out were, "Thank you for nothing, you bloodthirsty black, more besotted with your race than even Falinowitz here. I imagine the first act of your so-called Pacific Republic was to slaughter every miserable white in California, giving priority to women and children." Guchu's answering chuckle was as warm and rich as either of his earlier ones. I hadn't touched his ego. I hadn't got within a light year of it. "That's not true, Scully," he said. Quite a few of them we made honorary blacks. Not trusting myself to speak to him, or so much as look at the girls, I crawled forward beside El Tacito. "You heard what they said," I told him gruffly. "Please approach Amarillo Cuchillo on a south-north line 10 kilometers to the east. That is a trifle more than 6 miles. Once again he nodded. Except for changing the batteries of my Exo, I spent the rest of the long day horizontal there, occasionally peering north, not hungrily, but with a definite, though very small, appetite. After a tiny eternity, the flat blue of Great Slave Lake edged reluctantly into view. To the west I could make out low forest, to the east the barrens. Then for a time land retreated in all directions. To me it was as if we were crossing one of those unimaginable oceans. The sun was low when the barrens reappeared ahead. Guchu took over the controls. When the barrens had been below us for half an hour, the sun was setting. Its horizontal, deep yellow light was just right to show me, a little to the west, 3 long shadows traveling east from the apexes of an equilateral triangle with sides about 1 kilometer long. My teeth were chattering as I pointed out the miraculous sight to Guchu. I chiefly wanted him to confirm what I saw. It was impossible that I should find the mine so easily. There must be a catch somewhere. If there was, Guchu didn't tell me. He just grunted appreciatively and swung the cack west and down. The shadows of the 2 eastern outcroppings were about a half-kilometer long, but that of the western one, where the mine was, seemed to stretch east forever. I snatched up binoculars. There was indeed a catch. The long shadow was cast by one of the now familiar huge towers. My mine had been discovered and was being worked by the Texans. Yet that didn't make sense. Surely the huge rigs scattered down across Texas, at least as far as Dallas, were not for mining surface deposits of pitchblende. I focused more carefully and upped the magnification and electronic gain. Now I could see a great door standing open in the eastern side of the tower. Before it, figures tinier than ants were slowly milling about. I saw the hairline red needles of laser beams. A revolutionary rising? I wondered, pulse quickening. I scanned west of the tower. I saw nothing whatever besides the monotonous landscape of the barrens, until there came into view the narrow, dark gold sheen of a river, dark short dashes of 2 bridges crossing it, and just beyond them the huddled low buildings and narrow streets of what must be Amarillo Cuchillo. The tops of a few of the buildings still caught sunlight. Elsewhere, twilight was gathering. Northeast of the tiny city, I spotted an airfield with 2 huge Texan cargo jets and a narrow shaft, its upper quarter sun-gilded, which might well be the Tsiolkovsky or her sister ship, the Goddard. I lowered the binoculars to rest my eyes. There was shadow around me. The cack had dropped out of sight of the sun. Without warning, Amarillo Cuchillo became the center of a spider web of thread-thin, ruler-straight beams of light. Some of them, red, shot up toward infinity, or lanced across the barrens. Others, green, originated in the sky or in the northwest distance, and ended around the city in incandescent points from which sparks fountained upward. Some of the red beams ended similarly in points beyond Amarillo Cuchillo, 2 of them in the sky. The cack rocked, and a blinding green flare flashed across the thick plastic a foot above my head. That convinced me that the Rangers had found us at last, though why they had to shoot up the whole sky and landscape to down one miserable little ship of actors, I couldn't grasp. Sheer Texan exuberance, perhaps. By the time I got my sight back, Guchu was landing the cack behind the southernmost of 2 eastern outcroppings. Near at hand, the rocky hillock looked almost impressive, a glacier-smoothed bump of granite 10 meters high. I could see the brown furrow that the green laser beam had melted in the plastic, not quite cutting through. The furrow was barely 3 decimeters wide, testifying to the photonic weapon's fantastic choke at a distance over 10 miles. There was a soft bump, and my wrists were twisting. I realized that we had touched down, and that Mendoza was trying to wrench the binoculars away from me. I saw Rachel drop recklessly down from the cack's trap to the snowy carpet below. I, too, was seized by the desire to know what was going on. Jerking the binoculars away from Mendoza and upping my power, though not as much as I had for the duel, I followed her. Off stage, the revolutionary ramblers are anything but a well-disciplined company. The snow was barely ankle-deep. The wind of my movement instantly began to chill my face and hands. But I did not pause to put on gloves and mask, or even to turn up my suit's heat, until I was crouched beside Rachel on a rough granite ledge and peering over the hillock's top. There were no more little red laser flashes from the foot of the tower before the great door. The earth's curvature now hid Amarillo Cuchillo, but the green and red laser beams continued their battle. I could no longer see the incandescent hits, though there were brief, ghostly white glows here and there along the horizon's rim, and also long-lasting, deep orange glows that I took to come from flames. Several times, too, I saw brief glares, and later heard the distant boom of explosions, but for the most part the battle was so silent that it seemed more like one more natural display, the northern lights reduced to a weird, bright geometry, rather than a human conflict. Somewhere along the line, I had decided that the laser display was not directed at us, that I and my fellow actor revolutionaries had merely been struck one accidental blow and become witnesses of some much larger conflict. Though when one green ray flashed a half-kilometer overhead, I flinched. I turned up my heating a notch, put on gloves and mask, and looked around me. Rachel was using my binoculars. Mendoza had found another pair and was peering through them. Rosa and Fininowitz and Father Francisco had also come down, and El Tacito, too, his pistols out, stolidly watching Fininowitz and myself rather than the battle. There were 2 battles, I remember then. I snatched the glasses from Rachel with no more than a growled, "I want them," in answer to her challenging, "I beg your pardon?" I focused them carefully on the western tower a kilometer away, upped magnification and electronic gain to maximum, and gradually made out the details, and gradually interpreted a sight that I am sure will never stop returning to me in nightmares. The huge tower loomed darkly against the twilight sky. Facing me, 2 doors, 30 meters high and 10 wide, stood open. The inside of the tower showed a single great room. With one exception, the central space was empty. To either side a purplish glow showed me sections of great, tall machines. One reminded me of one of those big gantries a rocket sometimes needs on a gravity satellite. The reason it reminded me of a gantry was that I saw, standing in the center of the tower, a gleaming violet rocket taller than the door. It must be lit by invisible banks of floodlights, I thought. I fancied it quivered, as if it were anxious for the tower's roof to lift aside so it could take off. By Diana, I thought, Texas is preparing a new conquest of space. I must warn Circumluna. "Better be ready to come a-running, children," Guchu called from behind us. "The Geiger shows a little activity from the direction of the Purple Tower. Nothing dangerous, as of now." Then, through the rocket, I dimly made out more machines behind it. I realized, at first with relief, that the rocket was only a shaft of violet light shining up like a giant laser through a hole in the floor or ground and beating against the tower's ceiling to be reflected as a purple glow. The purple glow, fanning out through the door, showed me many bodies lying at random on the snow. Little bodies, the bodies of bentbacks. I think I saw stains beside some of them. At any rate, they did not move. But there were many more Mexes moving about freely, seen blackly in silhouette. Some stood in groups, others moved singly. When a group did move, there was a surge about it that I did not like. I do not know whether it reminded me of half-disciplined soldiers, or packs of animals, or what. I only know I did not like it. Also, to one side of the door, there was what I took to be a small stack of big logs, bigger than the stems of any of the trees I had seen growing in the land of little sticks. If El Toro had been with us, he might have led us toward the tower. I only know that Carlos Mendoza did not, and that I had no desire to go there, and that I twice caught Father Francisco crossing himself. My glasses kept going back in fascination to the violet pillar of light. I fancied that it pulsed and vibrated. It seemed almost a living thing. I marveled with a shudder at the Mexes moving freely in its glow, the crescent edges of their silhouetted heads like anodized aluminum or mercury vapor lashed by electrons. I wondered about the source of the violet light. A huge vat of molten metal just below the floor? For there was heat there. The lengthening fan of dark ground before the door, where the snow had melted, showed that. Or great filaments, or a sea of thin vapor, conceivably mercury, electrically blasted into fluorescence? Somehow I felt that the source was deeper than that. I pictured a great shaft going down and down and down until I felt vertigo. Federico's shaft, but with all elevators removed and the change points smoothed out until it was an uninterrupted 40-kilometer hole. I lowered my glasses, blinking my smarting eyes and shaking my head to get rid of that illusion of dizziness. I looked toward Amarillo Cuchillo. The lasers still lanced there, though I saw more greens than reds. I was just handing my binoculars to Rachel when I heard Mendoza, whose own binoculars were still fixed on the purple tower, give a sibilant hiss. Ignoring Rachel's angry protests, I snatched back the glasses and put them to my eyes. I am sometimes sorry I did so, yet it is perhaps better that I saw than she. 8 Mexes were returning from the violet beam. A gang of 8 others rushed with that unpleasant surge toward the log stack, which seemed slightly smaller than before, hoisted a log between them, surged with it to the center of the tower, and cast it into the violet light, where it was brightly and lividly visible for a moment before dropping into the hole whence the light came. During that cinema-bright moment, I saw that it was not a log, but a tall man with legs bound together and arms to his sides, a big man made bigger by the rope swathing him from neck to ankles. I watched that action repeated 6 times more, until the stack was gone. Although several attempts, which rocked me, were made to drag the binoculars away from me, I held on to them with the maximum strength of my hands and exoskeleton, held on to them and fought to keep them focused continually on the base of the violet column. I do not think I wanted to watch. I believe I hated to. I know it tore me inside. One moment I felt like a snarling animal, next like a compassionate man, next like a maniac, next like a camera frozen in ice. Yet I had to watch. I had to witness. I had each time to try, unsuccessfully yet desperately, to catch the expression on the face of the bound Texan falling into the brilliant hole. Meanwhile I was hearing a faint shrill wailing that rose and fell irregularly. I told myself it was a wind rising. I told myself it was wolves. I told myself it was not the screaming of men, either in ultimate terror or murderous fury, or the two mixed. Buddhists have much to say about karmic burdens and duties, karmic works and acts, karmic moments when all of the moral past of a being, and perhaps future too, is laid bare, is nakedly seized and known. That, perhaps, comes closest to describing what I felt, and why I had to feel it. Besides, was I not death? The glasses slipped from my hands. I don't know to whom. I stood there a long time with head bowed. or perhaps it only seemed a long time. Then, among many unnoticed remarks, I heard someone, I do not recall who, say, "Yes, the cyborgs are all gone. The 8 last threw something down the hole. Yes, a thing, not a man." I looked up. The sky was dark. Toward Amarillo Cuchillo a few lasers still lanced, all green. I heard someone, again I do not recall who. Can it have been that in my peculiar state I was hearing not voices but meanings? At any rate, I heard someone say matter-of-factly, "Well, the Russians have licked the Texans this time, that's for sure." Until that moment, except for the brief period when I thought the Rangers were chasing us, I hadn't the faintest idea of who was fighting whom at the Battle of Amarillo Cuchillo. And then I began to hear it. No, not the shrill wailing again, thank Mars, though it was even fainter than that to begin with. It was a sound that was lilting and rhythmic and deep, and, one had at last to recognize, both musical and human. It was coming out of the dark, across the white waste, from the direction of Amarillo Cuchillo, and it was slowly getting stronger. For a long while I tried to convince myself it was an illusion, perhaps something generated deep in my mind to erase those dreadful screams. But then I realized that all those around me were motionless and listening too. And then I saw the first white form appear in the dark like a ghost, small at first, but growing taller. I heard Guchu come up behind us and begin to whisper harshly, "You all better?" I think he was going to say, "Beat it back to the cack," and then, seeing how far the situation had developed, changed his mind, for he finished, "Hold damn still, Tacito, dig your gun in the professor's guts." By that time all the marching men had appeared from the frosty murk. There were a scant dozen of them. They were in white fatigues, and they carried their lasers at the slope, or hanging farther over shoulder with muzzle down, or casually underarm. They all stood tall, and now I could make out all the words of the march they were singing, soft and low, to a hauntingly familiar tune. From the hills of Guatemala to the frozen Arctic Sea, Texas Rangers fight the battles in the name of liberty. We have kicked the Ruskie and Chinee until his ass is sore. We're the Lone Star's guts and guns and fists, we're the Texas Ranger Corps. At first I assumed they were headed for the tower to hunt down the revolted cyborgs. Then, with a spasm of fear, I thought they were coming for us. It turned out they were simply marching south between us, though much nearer to us than to the tower. They halted less than 100 yards away. We all held dead still indeed. With blown snow half coating us, we were hard to see. At least I hoped so. In the lull of the wind I heard a gruff voice say, "Wall, Custer done wuss," and another reply, "And so did Lyndon overseas, bless him," and a third comment, "Yup, the mysterious East weren't never meant for human man to meddle with." I heard nothing else coming from the northwest, but the Rangers must have, for now they scattered and knelt in a long curve, their lasers pointing back along the line of their retreat. What came out of the northwestern murk wasn't a band of pursuing Russians, but a big, long, white vehicle that moved silently across the snow, weaving like a snake. It halted by the Rangers, and I heard a hoarse voice command, "Jump aboard, boys! Haul your asses!" They obeyed, though they didn't move as fast as the voice had demanded. Then the huge vehicle was slithering south. I thought I heard again, very faintly, the two lines, "Texas Rangers fight the battles in the name of liberty." Perhaps I should have felt contemptuous, or at least sardonic. I didn't. Something deep inside me, which I had never suspected was there, was touched. We had started back for the cack when the roaring began. It came first through the rock we trod, making it vibrate and shake. We staggered and reeled. Then the roar became deafening as a purple tower blew up. First the violet beam grew much brighter and burst through the roof, shining toward the zenith as if exultantly bound for the stars. Then great gouts of bright purple molten stuff were mixed with it. Then the walls of the tower were driven outward. In a few moments, where the tower and great machines had been, there was only a cone of bright purple, viscous, semi-solid lava, hugely squirming and swiftly growing taller. The roaring died down, though the rock still vibrated underfoot. Gusher yelled, "Back to the cack! The Geiger's gone crazy!" Faninowitz broke away from the group and ran lumberingly up the hillock. El Tacito drew a bead on him. I forced down his pistol, saying, "Un momento, por favor," and took out after the German. Rachel and Rosa followed me. Faninowitz stopped at the summit of the rocky hummock. He was bathed in bright purple light, while we who followed him stayed in the hummock's shadow. Shaking his fist alternately at the purple pyramid and at us, he roared out, "Yes, the dirty Russians have won a battle, but now they will lose 2, 10, 100. With his back to the wall, Hitler created the V1 and the V2. Now the Texans, sole heirs of the virile Germanic spirit, have won the means to throw back and conquer the jealous world. Faced by the shortage of radioactives, they have had the vision and daring and heavy technology to tap the pockets of radioactive magma under Earth's crust. Across their great land, at every likely spot, they have with admirable secrecy created the mole-hole mines. The lost, crazy Russian mine was a clue that led to the new Spindletop. Everywhere the ultimate gushers are coming in, as at Fort Jackson last night, though you fools had not the wit to read the meaning of that glow. They will make Texas all-powerful." And facing the glow with fist held high, he shouted, "Sieg Heil!" and again, "Sieg Heil!" Perhaps I should have been touched by that, too. I wasn't. All I could think was that Germans were maniacs, and that the grandiose Texans were giving poor old atom-scarred Terra another horse-sized dose of deadly radioactivity. Meanwhile I had grabbed Faninowitz's ankle and jerked. He came tumbling heavily down. Rachel and I each grabbed him by a shoulder and rushed him toward the cack. When he didn't move fast enough, Rosa kicked him viciously from behind. As we scrambled aboard, Gusher yelled, "You dumb oafes are crazy lucky I waited for you. Now hang on." The cack took off straight east, hugging the ground to get the most protection out of the hillock's low shadow. We traveled east many kilometers before we began the long circle north and west to find the tents of the Crees. 14. Zhawlty Nawsh. Over and over the story, ending as he began, "Make ye no truce with Adam Zad, the bear that walks like a man. When he stands up as pleading in wavering man-brute guise, when he veils the hate and cunning of his little swinish eyes, when he shows as seeking quarter, with paws like hands in prayer, that is the time of peril, the time of the Truce of the Bear." The Truce of the Bear by Rudyard Kipling, 1898. Faninowitz continued euphoric in the cack. He discoursed to us like a paranoiacally insane schoolteacher in his grandiose phase. He sprayed spittle like my father acting Macbeth, and his voice often rose with an Iago's or Richard III's evil glee. "It is a commonplace," he began, "that common men never perceive the wonders of science and technology until the rockets roar, until the nuclei give up their energy at interior solar heat, or until rich thoriuranic lava spouts from a mole-hole. Now you have seen, and the secret is out. So attend me, children." El Tacito made as if to club him with the butt of his rifle, but Mendoza shook his head. "It has long been known, even to oafs like you," Faninowitz continued without notice, "that Terra has a crust of solid rock as much as 70 kilometers thick. Below that is the mantle, 3,000 kilometers of molten rock under increasingly vast pressure. Once it was thought that the mantle was slowly cooling and shrinking, but as early as the 20th century, the preponderance of evidence indicated that the heat of the mantle was steadily maintained by cells of rich radioactives in it. These deep cells produce slow convection currents in the mantle, leading straight up to the crust, spreading sideways there and then descending. The Dutchman Venigmanus first suggested that, which is to say that a German first developed the theory, for despite their reputation for peacefulness, the Dutch were the ancestors of the brave and long mourned-for Boers, which proves the Dutch to have been subconscious Prussians. Up the slow convection currents rode the rich radioactive ores bit by bit. They were the hottest and most expanded of all the materials in the current, since they were the source of its heat. Each current melted a dome in the solid crust above it. Some of the radioactives moved sideways with the current to its areas of descent hundreds of miles away, but others accumulated in an ever richer pocket inside the dome. So pockets of molten radioactives are marked by mantle domes, somewhat as oil is associated with salt domes. The Texans— "I was waiting for them," Gusher muttered from the pilot's seat. "Silence! By their ability to think big and to do big, the Texans provided the skill and unceasing industry to dig the roomy shafts." "Lies!" Rosa interjected. "Our cyborged men provided that." Faninowitz continued unperturbed. "The lower courses of the shafts were lined with woven molecular ribbon ferroceramics of great strength, through which the radioactives might gush upward, depositing on Earth's surface great cones of thor-uranic ores. The pharaohs built limestone pyramids in which they buried themselves with a little gold and a few soft gems. But the Texans have cajoled nature into creating hundreds of radioactive pyramids, each worth hundreds of billions of dollars." "A few Texans got buried today in one of their hot pyramids," Gusher put in. "While we Texo-Germans," Faninowitz continued, modestly but unshaken, "merely provided all the general theory and also the means to locate mantle domes." "Which is?" Mendoza asked after a few seconds. He was still interested. Myself, I had become sickened by all this horrible talk of oceans of molten rock megameters deep. A planet is hell with a crust. Then it occurred to me that my nausea might be the first symptoms of a dose of radioactivity. When Faninowitz, prior to an elaborate yawn, brushed his hand through his short hair, I was pleased to see that none fell out. "Oh," he said tantalizingly, "we have had some success with counts of antineutrinos coming through the earth at night from the sun, but chiefly we have located mantle domes by the same method the great Führer's Naval Command located battleships in the Atlantic. That is, by dowsing over maps of Texas. Ho, ho! I see I have startled you. I see you are prepared to sneer. Do so, if you wish. It will not alter the fact that we Germans are the ancient and original spiers out of metals, the ultimate chemists, the chthonic race, the wise old kobolds, as the very names of the elements testify. Ha ha!" I did not listen to the discussion that followed, in which words like cobalt and cuckoo were bandied about. I was thinking that if only one dab of ferric ore were left in all Terra, a German would find it and forge from it an iron cross. My mind was also invaded by a compulsive, nightmarish vision in which a parade of Germans and Egyptians wound among vast, blue-litten pyramids, the hair of the marchers falling out on the way, and their flesh shredding off, and they slowly turning to shining blue skeletons, topped by eerie animal heads and spiked gray helmets. I was not aware the cack had landed until someone guided me from it, my exoskeleton jigging and shimmying from shiver jerks in my chilled ghost muscles. I dimly noted puckered, black-eyed, leathery faces framed in fur. I smelled old hides, unwashed live ones, burning fat, and cold machine oil. I glimpsed leather walls with shadows reeling across them. Then I felt coarse fur beneath me. I heard a faint shivery rattle, and realized, just as I fell asleep, that it had come from my exo. I spent the next 2 days in the encampment of the Crees recuperating, which to a man with gravity sickness and a gravity body means no improvement at all, only a bitter hanging on to what little health he has, with growing irritability, fatigued restlessness, swift loss of reasonableness, and ballooning negativism. There were a dozen tents masked by a strip of forest so thin and ragged that Amarillo Cuchillo and its airfield spaceport could be glimpsed distantly through the stunted trees, with here and there small patrols of burly-looking Russians. This nearness did not whet my hope. It only made me impatient. Mendoza and the rest explained to me that I must stay hidden while they made contact and dickered with the Russians. My Texan height and generally strange appearance, they said, might arouse suspicion in the Russian military, who might not have been informed at all about the part I had played in the bent-back revolt. I argued at all this. Was I not El Esqueleto, I asked, and was he not known by now around the world? Even Rachel and Rosa could not win from me more than surly agreement to cooperate for the present. The Crees were an interesting if somber folk. For instance, small jars of petroleum and chunks of coal were their money, and also their gods, because they had learned that those black substances were the energy-filled residue of all animal and plant life. These they never burned, but used in trade and buried in small quantity with the dead to seed them toward a similar immortality. But the Crees did not interest me. They irked me with their atrocious English and worse Spanish, and with their body odors, different from mine, though I suppose no worse. I did my best to ignore them. As for staying hidden and sensibly horizontal, well, except when Russian patrols came near, I spent my days prowling about the camp with El Tacito in scowling attendance. I frequently stopped for glimpses of the silvery needle prow of the Tchaikovsky or the Goddard waiting at the spaceport to take me home. At any rate, that was why I felt it was there. Meanwhile, I thought, I was wasting precious time that I could have put to use asserting my claim to the radioactive Gusher. For despite Faninowitz's babble about dowsing and such, it seemed obvious that the lost, crazy Russian pitchblende mine had been the clue that had led the Texans to drill a mole-hole there. My colleagues' suggestions that I forget about the mine, that I face the fact that Russia had never permitted the exploitation of her mineral wealth by foreigners, and that I consider myself damn lucky if they managed to procure me an exit visa and transport to Circumluna, all these reasonable suggestions I listened to with great hostility, and a growing suspicion that they wanted me off Terra so they could seize my wealth. Suggestions that I have patience, Mendoza's that I learn Cree, Rachel's that I take up bow and arrow, Guchu's that I drop acid, I only snarled at. Perhaps by this time I had developed a mild chronic delirium from skin infections and fringe-adequate blood supply to the brain. But I doubt it. I think it was sheer bloated egotism on my part, slightly augmented by gravity disease. Here I was, a great and heroic actor, and I was being treated like a bum. At any rate, when Mendoza and Father Francisco went to dicker the first day and did not return, when Guchu and Rosa and Rachel and even Faninowitz took off on the second in the CAC and didn't come back either or send word, I decided on action. I engaged El Tacito in a game of gin-rummy, and then a bout of drinking same. I mean rum, not gin. When he was thoroughly soused, I put him to bed, took his lightning pistols, equipped my exoskeleton with my last fresh batteries, and waited for dawn. At its first glimmer, I emerged from our tent, menaced with my telescopic swords the Crees who would have stopped me, and walked straight to Amarillo Cuchillo. Dawn was red when I reached the town, and encountered a neat new sign with the 10 Cyrillic characters spelling out Zhawlty Nawsh. Like the Texans, the Russians had literally translated yellow knife. I also encountered my first pair of Russian soldiers. I'll admit that their extreme burliness and even greater hairiness startled me at first. Ever since tearful Susie, the space hostess, had mentioned "them fearful furry Russians," I had assumed that all the references I heard to the hirsuteness of the Soviets were only one more ridiculous expression of that curse of Terran man, xenophobia. Not so. The feet, hands, and faces, not to mention head, neck, and ears, of these two infantrymen were entirely covered by thick fur, which also bulked up their coarsely woven summer uniforms. Their nails, too, were thickened, somewhat in the direction of claws, but seemingly not enough to interfere with humanoid manipulations. After the first shock, the effect was delightful. The human eye looks quite soulful when surrounded by fur. It has something of the effect of a dolphin's eye, while the fur itself modestly proclaims, "I am merely an animal, nothing special, comrade. There is nothing of the anthropocentric, supercilious, God and devil creating witch doctor about me." They seemed easily to accept my strangeness, too, after a moment's initial shock. Most cosmopolitan beasts, I thought. And when one of the two responded to my "Zdraste, tovarich," with a softly guttural "Spasiba," and in answer to my question gave me the simple directions needed to reach the registry of mining claims, I felt preposterously pleased, as if I were in a fairyland of talking animals. Of course, these were very different Russians from the generally hairless Slavic thins, fats, and athletics of Circumluna, but in a way I liked them better. They seemed less supercilious, less morally conceited and puritanical. One of the soldiers stayed at his post. The other companionably dropped in beside me, carrying his laser rifle in a relaxed, casual manner. I pointed toward the distant silvery prow of the spaceship rising above the low buildings around us, and asked, "Goddard?" "Niet," he replied. "Tsiolkovsky?" I suggested. "Da," he confirmed in something of a growl, eyeing me for a moment severely before resuming his smiling, animal placidity. We passed several bombed and laser-charred areas. We met 10 more furry soldier pairs before we reached the registry, and in each instance the first procedure was repeated, so that by the time I entered the dingy building I had an escort of what seemed to me charming and docile teddy-bears, of average human height, but more than human breadth. The facts that I was a good 2 feet taller than any of them, and that none of them showed surprise at my height or exoskeleton, doubtless added to my feeling of fairy-tale confidence. It did not even bother me when the bare soldiers pressed into the building before, beside, and behind me, and then remained in a half-circle around me as I introduced myself to a Kapitan Taimanov, a gloriously golden-furred Russian who appeared to be in charge of things at the registry. I believed they were merely child-curious about me. Taimanov waved me into a seat, called for vodka and caviar, and offered me a box from which I took a long, thin cigarette. He snapped his furry fingers, and a soldier leaped to light it. Somewhat to my disappointment, it was not weed, only tobacco. Nevertheless, I puffed it graciously. Kapitan Taimanov was all smiles and courtesy. We chatted together lightly of Ivan the Terrible and Stalin, of Dostoevsky and Pasternak, of Mussorgsky and Khachaturian, of Alyokhin and Keres. We almost started to play a game of chess. The only time his lip curled up from his formidable teeth was when a brown-pelted soldier ran his tongue around his furry mouth as I downed my sip and the captain his glass of vodka. We complimented each other on our command of Russian, though his seemed to me a kind of pigeon compared to that I'd picked up in Circumluna. Then he led the conversation around to myself. For starters, I explained that I was a simple worker in the communist underground in Texas, and how I had played the part of Kosti Chiloviek, or Bone Man, El Escalato, from Dallas to Fort Johnson, helping foment the bent-back revolution, which had drawn ranger units southward from Zhawlty Nawsh. "Then I take it you were not one of ours?" he said. "I mean those grown tall by deliberate misuse of the directional hormone in the laboratories and creches of Lake Baikal, taught Texan, and sent to infiltrate that last evil stronghold of capitalism." "No," I answered truthfully. What is this about misuse of the directional hormone? I thought it was used solely by Texans to give them greater height." He laughed and said, "I can see you are an innocent in some matters. That freakish thing, a native revolutionary." He paused a moment to frown, the short golden fur of his forehead furrowing. "Or else those at Vachel decided it was best to equip you with a completely false memory and identity. No matter. As for the directional hormone, we Russians employ it as nature always intended, horizontally, so that we are stronger without additional strains on the heart, men able to cope with the surface gravity of Jupiter, if that should ever become necessary. It also acts upon our hair in a multiplicatory fashion, producing those pelts which make Siberian weather far easier to cope with, and which also make summer nudity more aesthetic and cultural. Ah, my poor friend, you should see us sporting by the tens of thousands on the beaches around Vachel and the Black Sea." "Or around the nearest mud-hole," I thought I heard a soldier mutter. But Taimanov did not catch that. He was slowly and solemnly looking me up and down, concealing whatever pity or contempt he may have felt for my miserable figure, asthenic or cerebrotonic ultimate, in contrast with his own magnificent animal one. Finally he said, most soulfully, a tear dropping from his left eye, "Poor, tortured comrade, I can see without being told that you have spent many years in the prisons of Texas. It must have been there that you learned Russian from some equally unfortunate and heroic captive. No, you do not have to explain. I know it all. They have accused us Russians of brainwashing our enemies by deprivation of food, sleep, and exercise. But what nation, except Texas, has applied carefully calculated starvation, and perhaps the rack, to a point where a man is literally skin and bones, his muscles shriveled possibly beyond regeneration? Truly the Soviets owe you much. But tell me this, what unsung genius of the revolution provided you with that most clever powered framework which enables you to talk?" "The Russians gave it to me," I answered, thinking further to win his favor, and actually lying not so much. At least half the technicians who had built my exo had been circumlunan Russians. "Chortovu adu!" he cursed, half rising to his feet, and pounding on the table until the bottles jumped, and it would have cracked, except it was 4 inches thick. "For 50 years the military has been asking the scientists for powered body armor for soldiers, and now at last we see it, secretly given away to a foreign agent by the state security apparatus. Your pardon, comrade, this is not your fault, but the practice makes me furious." "You and your soldiers look to me so physically powerful," I put in placatingly, "that it would seem you would have no need of mechanical aids." "True, we are as strong as Kodiak bears," he agreed, "but with powered body armor we could leap rivers and single-handed encounter tanks and devastate cities. The atomic bomb would become a sidearm. One soldier could liberate an entire Central American country. Grrr!" The idea of bears able to leap rivers sounded to me about as desirable as spiders able to fly, though I did not voice the thought. Meanwhile Taimanov was muttering, "Nothing too good for our foreign agents, anything good enough for our soldiers. Grrr! But once more your pardon. Have more vodka. How else can I serve you?" Emboldened by this encouragement and another large sip of vodka, I told him about my local mining claim. I pointed out that, as an ardent revolutionary crippled for life, I perhaps deserved financial compensation. He looked interested, said, "Da?" and inquired if I had documents to prove my claim. Now was my big moment. I asked if he could provide me with the amenities of a powerful sun lamp and a razor or electric clippers. Though mystified, he complied with my request. The electric clippers were especially fine, and he confided in me that he cut his entire pelt close, en broche, for the summer months. Downing half of another vodka, I unlocked my rib cage at its center and folded it away to either side. Next I unzipped my winter suit from neck to crotch. The soldiers murmured approvingly at the amount of hair disclosed. I clipped it all off close, and directed the large sun lamp at my ventral side. "You are that cold, tovarich?" Taimanov expostulated. "Even the vodka has not warmed you? Perhaps a steam bath?" I lifted my hand and pointed it toward my middle. "Watch," I said. The 12 pairs of fur-circled, soulful eyes grew larger as tiny blue-gray marks began to appear on my torso. Soon the message there was completely developed. Beginning high on my chest and traveling interminably downward, somewhat distorted by the scars of my patio crawl and by various rashes, but legible all the same, were line after line of slate-blue print and script, interspersed with signatures, X-marks, letterheads, and seals. It was all upside down to me, but I knew it by heart, for it was simply a facsimile of Nicholas Nimzovich Nizard's provisional claim to his pitchblende mine, together with the 3 transfers of ownership and a circumlunan confirmation. My father hadn't entrusted me with the provisional claim, but, probably stealing the idea from some spy story, had a facsimile of it tattooed on my chest and belly in a preparation of silver nitrate so that it would be invisible until I exposed it to bright sunlight or a sun lamp, whereupon the hitherto invisible silver would precipitate out as a dark powder, and the claim appear written on my skin clearly and permanently. I had certainly had a devil of a time keeping it undeveloped, especially in the Mars patio. Now I felt fully repaid for my efforts. I explained the gist of the document and its postscripts to Kapitan Taimanov. He was amazed, as were his soldiers. He told me that I could undoubtedly obtain some large financial compensation, though it was not within his immediate power to grant it. General Khan would have to be consulted, and possibly New Moscow. He poured me another vodka, offered me another cigarette, and came around his desk to examine the tattooing more closely. I delicately sipped white fire and savored that burned essence of earthiness, tobacco. Taimanov pointed a furry finger, horn-tipped, at the nethermost seal, a mundla quartering a cogwheel, tuning fork, beaker, and atom. "What is that?" he inquired. "The Great Seal of Circumluna," I explained, confirming all the writing above to be authentic. You see, there is one further detail about myself which I have neglected to tell you, that in addition to my revolutionary status, I am also a circumlunan of the sack, visiting Terra under the protection of— My words were lost in Taimanov's growl of fury and command. I realized that somehow success and vodka had made me careless. Before I could so much as up the power of my exo, I was seized from all sides. A hard paw edge chopped expertly between my head basket and shoulder girdle, paralyzing me, and, I thought, breaking my neck. Quite unnecessarily, another hand jabbed up under the front of my rib cage into my solar plexus, cutting off my breath. Then Taimanov, his face a mask of an enraged bear, procured a pair of insulated wire cutters and snipped all the leads from my batteries to my servo motors. I was hoisted up and rushed across the street to the old Amarillo Cuchillo jail, where my exo was removed and the 2 lightning pistols in my pouch waved in my face as proof that I was an assassin at least. I was shaken until I decided my neck wasn't broken, but would be shortly. Next, I found myself strapped down on a table, again quite unnecessarily, and being interrogated by a formidable black-furred Colonel Bolbakan, who smoked an atrocious fat cigar, about a circumlunan plot to seize all Russia, and, though he seemed to think this a matter of minor importance, the rest of Terra. He demanded to know how I had smuggled myself out of the Tchalkovsky, what special instructions for sabotage and terrorism I had been given, and what devilish plans for further horrors the crew of the Chal had up their sleeves. Apparently the ground-bear Russians were unable to assault the ship directly, though able to prevent its take-off. It was a mystery to me. In vain I insisted that I had left the Chal at Dallas, and, thereafter, devoted myself to a rabble-rousing advantageous to Russia. In vain I assured him that the Circumlunan Russians were very nice people, and constituted somewhat less than half of its population, and that they certainly had no designs against or much interest in Terran Russia. In vain I explained that I wasn't a true dweller in Circumluna, only an inhabitant of the sub-proletarian sack, a harmless actor. When, after a short period, I did not produce answers of the sort Bolbakan wanted, I was systematically beaten with rubber truncheons. The humiliation was immense, and the pain most excruciating. I had feared I would be driven mad if again deprived of my exoskeleton on Terra, but that fear was quite swallowed up in the physical agonies I was suffering. The shock of the blows prevented me from inventing a story that might even temporarily have satisfied the colonel. It even stopped me from getting any profit from the philosophic notion that Death should make himself familiar with suffering, pain, and all other approaches toward himself. At one point I was asked to name my confederates, those still aboard the Chawl, those who had sneaked aground with me, and also the still fouler beings, Terran collaborators with the Russo-Circumlunan devils. The only thing that kept me silent then was the remaining tatter of rational thought that it wouldn't help me one bit to have Mendoza and company rounded up and beaten like myself. Still, I would soon have confessed even that to halt the torture, if Black Bolbakan's questions had not gone rocketing off into a farrago about moon monsters that the satellitic Russians were planning to set loose in Siberia. Was I a moon monster? He had embarked on an even wilder inquiry about Mars beetles, capable of devouring all Terra's vegetation, when a grizzled General Khan came galloping in and raised his hand, to command, I supposed, new and more ingenious tortures. But I never learned what they were, for at that moment a velvet-gloved inner blackness seized me and dragged me deep, deep down. 15. Death with Spiders. Here now, in his triumph, where all things falter, stretched out on the spoils at his own hand spread, as a god self-slain on his own strange altar, Death lies dead. A Forsaken Garden, by Algernon Charles Swinburne. As I came back to consciousness, or rather as consciousness came back to me, for I certainly didn't want it, I discovered that I was in my coffin, and they were nailing it up. The hammering awakened all of my old pains and a remarkable number of new ones, and the greatest of the new ones was cold. I figured that there must be about 10 hammerers pounding away, and the nails by now as thick as pearls on a string. I knew I was still on Terra, because gravity was in the coffin with me. It struck me as peculiarly unfair that gravity should operate even inside coffins. One would think that at least death would bring release from the horrible force, but it doesn't. Such are the merciless ways of Terra. I commanded my eyes to open so that I could look at the absolute darkness around me. I knew it would be absolute darkness, because no slightest glow came through my eyelids. But my eyelids, which were heavy and thick with one of the new pains, refused to part. One more proof that I was dead indeed. How I could still feel pain while dead was a problem that I pigeonholed. I guess I didn't want to have to admit that hell existed. I attempted to reassess my situation philosophically. I was in great cold, in absolute darkness, in great pain, pigeonhole that one, and inside my coffin, and they were still pounding on it. Well, one expects a coffin to be chilly and dark. It is also in the nature of coffins to be nailed up, though this one was taking a long time about it. But especially if one has any illusions whatever left about the courtesy of humanity, one expects a coffin to fit, to be, in my case, about 10 by 2 by 1½ feet inside dimensions, and, if humanity is especially considerate, to be comfortably lined, preferably with quilted silk. My coffin had no lining, and it definitely did not fit. In fact, from the way my body was contorted, I could tell that it was little more than 4 by 4 by 4 feet. My head, tilted up, lay in a bottomed corner. My back was gravity-pressed against the coffin's hard bottom, which had a lattice of cracks in it, rather like the floor of President Lamar's patio. My legs rose sharply up, and my feet were wedged into the upper corner of the box opposite my head. Yes, my coffin was a mere box, an ignominious cube. And would they please stop pounding on it? It next occurred to me that, as a hero of the bent-back revolution, I should have been encoffined in high state, wearing my exoskeleton and with at least 2 gold medals, the other reading Socialist Actor Extraordinary. But I clearly didn't have my exoskeleton. I was wearing only my winter suit, and it was strangely loose on my torso, accounting in part for my frigid state. I began to try to figure out what had happened to me prior to my encoffination. My first theory was that I had been thrown down the crazy Russian mohole, landed in a bed of feathers a kilometer thick, and found myself in the realm of the dead, whose monitors had nailed me up in this cramping and shameful box as punishment for impersonating death in the world above, and were continuing to nail. There were several things wrong with that theory. To mention only one, the crazy Russian mohole was filled from bottom to top with red-hot and blue radioactive magma. I tried to think of another theory, but the hammering wouldn't let me. Instead, it reignited my every pain. It got louder and louder, less and less endurable. It became a hammering not on my coffin, but on my head basket, then on my naked skull and face. As I realized I had been wanting to do all along, I escaped by dying. I instantly made a remarkable discovery. Whether one dies for a minute or a million years, it seems no time at all to the one who dies. For the next thing I knew, consciousness had come snuffling back to my body like the persistent beast it is. It sniffed me from head to toes, from feet to fingertips. Then it nuzzled my neck and leaped inside my skull and curled up there, wide-eyed, ears a-prick, and still sniffing. I was in precisely the same situation as I had been before, except for one wonderful difference. The hammering had stopped. I still felt a wide spectrum of pains, but now I felt them silently. Whoever had been pounding my coffin had gone away. Perhaps the pounding had been only in my head all along. Perhaps it had been the pounding of my heart, frantically trying to make my ghost muscles work by oversupplying them with glucose and oxygen, and now at last sensibly shifted into neutral and only idling along. I wondered if it was now pumping hard enough to keep alive my toes, which were so high above me. Oh, well, better gangrene of the toes than gangrene of the brain, my consciousness informed me. Where did I get that idea I was alive when I knew I was dead? Better suppress it, cool it, consciousness. I worked hard on keeping myself dead. I concentrated on stilling every part of myself, beginning with the toes. This worked very well on my muscles, since most of them were ghosts to begin with, non-functional in 6 lunagraphs. There was a bonus that as I stilled each area of my body, the pain stopped coming from it. I worked at suppressing my thoughts, too, especially in effort to remember what had happened to me. I also held on to the sneaky point that if only I were patient, if only I remained passive while enough time passed, not very much, then I would surely be dead of freezing, dehydration, heart failure, starvation, or gangrene of the toes, in approximately that order. I do believe I would have completed the operation successfully, except for one very nasty circumstance. 2 large and sturdy spiders appeared on either side of me, and began determinedly to explore the floor of my cubicle coffin. When I say appeared, I do not mean I saw them, but I became aware of them. I felt them. However, I had started to get a glow in my eyes that seemed not so much the random shooting off of rods and cones as light coming through my immovable lids. In fact, I was working to suppress that glow when the two spiders turned up. It happens that I have an irrational dread of spiders, though there are few in the sack, and those chiefly in arachnidariums, where they get along as well in free fall as insects and all other tiny beasts to whom gravity or its absence are matters of small moment. So that, when these turned up in my coffin, I was pretty thoroughly terrorized. A peculiarly horrible particular was that these spiders were cripples. Each had had 3 legs amputated, but the operations had been completely successful, and they got around very well on their remaining 5 legs. How I could know so much about the spiders without being able to see into their minds also troubled me. Not, as I have said, that I have any psi talents, or that spiders are known to be open to telepathy. Still, I was troubled. Finally, the spiders seemed much too much interested in my wrists, persistently nuzzling them and even pushing and pulling them around. I waited each moment for the stab of a poison fang. "Go on, spiders, get it over with," I found myself thinking. "It will only be a 6th way of dying." Then the 2 spiders approached my sides and began to crawl up onto my body, dragging my arms behind them. It was at this point I realized that the spiders were my 2 hands. Though it may seem strange to some, this was no great improvement. Lying helpless in the dark while one's 2 hands begin to operate completely on their own, schizophrenically, is almost as bad as spiders, believe me. Pinching first my suit, and then cruelly pinching the skin of my chest, which was to my surprise smooth and hairless, they crawled up side by side to my neck, where they parted, each making for an ear. "By Pluto," I thought, "they are planning to strangle me." Why the idea of being strangled, or even self-strangled, should have terrified me so, when I was exerting every atom of willpower to kill myself and or keep myself dead, is pretty mysterious. Perhaps by now I was becoming luxury-minded and wanted to die in comfort with ever-diminishing pains. But then I noticed that neither of my hands had left a thumb behind on my windpipe, as they would surely have done if their purpose had been strangulation, and they had any sense at all. I relaxed a bit and waited with some curiosity to see what they were up to. You see, I was already crediting them with sense and purpose. They say a man is essentially 2 hands and a brain. I was pretty sure by now that my hands were cooperating with a section or self of my brain below the conscious level, which last level had been wanting only to die and or stay dead, until this moment, when curiosity had begun to motivate it. Meanwhile, my crawling hands had each gripped an earlobe very tightly with thumb and trigger finger. From this secure base, and with each digging little finger into cheek, they dug middle finger and ring finger into my upper and lower eyelids, and then spread. This caused me even more pain than I expected, because it turned out that my eyelids were extremely badly swollen. Also, my eyeballs were unusually sensitive. I got the impression that this area of my face, at least, had undergone a severe allergic reaction, or else received repeated blows. But no matter how hard I willed them to stop, and despite the hoarse little screams that now began to issue from my dry throat, my fingers went cruelly and remorselessly about their business. Bright, gay light lanced into my eyes and tormented my retinas and the visual centers of my brain, a third and not to be underrated pain. Finally tears came, and at first they were a pain too. For a while I saw only their glimmer and the yellow blurs of matter floating in them. Gradually the pains diminished. My swollen lids became able to blink with my fingers' help, and even assume most of the work of keeping themselves open. My tears washed the grainy, gluey stuff away, and I was able to see. I was in a mortised stone cell with a door of bars and a small barred window. Its dimensions were those of the height of a Mexican door, so I assumed it had originally been built by Texans for bentbacks. The light came through the window, and another like it in the corridor beyond the door of bars. Cold wind came in, too. Through the nearer window I could see a high sign that carried, white on black, the 10 Cyrillic characters spelling out Zhawlty Nawsh. So I was not in the hands of the Rangers, but the Russians. Horrible memories began to rise. I kept them submerged while I traveled my gaze down my body from my cater-cornered toes. My black winter suit was open wide from my crotch to my neck, revealing my hairless front covered by upside-down lines of legal writing. I remembered everything, in particular, every last stupidity. It only made me want to die all over again. But even as I felt that, I noted that my fingers had left my eyes, which stayed open a fair slit without manual aid, and were crawling down my torso toward my crotch, where I was intuitively sure they intended to start zipping me up. This indication that the survival urge was once again in control had the effect of steadying, if not cheering me. While my hands worked, I began the unpleasant business of assessing my situation. Fortunately, in such a case, one need not begin by facing the worst, but can work up to it by easy stages. For instance, the first healthy reaction to a feeling of extreme guilt is the attempt to shift as much of that guilt as possible to other people. So it was not unnatural that my first thoughts were about my father, not angry so much as gently pitying thoughts, very sentimental. The poor old boob, I thought, running his theater in space, not knowing a damn thing about Terra, but dreaming his idiot dream about the mining claim that would one day make us all rich. Did it occur to him that the claim was only provisional, that the country in which it was registered had changed hands at least once and now 2 times, that the Terrans have millions of laws to stop boobs like himself from asserting their rights and claiming cash due them, and that without exception the Terrans are a planet of swindlers and roughnecks, intent only on money and power and ready on the slightest provocation to substitute violence for legal procedure? Oh, no. And then he had got the super-idiot idea of sending me, his only son, down to terrible Terra to cash in on the mining claim. He did get the Longhairs to build me a remarkable exoskeleton. I granted him that. But did he otherwise enlist their aid in his project? At least they knew a hell of a lot more about Terra than he did. No, and double no. Instead, he supplied me with a cloak, cane swords, and an idiotically secret document. And I, super-boob that I was, had accepted this ridiculous role, even gloried in it. For a whole terrible month on Terra, I had not lived. I had acted my way through everything. First, I had been tempted by a mysterious role in the Texan Palace Revolution. Next, I had eagerly plunged into the role of Death, leader of a grotesque adobe hut revolution. Finally, I had been unable to resist putting on a brief show of surprises for some talking bears, an ultimate in wrong-way animal acts. Had even my love for Rosa and Rachel been anything but theater? Probably not. Everybody is always telling us actors that because we feel or seem to feel so much in the theater, we can't feel anything in real life. Well, then, face it, Scully, I told myself. For you, the great themes of love and death can be nothing but melodrama. You're playing a small role in a vast thriller with an unknown finish. Except that your role, bar last-minute rescues, seems just about ready to finish in death in an unheated Russian prison cell. So start playing that role and quit bawling. At that moment, I heard a familiar voice roaring in the corridor. The language was Russian, but the import was pure Texan. "Quit fussing at me, you furry little fools! I want to see Comrade La Cruz instanter. As consular agent of Texas in Zhawlty Nawsh, I got the right. Besides, can't you get the fur out of your eyes long enough to recognize General Khan's seal and signature? If you keep hindering me, I'll report you to him. I'll report you to number 1 in New Moscow. I'll hold up on those chess sets from the Black Republic. I'll even stop that shipment of firewater and fish eggs I got coming in from Quebec. There, that's more like it now." Then a great familiar bulk filled the barred Mexican short doorway. "Well, partner," the bulk said, "you sure have got yourself in the gall-derndest, most miserablest, hopelessest fix since Sam Houston got his army backed against the San Jacinto River just before the like-named battle." I never would have thought that a time would ever come when the person I was most happy to see of all the hombres in the rip-snortin' melodramatic universe was Elmo Oilfield Earp. 16. Fixing. After the burial parties leave and the baffled kites have fled, the wise hyenas come out at eve to take account of our dead. Rudyard Kipling. By the next day, 24th Spindletop, Elmo had got me, in quite rapid succession, the following comforts: soup, a mattress, a battery to heat my winter suit, a larger cell, and, at last, my exoskeleton. The Russians had removed its swords and all batteries but 2, so that it operated at about quarter power. Sometimes I felt I was carrying it around rather than it me, and when I plugged in my suit heater, it stopped moving altogether. Still, it was wonderful wearing it again. At first I had been so happy to see Elmo that it had not occurred to me to wonder how he came to be there. Later, thinking it over, I realized he must have been planning everything from our first meeting at Spaceport Dallas, possibly even earlier. I did not ask him straight out if he is a Russian secret agent, and he certainly did not volunteer that information. "The war is over," he tells me. "Russia says she is planning no further advances, Texas no reprisals, and a truce has been agreed to." Elmo's story is that he is a loyal Texan who just happened to be in the neighborhood when Texas sorely needed a consular agent in Zhawlty Nawsh. Just happened to be. But perhaps I had best pretend to believe this tall tale. As the big rascal says, "Scully, most people in this imperfect world are so set on what they got to have, come hell or high water, and on what they won't take under no circumstances, that there just got to be a few fixers around. Broad-minded hombres willing to sacrifice their personal integrity, or even on rare occasions their sacred honor, just to get life moving again, or keep it barely turning over like a wore-out engine." He confirmed my belated suspicion that all the rank-and-file Russians and most of the officer and bureaucrat class firmly believe that the Russians of Circumluna are the ultimate devils, the super Trotskyites, worse than Chinese, Texans, or the blackest dyed fascists or inkiest blacks. Well, why shouldn't they, after a century of propaganda attributing every evil from meteorite showers to anti-Soviet dreams to the malignant intervention of intellectual Russians in the sky? But, Elmo says, the Russian inner elite, her real rulers, have come to realize that their country desperately needs certain items that only Circumluna can furnish them. Fine instruments, computer circuits, new higher maths. They are seeking a rapprochement with Circumluna that will permit trade without scandalizing or driving into revolt the rank and file. General Khan, I gather, is the sole local member of the elite. He has been able to prevent attacks on the Tsiolkovsky, but he must keep her crew in quarantine to satisfy military prejudice. He also was the one who halted my torture, though not daring to go so far as to command special care for me. That had to be left to Elmo the Fixer, so he could be blamed if necessary. We had beet borscht for dinner. Next day Elmo procured me the unheard-of amenity of a hot bath. I was unwilling until I learned El Tacito and Mendoza would give it to me, in guise of Elmo's greaser servants. I was considerably refreshed, though my varicosities, etc., had worsened dismally. I quit prison pacing, slow motion in my under-batteried exo, got a maximum of horizontal. Taz slipped me twin notes from Rosa and Rachel, both hoping for my swift recovery and wishing me good fortune. Both signed affectionately. I wondered if either or both of them would come to the moon with me. By their ultimatum to me, I would have to choose between them. It would be a very hard choice. I decided to play the scenes as they came. That evening Elmo brought such good news I could hardly believe it. It set my imagination racing. Through General Khan, he has learned that the Russian inner elite is considering a deal whereby I, as hero of the bent-back revolution, would be presented with a reward of materials needed by Circumluna. Later, still as hero, not Circumluna nor Sakaband, I would make party contribution of stuff Russia needs from Circumluna. As part of the deal, I would also have formally to give up my family's claim to the lost Crazy Cree, new name, pitchblende mine. I asked him why so much fuss by pirates over paper properties. He replied, "Scully, you don't understand these Russians. If their fur were as all tied up as their nerves are inside them, they'd be kinky as blacks. They're not relaxed like Texans. They don't think broad and easy about moral and legal issues. When they pull a fast one, they want every detail that reflects a bit of good on them pinned down tight." I then asked him worriedly that if the gift to me were automatically supposed to go to the Circumlunans, would I also be able to use it to get from the Circumlunans the concessions I wanted for the La Cruz Theater and all Sakabans? He told me, "Look, Scully, you hang on to that gift and you bargain with it until you get what you want. I guarantee you the Longhairs will play ball. I'm sorry to say it, Scully, but I sometimes think you weren't born with the business sense of a squirrel." What am I saying? Squirrel? I mean lemming. On reconsideration, this made me wonder if Elmo weren't in on the whole deal to bring me down to Terra, the building of my exoskeleton, even Father's idiot notion. I didn't know where to stop. Next day, Spindletop 26th, there was a hideous development. Elmo brought news that the Russians were demanding the facsimile mining claim removed from my chest before they would play ball. They insisted on their pound of flesh, were bad as Shylock. They promised to make a repair skin graft on me, but that would take more weeks, months on Terra, with chances of survival very slim. Elmo said, "Don't worry, Scully. I'll argue my best with them, though they're stubborner critters than President Austin was, bless him, the pighead. When a bear decides to claw you, it's hard to change his mind by appealing to his logic and common sense." That night we got soup with tatters of meat in it, but I couldn't touch it. To get my mind off the horrible possibility of being flayed, I gave it the tough task of figuring out which of the two girls to ask to marry me. After long listings of their good and bad qualities, my feelings, etc., I decided on Rosa Morales. The chief point was that, under all fieriness, she has basic Latin submissiveness, while Rachel would try to run me. I was not happy about my decision, but determined to stick to it. Elmo also reported that Faninowitz had formally defected to the Russians. When and if he recovers from the dose of radioactivity he got at the Gusher, he will go to Novi Tech as full professor of engineering and design power armor for Russian soldiers, borrowing many details from my exoskeleton, I'm sure. It figures. If all Terra felt peaceful except one destruction-bent farm boy, a German would build him a slingshot. On Spindletop 27th, the Russians were still after my hide. Yet life must go on, no matter what horrors loom, so when Rosa visited me in jail, I proposed marriage to her. She kept me in suspense for a long time, made me really argue. Clincher was when I told her she would be top free-fall dancing girl and star acrobat in La Cruz Theater. I added, "Besides, but don't tell anyone this, I have always had a terrific yen for short girls." She yielded then, and immediately demanded we summon the Honorable Miss Lamar and tell her about my decision in Rosa's presence. Here I drew the line and also blew my top. I insisted that while still on Terra, I simply could not bear to hurt Rachel, who had done so many things for me, even saved my life. She could be told after Rosa and I were off Earth, but not now. Rosa told me the marriage deal was off. We argued and argued. We finally hit on a compromise. With Rosa looking on and fighting over each word, wanting to make it harsher, I wrote Rachel a letter breaking the news gently, but telling her in no uncertain terms I was marrying Rosa and leaving the tall Texan forever. Sorry about that. We then gave the letter to Elmo, to be delivered to Rachel immediately after Charles' blast-off. I also extracted from Rosa her promise, hand on imaginary Bible, heart crossed, that she would not tell Rachel, by word or indirection, about her victory. I told Elmo I would be taking him up on that wife reservation on Charles. He grinned and made a ring of thumb and middle finger to assure me it was as good as done. Afterwards I felt miserable, but reminded myself I had taken the only sensible course. After all, every woman in the universe is basically monogamous and accepts other arrangements, polygamy, even polyandry, etc., when they are the only game in town. Secretly I knew I would grieve forever for Rachel. Yet I consoled myself with the knowledge that I had done the wise thing. Besides, there is always Idris McElwraith. 28th Spindletop was a day for rejoicing. The Russians agreed to content themselves with photographs of my ventral side, plus quitclaim signed and sworn to by me, provided Father sends down original claim by first rocket. I patted myself on chest with great feelings of relief. Departure was planned for the next day. All my happiness was completely dashed when Rachel paid me an unexpected visit in jail. From zenith to nadir in one easy jump. She was wearing her black Madonna rig, damn her, minus pistols, of course, and looking very chipper. Her chipperness faded, but she kept a brave smile as she said, "Captain Skull, I wish to tender you my sincerest congratulations and wish you a long life of bliss." "Thanks, but what do you mean?" I asked, automatically sparring for time. "That I won't lose my front skin? Yes, I'll be happy about that the rest of my life. I don't know about blissful." "You know what I mean," she said softly. "You and Rosa. From the first time I saw you together, I knew you were meant for each other. That's why I lit into her so fierce. Even then I realized I was just a clumsy old Texas gal, meant to be a poetry-writin' and little theater old maid, and nothing else. But don't you grieve, Scully. Don't you give me a thought, except maybe to remember, just for a moment on dark nights in space, that there was once a platinum-haired girl in black on a silver horse who loved you a little." "What do you mean, me and Rosa?" I asked. Damn it, Rosa had promised me she wouldn't tell. "And who is supposed to have loved me a little? You or your horse?" "You know what I mean, Scully," she said, and then added in a shaky whisper, "marrying up, getting hitched." "Did Rosa tell you that?" I demanded furiously, my voice shaking. Damn it, a promise is a promise. "Oh, no, she didn't tell me in so many words," Rachel assured me. "But I knew she'd been visiting you, and nobody could have misread the meaning of the brightness in her eyes. Besides that, she danced all over the tent." Then the Black Madonna drew herself up. "As for my horse, Scully, if he ever meets you again, I hope he kicks your face in." At that moment I became, in absolutely cold blood, an utter cad. I said, "Listen to me, Rachel. Rosa lied to you, or at any rate she did everything in her power to create a false impression. When she visited me yesterday here, she asked me to marry her, and I turned her down. Oh, I was as nice about it as I could be. You and I both know she's a good little trooper. But in essence, I turned her down. You're the only woman I ever loved in my life, Princess, and you know it. Captain Skull's heart is yours, to tromp on or toss aside, if that's your pleasure, but yours forever." Despite my eloquence, it took me a remarkably long time to win her. She was especially suspicious about me having turned Rosa down. Feeling myself every second a vicious hypocrite and complete villain, I had to invent proof after proof until she consented to believe me. And then there still remained all the work of persuading Rachel to marry me. I finally managed it only by promising her she'd be star tragedienne of the La Cruz Theater, and that we'd produce both Houston's Afire and Storm over El Paso. Would they be fringe acceptable? Oh, well, we have play doctors. I'm one myself. I also had to add, "Besides, but don't tell anyone this, I have always had a terrific yen for tall girls." "How'd you find that out?" she demanded. "What other tall females has your fickle heart been fixed on, Scully, darlin'?" Great Jupiter! I had to talk fast and watch my every word, not to bring in the name of Idris McElwraith. But in the end, she did accept me. And then, oh, my aching mind, we had to repeat every detail Rosa had insisted on, down to Rachel's supervising me while I wrote the letter of sad rejection to Rosa, and we sealed it and handed it over to Elmo for delivery after the Charles blastoff. My nerves were zinging for fear he'd give the show away, but he didn't. After Rachel had gone, however, he did tell me, "Scully, I must say I think you're a natural-born hero of the punishment-seeking sort. Wives are a combination of gadfly, rattlesnake, and colt or cow. I ain't ever had the unwisdom, and maybe nerve, too, to take on even one. And here you are putting yourself in the ring with two, and not on Terra either, where at least there's space to disappear into, but up in the sack, where I gather things are a bit cozy. Oh, well, every man to his own insanity. I suppose you'll be wanting another wife ticket on the chawl. Guess I can wangle it, if you'll agree to give the Rusky photographers a free hand with you the next couple of days." "Can't be, wife," I told him. "Chaw's crew is all Rusky, and Russian circumlunans are all most conventionally moral, at least as far as us Sakabans are concerned. A bigamous actor is just what they're waiting for. Had better be sister, I guess. At least our heights agree." "Sister it'll be, but how you going to justify that to Rachel, or Cookie either?" "My problem. And one more favor, amigo. On take-off day, please see to it that each of them is privately summoned to chawl at different times, and that they're at least strapped down, and preferably given space sickness, etc. injections before they know the others aboard. Do my best, old hoss, though it'd be a mercy to you if I botched it." Soon as he was gone, I flopped and stayed horizontal 12 hours. The session with Rachel had really finished me, and tomorrow photographers. I wondered if Rusky ones are such wearisome clots as sack artists of the camera. What artistry is there in pushing the button of a machine that sausage slices visual reality? Also, of course, guilts, fears, and apprehensions tore me. Even in the sack, bigamy must be by freest consent of all parties concerned. Oh, well, man is by nature polygamous, or at least aspires to be so, and women must make the best of it. For they are the best, or else I, to name one, wouldn't want any one of them, let alone two. The Rusky photographers finished with me on the last of Spindletop, and they came closer to finishing me, too, than even my marathon wooing of Rachel. They also proved much worse than sack snap-shooters, throwing me around and posing me as if I were a sack of flour, demanding the impossible of me physically, especially in motion shots, grudging me occasional minutes in which to eat, eliminate, and pass out, just as if there were no labor laws whatsoever in the homeland of socialism. Guess there still aren't. They wore out all my batteries, so I would have had to be carried aboard the Tsiolkovsky, except that General Khan made a surly quartermaster hunt me up replacements from those used in CCCP power weapons. He also restored me my telescopic swords, because cameramen wanted process shots of me pinking Austin, Lamar, Hunt, Chase, Burleson, and a whole detachment of fake rangers. From now on, I am a gone goose in the Lone Star Republic. No one there will believe I was anything but a knowing Russian agent from the moment I landed in Dallas. The photogs also made use of me to the very end, for the last shots had to be of me boarding Tsiolkovsky amid a crowd of cheering Mexes and Cree Indians who had gotten themselves a commissar now, and were finding life a little more strenuous, what with the rigors of Russian overlordship being added to the rigors of nature in this new slice of hither Siberia. But somehow I managed to endure the worst the photogs could dish out, and still stay erect on my exo-legs. If all those pics don't sell me, and indirectly Circumluna, to the Rusky rank and file, I don't know what can. During those last shots I managed to say my warm goodbyes to Guchu, El Tacito, Carlos Mendoza, and Father Francisco, who blessed me surreptitiously, and told me he has discovered he has a mission to convert the Crees, but not to mention it. Guchu said, "Back to the Pacific pay chosen for me. Every time I consort with you, Opes, I find you're crazier squares than before. Drop out, man, and turn off." Old Task grunted a sardonic, "Vaya con la muerte, el esqueleto." I countered, "Before I go with death, he'll have to fight me to the finish." He shrugged. "What other way?" Mendoza shook my hand. "For El Toro, too," he said. We squeezed hard. Elmo contacted me at the end, though he was careful to keep out of the pictures and our conversation out of earshot. He explained, "A fixer's got to keep out of humanity's eye and forego the plaudits of the public, no matter how much his ego'd be soothed by a little notoriety. Yeah, the gals are both aboard, God help you, just as you asked for them to be. Here's a pack of reefers and a jug of tequila to soothe your nerves. They're going to need it. Now you screw the most you can, you hear me, out of those long hairs for your gift. Nobody looks after a man but a man. Remember, you got no head for money, but lucky impulses, and you'll never go far wrong. Incidentally, but keep this under your head basket, don't expect Texas to take her to feet lying down. Russia's got 1 mohole mine, but Lone Star's got 200. Which side are you really on, Elmo? I asked him impulsively. Mine, he grinned at me. Leastways, that's all anybody's ever going to get me to admit to when I'm honest talking. Going aboard Tsiolkovsky was like returning to Circumluna, except for the continuing curse of gravity. Everything was clean, except me. All the people were calm and intelligent, even if slightly condescending. I saw the gift carefully stowed, then followed my learned doctor stewardess to my water mattress in a small alcove curtained to either side. I flopped gratefully. "You will remove your prosthetic," she informed me in purest classic Russian. "Niet," I informed her. She shrugged. "I shall strap you down." Another "Niet" from me. "There are handholds," I added. Another shrug from her. "Injections?" "Da," I agreed. She made them, sniffing at me a little. When she was gone, I opened the curtains on either side. To my left and right, on similar mattresses but strapped down, were Rachel Vachel and La Cucaracha. Each smiled at me dreamily. Then they saw each other. "Why, you dirty double-crossin' bigamy-bent Bluebeard!" Rachel gasped. "Beard black," I informed her coolly. "Bigamy is the mildest of marital variations in the sack." "Liar! Blasphemer! Betrayer of virgins!" Cookie spat at me from the other side. "I warn you, you black worm! Never trust me with a sharp knife. I shall employ it to separate you from your organs of generation." "I'll hold him down," Rachel told her. "Beloveds," I said serenely. "In Cincinnati, one of you said, 'It may be different in the sky.' Believe me, it will be. Meanwhile, let us look on this simply as another theatrical tour indefinitely extended." "My anger is destroying my mind," Rosa wailed. "Scully, I'm fit to be tied," Rachel said. "You are tied," I reminded her. The stewardess returned. "Raise ship in 1 minute. Now minus 58 seconds. A disturbance here?" "Indeed, yes," Rosa cried. "I am this villain's wife, and I wish to get off this filthy ship at once." "I'm his wife," Rachel contradicted her, "and I'm the one wants to debark." I moved my forefingers in little circles at my temples. The stewardess looked at a card in her hand. "It says sister here." Unsmiling, she waved a finger at me once. "You folk of the sack give Circumluna a most unfortunate reputation. You are not Colturni, but what is one to expect of actors?" Minus 43. She departed. At that moment, the PA system most opportunely struck up with the saber dance from Khachaturian's Gaina, almost drowning out the girl's outraged babblings. I lightly touched a finger to either ear. I could feel the drugs taking hold, but I resisted them through the shock of blastoff and the dreadful minutes of 18 lunagraves until Brahenschluss. Then, even as I was passing out, I felt the delicious release from bondage. My ghost muscles stirred. My exoskeleton became an encumbrance. I was back in my only proper environment. 17. 100 years later. Far away the Rachel Jane sings amid a hedge of thorns, love and life, eternal youth, sweet, 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 sweet. The Santa Fe Trail by Vachel Lindsay. My great-great-grandson has just returned from a trip downstairs. For sentimental reasons, I wished him to wear my exoskeleton, but the Longhairs have invented an anti-grav suit that is little more than silvery overalls. So good old titanium remained in his transparent museum ovoid. Times change, but only a little. The La Cruz Theater in the Sphere goes on from hit to hit and flop to flop. Long-hair synthograph, inevitable mate to antigrav, makes entrances and exits easier. Thought projectors give new dramas enriched subjective content. Father and mother, retired, are thinking of spending last year's in new transparent, translucent, all-plastic satellite, the Ship, building 180 degrees away in same orbit as Circumluna. A quarter of Ship's population will be Circumlunan colonists, the rest Terran refugees. My wives still bicker with me and each other, but mostly we get on famously. It is years since they confessed to me that way back in Dallas they had decided to come with me to the sack as bigamous wives. They had just wanted to get out of me the best deal they could. Long ago we produced Houston's Afire. It has become a stock item in our repertoire. Next week we premiere Storm over El Paso. Rachel Vachel quite rapidly transformed into an exquisite thin, and besides her tragic acting, poetry, and playwriting, began to alternate strip routines with Idris McElraith. With such activities and the passing years, President Lamar's daughter has developed a more relaxed morality, which is natural in a Texan, come to think of it, but I do not know about her affairs, if any. I never spy on my wives, and expect, though I do not always get, the same courtesy from them. La Cucaracha remains completely unchanged, a natural athletic, a demanding wife, and a shrew cat for jealousy. She is a Sax unequaled aerobatrix, and now that we have synthograph, entertains with classic flamenco dances. 50 years ago, partly to assert my independence, I had a mad love affair with Idris McElraith, which for 2 weeks was a talk of the sack and Circumluna's shame. It ended when Rosa sliced me, twice, fortunately only across the chest. She was fined for nicking Bubble with wild slash and almost depressurizing sack compartment. Poor Idris! 20 years ago, Rachel developed a serious heart degeneration. It is not safe to go thin after childhood. But then Idris was explosively brained by a tiny meteorite. First time such a thing happened. And Rachel received her aged but hale heart as transplant. She sometimes asks, "How's it make you feel, Scully, to have your old girlfriend's heart beating inside me?" How to answer that one? Aside from Idris, we are all going strong. Circumlunan biologists have developed the Texo-Russian directional hormone and are applying it neither vertically nor horizontally, but temporally, so that a man is taller in time. In any case, whoever dies in free fall? At first and even second appearance, it is a most harsh environment, yet I believe life and man were meant for it. Life itself appeared and had its first great flowering in a kind of free fall, the sea. As life shifted some of its companies to land, the battle against gravity continued. The insects, by their lightness and wings, the bird also. Even our immediate and happy-go-lucky tree-dwelling forebears had their own small idea about the achievement of freefall. Now, with our null-grav existence and technological anti-grav, we are perhaps really going somewhere. At any rate, it can be a good life. For almost a century, Russian gifts squared Sachs' account with Circumluna, but then, due in part to great military reverses, a new spasm of Marxist fundamentalism and of hate for Sky Russians developed in CCCP. Gifts cut off quick. Circumlunans, used to them, blamed us Sacabans. It was chiefly to find a new source of Terran funds that Christopher Crockett Lacruz V went downstairs. He tells a strange story. Greatly aided by Mohole radioactives, Texas mounted war after war against Russia and China. At the same time, unbridled and paranoidally grandiose use of hormone was creating generations of Texans 10 and 12 feet high. These sometimes had brilliant minds, but were tragically short-lived. Heights and masses strain on heart and whole system, plus effects of mounting radioactivity of air, ground, sea, all else. Texas had an army deep in Mongolia when its general, a 19-year-old, 13-foot military genius of the Alexander breed, succumbed to early heart disease. At the same time, the 7th bent-back revolution was successful. Within a year, all tall Texans were dead, unless there is truth in the report of small Texan colonies in Australia and Antarctica. They had gone the way of the dinosaurs and Peking man, size developed at the expense of more important survival traits, too big for their ego and their dreams. What was left of Texas became the curious nation of Anarquia Mexico, if a self-styled anarchy may be called a nation. Its boundary with Russia is approximately the ancient one between the old United States and Canada. The furry ones have become more and more Arctic, uninterested in temperate zone conquests. Besides, all the land to the south is badly contaminated by radioactivity from the moholes. Anarquia is a curious and fairly promising nation, I gather, though it must devote much of its thought and energy to purifying its poisoned air, soil, water, people, and germplasm. The combination of Latin, Indian, and short Texan, honorary Mex, seems not a bad one. Tall Texas left much salvageable industry, while the Mexes, gaining ground with each revolution, became a more prudent and industrious race. At any rate, the La Cruz Theater and the SAC have found new funds there to help to pay their rent to Circumluna. The donor was the Mendoza Earp Foundation for Serendipitous Studies, founded by the Carlos and the Elmo Oilfield, whom I once knew. Carlos lived to a great age for a Terran, dying only a quarter-century ago, while Elmo disappeared in Africa some 50 years before that, during a mysterious fixing mission for the Pacific Black Republic. He left Mendoza, by illegal channels, of course, a considerable fortune. Recalling how he both sucked me in and took care of me, remembering his tall tales and belly realism, but above all else his irreverent good humor, I like to think of him still going on with his fixing somewhere. End of A Specter is Haunting Texas by Fritz Leiber. Read by Phil Regensdorf, monitored by Trudy Nadell, and reviewed by Rita Ackrell in the studios of Insight for the Blind, Incorporated, 1401 Northeast 4th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33304, for the Library of Congress, July 1998. Published by Macmillan Publishing Company, 866 3rd Avenue, New York, New York, 10022. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.